// Hard to time it
Not
with
bad.
8 seconds. You know.
Not bad, not bad. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. And it's Tuesday. I don't normally stream on a Tuesday, but here we are anyway. We got weekly reset, and I'm working towards the War Within Meta Achievement, and I have videos lined up for the next like 3 or 4 days. So I decided to stream. So hopefully you don't mind. Daywalker, real quick, thanks for the Prime sub, bro. Appreciate that. And Skiz for subbing for, what's that, 24 months, dude? Thank you so much. Daywalker sub for 15, and you for 24. Congrats on the new sub badge as well. It is hard to time with the delay. Yeah. It is difficult. We are back. What's up, Scottchuk? What's up, Daywalker, Grasp, Gamma, Tippius, J Wild, Heresy, Skiz, Sir Buljo? What's up, Chris? What's up, Lockdog? What's up, Laboom? Jack, Ty, hello. 2 years, I know. It goes fast. What's up, Zaxxus? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, so I did see, so I don't know about describing it as the thing you missed at the time of the recent Sylvanas Maw video, because yes, I have seen the Nathanos thing, but I also read that he has no dialogue, he has no involvement with the quest whatsoever, and he only appears under certain conditions. So it feels like maybe a little hidden Easter egg. But Tyrande definitely killed Nathanos. So I was kind of thinking that the soul that follows Sylvanas around is either Nathanos or Lirath, her brother. I don't think that Nathanos is like alive, and I don't think that he's just wandering around the Maw, not revealing himself to Sylvanas. So I'm not really sure what to make of that whole thing. If it's like, if it's just an Easter egg meant to make you think about Nathanos, or what exactly that is supposed to be. I'm not really sure what to make of that. He was not there for me when I did the quest. Yeah, and that's what I was reading, is that it's like, and it didn't even specify what the conditions were, but only that he would appear during certain conditions. And it's like, okay, that doesn't necessarily sound intentional then. But then, you know, that's kind of what an Easter egg is, right? Sometimes it's kind of hidden. It doesn't have like a trigger that would be obvious or something that you would think to like pay attention to, you know? So, but I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the new video. I thought it was pretty funny. I thought it was pretty good, personally. Tomorrow will come out the Xalatath portion of it, where I react to that whole cutscene. So you guys can look forward to that. And then the day after that, I'm uploading the whole quest line. So yeah, the whole thing, it's like 2 hours long, where everything leading up to the Sylvanas part, between them, like gathering the maw rat teeth and all that stuff is in there. So that it's a pretty funny edit. There's some edits in the full length video that aren't in the smaller portions. So I hope that, you know, it still feels like something kind of new and fun. But yeah, I had a lot of fun doing that, and yeah, you'll lose it when you see Midnight Cinematics. Yeah, let's not talk about them. Let's not even bring those up at all. The discussion about that is not welcome at all. So, it's pretty. It genuinely irritates me that people already know what they are. Like, that's so gross. Like, I hate it. I hate everything about that. That is so disappointing. And why? You know, why? We do all this PTR testing, and then the content comes out and it's not even like, it doesn't even work. So why even bother? You know? It's very frustrating, man. Oh, I can get rid of this immerse game pack thing here. I'm working on the War Within Meta Achievement right now. I have a couple things left to do. You shall not pass. I have Crystal Chronicle to work on. Beacon of Hope, Lost and Found in Children's Entertainer. This quest is fucking stupid. I can't believe that this is fucking idiotic. Because the most efficient way to do this is to do the quest when you first get to Merildar, and to do the mini games in a specific way. But I didn't, so now I have to do dailies, and I have zero control over what dailies are happening. So this is a dog shit fucking achievement right here. Actually fucking brain dead. And then I have a lot of delve. Let's see what else. I have Lost and Found. So I have a couple things that I have to get from a weekly quest. If I get the wrong weekly quest, I just can't make progress on this. So that's fucking dog shit as well. Don't know how I didn't finish that when it was current. And then I have, for Crystal Chronicled, I have, fuck me, dude. I hate this fucking menu. I have Beacon of Hope, which is also random daily and weekly quests from lighting the beacons in Hollowfall. There's two of them that I don't have yet. Really fucking annoying. Anything.
Excited to see all the new WoW
Thanks, Dungeon Lurker.
next year.
Anything that just like doesn't, you have to wait for it to come into rotation. I fucking hate that. Glory of the Delver, I'm almost done with. I just have a couple storylines. That's actually what I'm gonna work on right now. For some of these delves that are available. Again, daily rotation. And then Owner of a Radiant Heart. This is probably the worst achievement of them all. This one you have to get rank 10 with Flames Radiance, which is just, it's that patch 1107 or 1117 content down in Hollowfall where you have to do the fucking this thing, Nightfall. It's just terrible. It's terrible. So yeah, I'm kind of at some of the worst parts remaining, but whatever. Just gotta grind through it because I want the fucking tank. For those that don't know, the reward from this is the fucking gear grinder from Vexy, the first boss of Undermine, and I just have to have this. This is fucking sick. It's a ground mount, but I don't give a fuck. I want it. The totally not a Scourge wagon. Nope, not even a little bit. Nope. It looks cool. It's pretty cool. Do you believe we'll see Illidan at midnight? No. No, I don't. Genuinely do not think that. No, sir. I think Illidan will come back in the last Titan. Get house decor from the Achieve too? Yeah, that's kind of secondary to me though. I don't really care about that. It's kind of secondary to me. Do you believe? Yeah. What's up, Skag? Welcome. There's a rocket robot chicken you can tame, but it only comes with a certain daily quest. It's always terrible. Yeah, anything, I just like, yeah, daily rotate. Like, guys, I'm not even fucking kidding you. One of the Dornagal plays that they do is the Rivals, And with the rotation, how it's been lately, it only plays at like very late at night. So I'm not joking. I stayed up until 2 a.m. the other morning just so that I could do that fucking play. Because the timing rotation on it's just so bad. Dungeon Lurker, thanks for the Prime, by the way. Yeah, it's just like, it's so bad. I'm up like so fucking, I'm like sitting there like falling asleep in my fucking chair. Very annoying. But hey, I mean, and I was looking at the War Within, Dragonflight, and Shadowlands meta achievements. Man, there's a lot to do for those. There is a lot to do for those, dude. I was doing random shit because I couldn't sleep and I saw you're still on. Yeah, that's why. I would not normally have been on. They reduced that ridiculous Nazathi decor cost. That's good. Yeah, they also increased the amount of outdoor decor space to 250. Did you guys see that? That's great, dude. I didn't even get to put my video up to give feedback about it yet. They're already making changes like that. That's fucking sick. Yeah, that's a W for sure. Absolutely. Those web summon Nerubians. Don't stand in them. Shut the fuck up, you idiot. They were watching. Nah, everyone's complaining about it. I think I saw a little blue post about that. Yeah, they increased the outdoor limit, yeah, by 25%. They took it from 200 up to 250. They also, apparently, they saw that people were floating their houses, and they were like, yeah, that wasn't really intended, but you know what? Since you're doing it anyway, we're going to add controls so that you can just lift your house up easily. And in addition to that, we just want to let you know that the bottom of the houses aren't textured, so you might want to cover that up because it's not going to look very good if you don't. And so that's a big W from Blizzard as well. Of like, hey, yeah, fuck it, dude, do it. You guys like that shit? Do it. Apparently scaling on chair sizes was also like a bug too, but then they saw a video of someone who like explained how to make it work and like do more custom stuff with it, and they're like, okay, I guess we're keeping that, fuck it. So Blizzard's, yeah, the housing team is definitely, they're accumulating W's rather quickly. It's nice. Makes you feel like they're actually paying attention and that they care and that they just want to make a system that's fun. And they're not, you know, they're not trying to regulate how you have fun, you know? A guildie has a jumping puzzle to get to their house. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I know Jay has one, but it was easy. You gotta make some hard ones, man. Gotta make an actual hard, any hard games? I wish they make Iron Horde housing items. I want to live in Barad-dûr or Isengard. Yeah, Iron Horde items would be dope. Get some stuff from Blackrock Foundry or something like that. I'd fuck with that. Brandon, get your dumb ass over here and open this door. I wish, yeah. That's the best approach they could take. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's good because you like think about Blizzard and you're like, well, they're gonna fuck this up. Evidently, they actually care about making something good. Huh? It's good news. 'Tis good news. I'm not opening that bountiful coffer. What a scam. Rank 1 bountiful coffer, Lamau. Okay, so I did that because it had a daily, it has one of the quest rotations. I didn't pay any attention to it. I'm in there saving goblins with a hook, like delve quests, in my opinion, and it's because I don't really pay that much attention to them, which is ironic because it's me. But they seem mostly inconsequential and not very interesting, to be honest with you. So I don't really, I pay that much attention to them, being honest. I've ended up spending so much time on housing already. Lumber's fun. I've got Nazix's studio built out. Endless fun. Very nice, dude. That's sick. That's fucking badass. You don't have to like artificially construct one for a background in a video. You literally just like have one. That's so dope. That's a good idea. When I was playing in Final Fantasy XIV, my free company, which is basically a guild, they built this big lecture hall in the basement of the free company house, and it was like filled with seats and stuff, and it had like a huge chalkboard and stuff, and like a podium to stand at and talk. I used it a couple times, but I wish I had used it. I wish I'd used it more seriously, but oh well. Pretty sure the lecture hall still exists. Yeah, I think it does. I don't see why it wouldn't. Now, Blizzard, listen closely here. I want my house to be able to transform into a giant robot, like Power Rangers SPD style. Get on it. Low-key, Blizzard not thinking ahead to texture the bottom of the house is something I can't even fault them for. No, I mean, and it saves on resources too, you know? I would think. Saves on development time, shit like that. Whatever. Can't really hold it against them. That's a very common game dev practice, you know? You don't need to like texture the entire fucking thing if the whole thing isn't even gonna be visible. That's not how you intend to do it. So water, so what do I need? Fungal Folly, Earthcrawl, which is, they're all in the top, and then the rest, I have Spiral Weave, Tortured Hostages. So nope, can't do that one. Takrathon Abyss is done. The Underkeep third-party operation. Okay, that's the next one. And then I have to see the one on Koresh. Relic Retrieval. I need to do that one too. Tuesday, Lord Addy Stream. What's up, Sasu? Is housing in PTR live servers? It's in live, but you have to pre-order midnight. Yeah, as like Zaxxas said. Now they need to add a Medivh Butler like an OSRS. I'm not really sure the comparison you're making. Medivh, or are you trying to say something else? There's always a catch, damn. You mean Moreau's? Oh, Medivh's, not Medivh as the butler, but a butler like what Medivh had. Gotcha. What's up, Farfig? Hey, Big Mariana. Just watched Sylvanas video, and I cannot wait to watch you break down the Midnight Lore when the expansion comes out. We eating good, bro? Fucking A. It seems like we are, man. It sure seems like we are. I'm stoked. My reaction to the Illyria portion and Xalatath cinematic is coming out tomorrow. And then the whole 11.2.7 quest line will be coming out on Thursday. Madame Goya's here to help us go against the Dark Fuse because they're stealing Black Blood. Interesting. Leader of the black market. Did you guys like the editing on the Sylvanas video? I tried to add a little bit more humor than what I normally would do. I feel like my videos normally have kind of like a serious tone. I try to add like more humor in it, whether it was face zooms or like the Keck W laughing thing, or there's more in the full edit when you get to see the whole thing. Your face when she said order was Hall of Fame worthy. Thanks, man. Yeah, I was. It's very cool that they're just saying it. It's very cool. I'm stoked. The 9/11 joke, the 911 joke was crazy. I hope that you guys enjoyed that. I was like, oh, that. So we better call this number. We got a fucking Lord, we got a game design emergency. Do you plan on replaying that questline? I actually might on my Warlock, because my Warlock was for sure a Sylvanas loyalist, and I did not get the Sylvanas loyalist dialogue on my mage because I never did that content on my mage. I just raided on it. So I would probably like to get that. The music you overlaid when the audio wasn't working and the cinematic was timed up perfectly at the end of it. It's funny because I saw Taro, one of my mods, Taro Summers, he said in chat, he's like, he said something to the effect of like Smile just starts playing or whatever. And when I saw him say that, no one reacted to him saying that. I was like, okay, maybe I do this. And so while I was restarting my game, I muted my my desktop stream audio so you guys couldn't hear it. I played forward to the point in the song where it was about to drop the fucking "So Smile," and then I played it from there, and the timing was just impeccable, dude. The way that she like fills the basket and like turns, and right when it cuts, it cascades up. I'm like, oh my god! It like builds up. I'm like, this is fucking insane. Like, I couldn't have scripted that. Like, it was so fucking good, man. It was so good. The timing was impeccable. It was fucked up because like Jaybird, excuse me, and other people in the chat were saying like, why does this kind of fit? And I kind of, as I watched it back, I was like, you know what, dude, it kind of does. Like, this almost fits this World of Warcraft cutscene better than the fucking cutscene it existed in for Final Fantasy 14. Like, what the fuck is that? It's actually, it was so funny, man. It was so funny. Yeah, I had a good time. I had a good time making it. The Illyria one's pretty, I think the Illyria one's pretty good too. I don't think it has as much humor as the Sylvanas one. But yeah, yeah. It's also shorter. It's like, it's only like 13 minutes long, whereas the Sylvanas one's like almost half an hour long. But it's because of the speculation. You know, I sit there and speculate about the whole thing after for like 15 minutes. So, oh, I'm supposed to be collecting black blood, right? Black blood. Decidedly not black blood. Turns out you just call things black and dark if you just, which is fucked up. Just saying, when you want to just like make them sound corrupted and fucked up. The Dark Titan, even though he's like glowing bright. Black blood, which is not black. What are we doing here? Racist Titans alert, dude. I think that it's supposed to be called black blood because it's corrupted with void. I think that's the point of it. But it's not literally black, which is funny. I don't know. I think that's kind of interesting. The White Empire was taken. Ooh. Ooh, gross, dude. Oh, yeah. Holy shit, yeah. Funny, he's called Black Hand, filled with fire and magma. Yeah. Well, I mean, his arm is kind of like black and burned because he stuck it in lava, but besides that, yeah. It's just funny how they do that. Sargeras also kind of has like burnished bronze skin as well, so he definitely is like dark skinned. And when you think about it, Sargeras is actually the only like dark skinned Titan. Besides, well, Argus technically has black skin when he's in his black and red form, so that's a thing too. But yeah, Sargeras is the only one who's actually got like dark skin at all. But it's just funny that they would call the guy who's like brimming with flames and light like the Dark Titan. It's also really important to understand that Chronicle Volume 4 does call Argus the Dark Titan several times too, so, or a Dark Titan. Saying the Dark Titan is probably not, you know, accurate because there's more than one. The Black Empire wasn't black at all either. There's red everywhere. Yeah, I think it more relates to chaos and or life. You know, at this point, the red and green color associations with life. Green is more associated with like nature and of course fell, but red is like more associated with blood. I think I saw Muffinist say that blood magic, and then I think he put a Twitter post back in like Warlords of Draenor time that said blood magic tortured life or something like that. So like the red color scheme and the red like black blood and all that stuff, I guess I've kind of been subconsciously associating with tortured life. So yeah, we'll see. You know, I don't know what if that void tortured or some shit, I don't know. I saw a video of people being disappointed with the Dark Heart because it was just a container. I think it's going to be used to capture Zal. Maybe. I mean, I don't really know what people expected from the Dark Heart. It's a transmutation device that holds energy in it like a little pocket dimension. She's obviously gathering a bunch of energy because she was going to unleash it for something. I think some people are just upset because they started trying to formulate theories that weren't really rooted around what the Dark Heart actually is. People trying to say like, oh, she's collecting all 7 cosmic forces, which already is not true. She's collected multiple of the same force already, and it just shows a fundamental lack in understanding of what the Dark Heart actually is. Like, the Dark Heart, at the end of the day, is a transmutation device, and she was using it to transmute all of the energy to void, right? And if the Dark Heart was empty before it consumed Galakron's essence, there is a chance that I am right, and that Galakron was formerly filled with light, and they drained the void out of him, and that the necrotic corruption of Yogg-Saron is basically a cover-up to make us believe that he was corrupted with necrotic energy. I just don't think that what I saw in the Fall of Galakron scenario is irrefutable proof that he is what we were led to believe that he was. You have the whole silver scale thing, silver relics being used to hold immense holy energy. Like, I think Galakron was pumped the fuck up with light. I mean, I think he was an experiment of Keeper Tier. I don't think that's unreasonable. And just like other things that are full of light, he descended to void and started endlessly consuming things. So yeah, I just don't get what the problem is personally, but that's also because it's rooted in the way that I see things speculatively. So yeah, it's just like Zal was converting all this energy to void. That's what the whole thing was. She ends up using it for a big void storm, void spire ritual thing, like whatever. The whole thing is presumably she came from this world, Void Storm, which is plunged seemingly fully into the void. And she's been gathering a gigantic army on it, not too dissimilar to like what happened with Argus and the Legion, by the way, and basically needed to create a giant bridge that she could use to bring her forces into the world, which is again very similar to what the Burning Legion did. So yeah, that's kind of how I see it. It's just, look, like sometimes we kind of look, and I've done this a lot too, we get ideas in our head of what we want it to be, or maybe we don't pay as much attention to the facts as we should, and so we get kind of like grandiose ideas that aren't really supported by the narrative itself. And so we end up kind of being disappointed when it doesn't turn out how we think. But that's what happens when we're kind of coming up with whatever we want and not really paying attention to the message that's right there, you know? You can't really like ignore what the dark heart is and then be upset when it's not something else, you know? N'Zoth probably has a plan for that thing. I like the idea of it being used by him to banish Zal one day. It could be. Zal already has methods to like exchange from inside of it though, so I'm not sure if that's ever really going to be the case. They already kind of teased the whole like, oh, she's trapped in it thing, but that wasn't even true. So I don't really think that Zal's going to end up being sealed within it personally. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I think they're going to forget the dark, not forget. I think that we're just going to, I don't think the dark heart's going to be relevant anymore. I really don't. Like, I just don't. They could do something with it, and I would prefer that they do, but I don't think they will. I think that that's probably going to be the end of the dark heart. So we'll see. The sky there is red too, it's true. Deathwing forged it, right? Well, you can definitely cast some doubt on this. We were actually talking about this in my Discord the other day. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Here it is. So this is what Noggenfogger says. Allegedly one of Deathwing's prototypes, but I can see ancient goblin work in it. Rumor is our people used to work for him thousands of years ago. So they could have found something that maybe was broken and repaired it, and it's since been conflated as a creation of Neltharion itself, when in fact they may have just like worked on it or found it or repaired it or something, right? So we don't really know with certainty. It's made out to be like Neltharion crafted it, but you guys also should probably know, and this is why I really don't think they're gonna do anything with it. One of the rewards for finishing World Soul Searching is House Decor, which is the drained dark heart of Galakron. So I don't really think that they're gonna use it again. It is no mere trinket, and later on Xal'atath this bauble. Yeah, I mean, that feels like a telling change of term. And I mean, that's, it absolutely. I mean, and that could just be perspective, right? Like, Zal may be operating on a much grander, higher power level understanding of things, not really seeing the Dark Heart as that powerful, but someone in Iridikron's position seeing it as like this immensely powerful artifact. Like, I think you can definitely play that off as like perspective if you want to. To one person, one man's trash is another man's potpourri, as the Grinch so famously said. One man's trash is another man's treasure. So it could be that, but Yeah, don't be surprised. I mean, guys, we wielded the most powerful weapons in the history of mortal kind, and then they ended up in a trash can in Undermine, so, yeah, don't be too surprised if nothing else happens with the Dark Heart. Or Zal's just exceptionally cunty. Oh, I mean, Zal is definitely exceptionally cunty, and she knows it, but she's well aware of that, I'm sure, but, it's not exclusive to that. GOAT movie, dude, one of Jim Carrey's best roles ever, in my opinion. I will say, dude, one of the more frustrating things to do for the meta achievement was all of the rares of Koresh, because some of them are on exceptionally long spawn timers, like an hour plus, and that was another reason I was up until like 2 in the morning, because people are killing the rares during the daytime, and so the only time I could get to them was going late at night. I've heard they've changed some things with Legion Remix too. The amount of mementos that you get from bosses. I think they upped it to like 50 or something, or I've heard rumor of that. And I've also heard that they're upping the max eye level from 740 to 779. Not really sure why they're doing that. I don't think that's gonna make that much of a difference, but whatever. I'm not even 700 yet, so I don't really give a fuck. What's up, Mayaku? Welcome. The goblins forge all the Deathwing and Neltharion stuff out of Elementium. I mean, the thing is, we don't know that they actually made it. Again, like, you can see goblin work in there, and the fact that Noggenfogger says allegedly is probably a pretty direct hint that, like, maybe that's not entirely true. Maybe it wasn't exactly made by Neltharion and the goblins. Maybe they found a relic from somewhere. Like, I mean, imagine the Dark Heart in its original form, like, was found by Neltharion in the void, you know, at the bottom of Aberys or something like that, you know? We just don't really know with certainty where it came from, but what I can say is that there are things that can inspire us to have new designs and new ideas, right? Look at Himisul on Siren Isle. Yardfear interacted with Himisul, and it basically, like, inspired him to come up with completely new designs that he never had before. And so it makes me wonder, like, what could Neltharion have interacted with that maybe gave him new designs? Now, Khadgar speculates that the Dark Heart was a prototype for the Dragon Soul. Now, to me, this does make sense because of what I think the Dragon Soul is. Because, again, the Dark Heart is a transmutation device. And what it does is it transmutes energy from a high energy state, a positive energy state, to a negative energy state, right? So it takes things like light, arcane, anything that's above it on the energy scale, and it converts it down into void. The reason why it's able to do this easily is because transmutation of energy from a high energy state to a low energy state requires very little, if at all, if any, energy input, right? Typically, when you're going from high energy states to low energy states, energy is released, right? If you take something and it's low energy and you're trying to push it to high energy, you have to input energy, right? One thing that we learn, we should all know this by now, is that willing sacrifices, such as the one made by Forgeweaver Araz in the newest raid, willing sacrifices generate the most energy, as it stands for, like, the energy generation of a soul, right? When you do something of your own free will, it generates more energy. He actually drops a belt that tells us this. It reads, entry 666892, a willing sacrifice, maximum output, will investigate further. This is why Forgeweaver Araz, during the fight, even though we're gonna defeat him, he says, you're not gonna stop me. I already planned for this, and I'm gonna sacrifice myself and bring Dimensius into being anyway, so get fucked. Because Forgeweaver Araz had studied and figured out that willing sacrifices generate more energy. Acts of free will have a ton of energy in them, right? Now, how does this apply to the Dark Heart and the fact that it may have been the idea that it may have been a prototype for the Dragon Soul? Well, what did the dragons do with the Dragon Soul? Deathwing creates this relic, right? And from it manifests something that we know as the Heart of the Aspects, right? Which is a golden dragon of light. What Neltharion did is he tricked the dragons, the other dragon flight leaders, the aspects, into willingly giving up some of their energy and binding it into the dragon soul. So this makes perfect sense to me anyway, that the Dark Heart would be a prototype for a different type of transmutation device, because what I think the dragon soul is a transmutation and control device, not too dissimilar from the control mechanism of Oathbinder, which was also found and used by Neltharion, presumably crafted by Keeper Tyr to control what we don't know, but I'd wager it was Galakron. Anyway, and that the dragon soul transmutes energy up, right? It goes from whatever state it is up to light. Instead of the Dark Heart where it moves down and releases energy, it goes up and consumes energy. It needs energy input to go up. So what he did with the dragons was basically convince them to give energy to the soul so that it could juice the fuck up, right? It's interesting because the corrupted heart of the aspects, is it just corruption of the aspects? Is the inverse of the heart of the aspects, and it's a void dragon. So this illustrates the difference in energy levels. The Dark Heart releases energy as it transmutes high state energy to low state void energy, low energy state void. The Dragon Soul takes in energy. It requires energy input as it moves from as it transmutes low state energy to high state energy in a low state to energy in a high state. They're directly inverse of one another. That's what I believe about the Dark Heart. That's why it's significant, because I think what they're really trying to show us is that there were relics that were created, and these are created by, we don't even necessarily know who, but if it's Neltharion, just what I'm really asking you to consider is, if Neltharion could do this, what could the Titans do? Transmuting entire worlds, perhaps. And it's pretty directly hinted at in the Ardenweald play sequence of quest thing, little plays. It's suggested by, I think, Lady Moonberry, that Sargeras' sword may be the result of transmuting a world. Someone goes, how do you even get a sword that big? And she says, I don't know, transmute a world? That's a kind of an insane thing to say. Like, that's kind of fucking insane. So yeah, I think that it's meant to make us consider, if a dragon can do transmutation on this level, what could a Titan do? What could a first one do if they're a thing, you know, if Azeroth is like a first one or something along those lines? And so it's kind of terrifying, really, because you could even look at re-origination as a form of transmutation, like transmuting everything back to its base state or something along those lines. Like, it's yeah, it's it's incredible power. The power to transmute energy is, I mean, that's insane. You can do almost anything, right? It's like Full Metal Alchemist. You get the fucking Philosopher's Stone, and you can basically do anything. Yeah, it's possible that Neltharion got the idea to make the Dark Heart from Xal'atath, or the Old Gods, or something like that. So, and then after he made it, Xal'atath leveraged its creation to use it to, you know, capture Dimensius or whatever. Have you guys seen someone made a Xal'atath foot in their house? Yes. Yeah. What's up, Numknock? I hope we don't have to wait another month when Lemix is done to transfer. I hope not. Should be able to just do it instantly. She played the long game. That's Xal'atath's whole thing. That's her whole thing, her whole theme. Ultimately, she just needed a ton of void energy in order to manifest the Void Spire and unleash the Void Storm. And I think my argument for why it was needed was because basically what I've learned about energy in the War Within, I think, is that it's easier to use and manifest energy in a plane when the energy is the same energy level as the plane, right? So it's easier for her to use void energy within a realm dominated by void because they're already compatible energy levels, because they are the same energy level, right? I don't think that it would work as well, nor would she be able to gather the energy as efficiently if that were not the case. So I think that's part of why the Dark Heart is so good in terms of like the use case is that it's easier to especially just due to environmental friction. It's just the normality of energy transference in the cosmos is that it moves downwards. It's easier to move energy downwards than it is to move it up, period. So I think that's part of why she sought to leverage it, because it was designed in such a way that like that's better for her. What do you think of a total and complete reset for the game? I mean, I don't think it's likely. Not anytime soon. I don't. As much as that would be maybe kind of cool, I don't think that's gonna happen. I think there's still so much of Azeroth left to explore. We have entire continents that we've never been to. And I don't mean continents that were formerly part of Primordial Kalimdor. I mean their own continents that predate the Sundering, like Avaloran, presumably, that the Titans may not have ever ordered. The thing about WoW is that everything that we have seen, almost everything that we have seen, the Dream, the Shadowlands, has been ordered by the Titans, okay? So what that means is that there's a ton of cosmos out there to be discovered that they never touched. And I think that's what's most exciting for me, is that like, what about all the stuff the Titans didn't get to order? That's what I want to see. I don't think that you need a WoW 2 or anything like that in order to accomplish this. I also just think that if you're going to put in an extremely grindy long-term endgame system like housing into the game, them going the route of a WoW 2 refresh, wipe the world and start again type thing is incredibly unlikely. I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think they're going to do that. I think they've set the game up in such a way that like that would definitely not go well with the player base. I don't think that would be a good idea. I love the IP so much that I feel like the vessel of which the content the world is delivered through is just old and could be improved 1,000 times over. I mean, I think that the means of storytelling is a bit old too, and they need to iterate on that and make it better. I won't argue that. No reason to, really. I mean, I agree. But yeah, I just think that there's millions of happy WoW players that they don't have any problems. You know, that's just the reality of the situation. There's just a lot of people that just enjoy it the way that it is, and that doesn't need to change. I will also say that like WoW incrementally iterates on itself all the time. So like, it's not like World of Warcraft has made no changes to the way in which it delivers its story or tells stories or the detail or fidelity of the game. All of that stuff has improved over time. Cutscenes, the frequency of cutscenes, all significantly higher than they used to be. So like, it has gotten better. I think one of the things that makes WoW really difficult to appreciate sometimes is that these changes are such small iterations over such a span of time that it becomes hard to appreciate, right? It's like, think about it like this. It's like, if you see your parents all the time, you're more used to the signs of them aging, right? You're more, you know, it doesn't strike you as much as it would if you hadn't seen your mom in like 5 years, and then all of a sudden you see her and she like looks notably older and like grayer, right? And it strikes you more obviously. I think that when you consistently interact with something over a period of time like that, it becomes harder to appreciate the changes that occur as a result of time. And I think that World of Warcraft is no exception to this. So if you've been playing consistently for years and years and years, I think it's easy to let those details like slip away and kind of like not pay too much attention to them. But they're still there. They're still happening. So if someone were to step away from the game and then come back, you know, they might notice those differences a lot more. So I don't know. That's just a different philosophy of how you could look at that. Nice. This is one of the quests I need. Yeah, you kind of get numb to it. Going back and doing Shadowlands stuff has given me a better appreciation of Shadowlands. Yeah, and that's why I said at the end of my Sylvanas video, like, you know, if you really want to learn about what Shadowlands was trying to teach us and, like, understand why this stuff is important and isn't just going to be forgotten, you should just go back and play Shadowlands. Just play it again. You don't have to do all the side stuff and all the covenants or grind reps or anything. You don't have to do that. You really don't have to do that. Just play the main story again all in one go. Experience what they were trying to say. Look at when the Primus shows up and the circumstances surrounding his arrival. And it becomes pretty clear. Like, yeah. Zoval is dominated. Like, that's the whole point. And it's so funny to me because it's not like Zoval never made any mistakes or maybe had like a distorted philosophy originally anyway. But like, it kind of blows my mind that even I myself didn't really grasp what it meant to be dominated and like why Zoval was behaving the way that he was. And when I went back and played it all the way through, went through all of Korthia, Zareth Mortis, got to the end of the Sepulchre and saw that cutscene, I was like, oh my god. The Primus is the jailer. Like, that's why the artwork of the jailer doesn't look like Zoval, because it isn't Zoval. It's the Primus. Like, and without the context of what the Primus looks like, people just think that Zoval's design got scrapped. That's not the case. This is not copium. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is the reality of the situation. They didn't scrap Zoval's design. Zoval looks the way that he was always going to look. The reality is that the art was not of him. It was of the Primus. And not being able to recognize that it completely blinds your appreciation of the Shadowlands, I think. But, you know, Blizzard should have done a better job, I guess. I don't know. What are you supposed to do? There's a reason why in the end cinema they don't show the Primus. You only hear the chains in the background. Well, there's a couple reasons. One, because it would reveal the way that he looked. But Chronicle Volume 4 does show him in that scene, but it's just him with his visage on, the same way that it was at the seat of the Primus in Maldraxxus. It's not really what he looks like. And second, because they're trying to illustrate something that soul binding was supposed to teach us. What happens when souls are bound together is that their memories can start to blend. So what we saw, the final memory of the cutscene of Zoval dying, whose memory was that? You're from Zoval's perspective. You see the Winter Queen, the Archon, Denathrius, and then all of a sudden, you're looking at Zoval from someone else's perspective. Why? Because Zoval and the Primus's memories blended together. That's why. And it was showing us that the influence of the Primus upon Zoval had been so great that we were literally witnessing it from the Primus's perspective at the end. The final shot is not Zoval's memory, it's the Primus's. I think that's what they were trying to say there. Like, hey, by the way, this guy that's obviously dominated and made into a literal puppet. Yo, Rat Guys, thank you very much for the 9-month sub. Judeo, thanks for the Twitch Prime as well, man. Appreciate that. So, yeah. Why did the Primus trap himself inside Torghast? Because it allowed for him to operate directly nearby to Zoval from within the Maw itself. You have to play Shadowlands and you have to wrap your head around this. The Primus is said to be the greatest tactician ever in the Shadowlands. This guy is extremely well versed and skilled in the art of warfare. That's the whole premise of Maldraxxus, right? It is not a coincidence that the Primus was able to predict a couple things. That Zoval was apparently getting loose of his domination, which the Primus created and put on him for the record, but that he would get captured and that Zoval would do these things. You literally go through a fabled Sword in the Stone prophecy type storyline in Maldraxxus where you're following the breadcrumb trail of the Primus, who somehow happened to figure out all of this was happening and then still get himself captured. It's because I don't think that the Primus was actually captured by Zoval. I don't think he was. I think that he got himself captured on purpose, because if he was able to just go missing, he's able to do all of this stuff from within Torghast. He's like sitting in the control center, appearing as a prisoner when he's not the prisoner at all. He's the jailer. He's the one doing it. The jailer made himself look like a prisoner when that's not what he was. It's the greatest trick. He tricked us into thinking that he was the victim, but he wasn't. It says pretty overtly in Grimoire of the Shadowlands that the Primus created domination. They used it on Zoval, so Zoval's not really the jailer. He's the prisoner. The Primus is the jailer. It's his creation. The Primus is the one that created the Frostmourne and the Helm of Domination, not Zoval. Those are the Primus's designs. Yeah, and when we rescue the Primus, he literally just creates a simulacrum of himself that is capable of doing rune carving and just leaves it there. And you can't tell any difference between the simulacrum and the actual rune carver that is the Primus. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy. The Primus also illustrates multiple times that he has the ability to use First One's magic. Multiple times he does this. When creating the fucking helm, the Crown of Wills, I think he does it again when creating the new seals for the covenants, for the archons, whatever they're called, the eternal ones. When he talks about hiding his seal from Zoval, he literally hides it in what appears to be memory magic, and is like, yeah, Zoval shouldn't have any expertise with this. What? Zoval is the former arbiter, if anything, should have expertise in memory magic. His job was to literally interact with the spirits of the dead and witness their memories. Like, what? What are you talking about? Like, what? Zoval wouldn't know memory magic? Like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. That's his job. It's so fucking crazy to me. I don't know, it's crazy. The Primus yes, that's another one, Zargos. When we're questing after we fucking rescue the Primus, we go to the Maw, and Helya shows up, and she's like talking shit like Helya does, and the Primus banishes Helya from the Maw. How does the Primus even have the capacity to do that? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? How can he do that? It's because he has dominion over the Maw, because he created it. It's but Maldraxxus is basically just a front for another role. And I mean, let's be honest, when you look at the Primus, he looks pretty similar to Aman'Thul and Norganon as well. So him being like Hades, where Aman'Thul is like Zeus, like that's not a fucking stretch at all. Greatest, but he himself, after losing the fight on the Maw, says he is a fool for allowing us to live. His desire to see us bend to his will shall be his undoing. Kind of contradictory if he wants and was in control. Is it? The Primus furthering his intent to trick us about not being in control is contradictory to him wanting to be in and being in control? Guys, again, the whole premise was we gather enough power to reorder the cosmos using the power of death. It's not contradictory. The Sylvanas novel explains a good bit from Zoval's POV, which helps lead to your conclusion too. Yeah, I mean, I haven't even read that yet, and I would still come to these conclusions. What's the mount you're on? This mount is Onurelos. Flames Guidance is from Mythic Farak. Guys, don't expect at any point at all during the Shadowlands storyline that the Primus is telling you the truth. Do not expect that at all. Why would you take anything that the guy who created domination and Frostmourne and the Helm of Domination, why would you take anything he says as at face value? Why would you believe anything that he says? You have no reason to believe him. You only believe him because he sets himself up to you as a victim, to trick you into believing him. You should not believe anything the Primus says. Guys, think about this. We've already been shown that our own free will and the power of Azeroth is able to resist the power of, specifically Azeroth, is able to resist the power of domination. After we defeat Zoval, or actually it's before that, I think. It's before this. The Primus literally studies how we were able to resist it. Jaina, Thrall, Bolvar, Anduin. We literally get into the nitty-gritty of what in our soul, Sylvanas as well, allowed us to resist that type of thing so that the Primus can make a brand new, out of the fragments of the Helmet of Domination, by the way, a brand new crown that is supposedly crafted with the nature of free will to allow one to resist domination. I just don't believe it. But why on 2 occasions would he leave the champions rather than just dominating them, one at the Maw or after Zoval got of the sigils and dominating us? Because the entire purpose for Max is so that we don't know that it's him. Like, that's so fucking... Okay, first of all, this is really frustrating me because it feels like you're not really getting what happened in Shadowlands. Like, not sure if you played it. So, the idea is that we resist it, right? Free will is a power that resists domination. The Primus at no point has any interest in revealing that it is him at all. And why? Because we fucking won. Like, sorry to blow your ears out, but because we won. Like, the Primus is not an idiot, right? There's no, why would the guy, no, I meant not Primus himself, but doing it through Zoval. Is this that hard to understand? You can answer, you can ask, it's so dumb. Hold on. You can answer your own fucking question by just asking it framed in a different way. Why didn't Zoval just dominate us and win? Like, what? Like, you have to be able to understand. I don't know if I can explain this any more to you. The plot of Shadowlands is making the Zoval look like the guy behind everything when he is not. If you don't want to see that, if you don't like, I just don't have the energy for it. I don't have the energy for it. I have entire videos on this. Discordian Kitty has entire videos on this. Like, I don't know how else to say this to you. Is it so fucking hard to believe that the guy with domination runes etched into his fucking body with glowing eyes and glowing runes the whole fucking time is dominated? Like, I just don't know how else to respond to this. Like, when we're fighting Anduin, he literally says in the cutscene that inevitably annihilation is going to occur and they would be consumed by my blade. You can literally hear the layering in the voice where the Primus is speaking through the jailer whilst saying this. Like, I just don't understand, like, how this is so hard to comprehend. The whole point is that we as the champions with the connection to Azeroth are resistant to domination. The champions with powerful wills who have the ability to resist the torture within Torghast, they have a resistance to domination. They're like, no shit, he doesn't just flat out dominate everybody. Then the story's over. The entire story's over. And just so you know, when Zoval does get his core back, the first thing he does is think about this. Without a Mournblade or anything, he just dominates the other people. Bolvar, Jaina, Thrall, instantly. instantly dominates them. Didn't need anything. Didn't need a Mournblade, didn't need a helmet, nothing. He just controls them, right? So the premise is that like our involvement is also to some degree seemingly necessary for the plot to unfold the way that it's supposed to. But Zoval and the Primus did not plan to lose at the very end. But imagine if the Primus is just like, oh yeah, by the way, it's me. Right before or after we beat Zoval, we use the power of Azeroth to like resist it. And like we thwart the plan. Like you have to be able to understand that like it's set up. And also it's not the end game. It's set up, in my opinion. I think what Zaxxas said, and I think don't let me misrepresent his words because I could probably get this wrong, was something about the idea of them like running. It's like a test. It's more like it's to see if this will work. Can we even do? And I don't even know if Zaxxas said that or if that's something I said. I don't know. Things blend together over time. Maybe it's domination, but the Primus always has contingencies. That's part of what comes with being a master tactician, is you don't just put all your eggs in one basket. You have contingencies. So the Primus does all of this through Zoval as a vessel, making it look like he's the victim, basically trying to eradicate any doubt that he's a good guy. And then when the plan fails and it doesn't work anyway, the Primus gets to go like this, dust his hands off and go, I guess we won. And like, what the fuck? And then we take a crown. Like, let me just ask you this. If Zoval's the big bad guy of domination and we defeat him, why do we need to take a crown of wills that is apparently crafted in such a way that it can resist domination and then give it to the Arbiter? Which then, by the way, if you played the most recent 11.2.7 questline, you find out that some souls are still somehow making it into the Maw anyway. So what the Arbiter is doing, not so sure that that's exactly working how it's supposed to. Like, the Primus, we literally go through. Also, Rygalon is right fucking there. It's a giant psyop by Primus and whoever his allies are. Yeah, I just don't understand why that's hard for people to accept. Like, I'm not sure why that's hard for people to accept. I think that if you play through Shadowlands again in its entirety and pay attention to the story, pay attention to Zoval, who is clearly a fucking shell of a person being controlled by someone else, it's just not that complicated. It's just not that difficult to see what they're going for. I don't think so personally. And so having to re-explain this over and over and over again when there are already YouTube videos, not just by myself, but by others as well, explaining this, it's a little frustrating. It's a little frustrating. That's why I get a little bit, that's why I'm getting irritated. Is because it's like, this has already been explained. I've already gone through all of the details of this, and so have others. So I don't really want to argue about it. You think we'll see the Primus again in TLT? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Because Shadowlands is not just retconned. It's not the case. You don't just get to write off parts of this game's lore that you don't like and pretend like they're not a thing. It's not the case. Shadowlands happened, and a lot of the concepts proposed to us in Shadowlands are instrumental in understanding other aspects of WoW's lore. You literally cannot, and I cannot stress this enough, you cannot come to the conclusion, well maybe you can, but I won't get into why. You cannot come to the conclusion that Sargeras had been placed under the power of domination without Shadowlands. You can't. But as soon as you go there and you realize how Mournblades work, and you realize how what the visual indications of domination are, and you relate the color and the control mechanisms of domination to order, it becomes pretty fucking clear that Sargeras was dominated with order. Like, period. That's why he's depicted the way that he is in the classic art of the Titans. He has domination runes on him. So people can, like, you need to understand soul splitting. You need to understand soul binding. You need to understand what Mournblades do. You need to understand energy levels in WoW so that you can piece it all together. But with how Sargeras reacted, he really needs some more dominating. Well, sometimes you break people with domination. They get fucked up. I mean, look what happened to Anduin. He got fucked up as a result of domination. I mean, he was depressed, right? So I mean, think about how Sargeras felt. I mean, how long was Sargeras dominated for? You know, was he dominated for 100,000 years, 200,000 years, 1,000,000 years? How long was that guy being bent to the will of someone like Norganon or the Primus? And what would that do to him? You know, if you read Chronicle, Sargeras apparently slipped into a brooding fucking depression. He started to lose hope. He couldn't fucking fathom the evil that he was witnessing in the cosmos. That's what they try to say, right? So if he was bent to the will of domination, you know, I just can only imagine, like, what that would do to you. It fucked Anduin the fuck up, dude. So, sorry, again, sorry for getting so, I get so worked up, dude, but it's because sometimes I think I hit the limit of how I can explain it. And I think that some of it just comes from, like, I've kind of explained to you all that I think that I can. And I think the rest of it has to be you willing to accept and put those pieces together and, like, and also making sure that you've experienced it yourself. Because, yeah, if you haven't done those things, then I just feel like people are going to be resistant to it. So, fucked up Anduin so much, he couldn't, he felt like he was unworthy of the light. Yep. Do you think Sarg took up his Mournblade willingly, like Arthas, or initially by force like Anduin? It's a good question. Sargeras' sword is a big fucking mystery. Because I'm pretty sure, like I said in my most recent video, and like I've said in Sargeras domination videos prior to this, that, that the actual Mournblade itself, the control mechanism, is not on the sword physically. It's the seat of the Pantheon. That's the actual control mechanism. So, when it comes to his physical blade, it could just be that it's connected to it and they use that as a, but it doesn't, when they shoot the beam at him, it goes right to him. It doesn't go to the sword. So I'm not sure if the sword has anything to do with control at all. The sword, I think, might just be the vessel for energy, or a soul or souls or something along those lines. It might not literally be a Mournblade. At least it doesn't appear like as one. So that's why I think that maybe the physical blade of Sargeras and the control mechanism are connected but separate. I don't know. Maybe he has a sword that, I don't know. The sword is such an important aspect. It's like, I mean, what exactly it turns out to be is, like, essential in understanding what exactly has happened. Like, it's hinted at, though, that his sword is transmuted from a world. It was a world transmuted into a blade. And I very much believe that the Seat of the Pantheon is a remote control mechanism that they use to control Sargeras. Like, I just can't, like, that's, I've almost never believed a theory as much as that one. I don't know. And it's possible that Sargeras' sword, as it exists without the remote control mechanism, drives him insane. It makes him, like, reckless or chaotic, and so they use this remote mechanism to help balance that out or something like that, but I don't know. I just don't know. Also, I don't know why I can't do this quest. This is supposed to have reset. I have to do a Sturdy Locket, a Calcified Journal, and a Filigreed Cleric, which I have 2 of those in my inventory, but can't turn them in, and she's not giving me any more quests. So I'm not really sure what to do about this. I don't even know how this is possible. The fact that Sargeras never returned to the Seat of the Pantheon to make use of it, Or at least I don't know of one. I'm not sure what you're saying. Feels like a comment that has half of it missing. They also call Sargeras the Mad Titan, and he may very well be. But I don't think he's the only Mad Titan. I think Norganon's out of his fucking mind. And I think there's a fractal for that with Loken and Malygos, too. They were corrupted by darkness, forces of the void, allegedly, and they lost their fucking mind. Like, Loken and Malygos went insane. For different reasons, but they went insane. And I think that Norganon, if he has studied the void, that motherfucker's probably insane, too. Too much exposure to that shit could probably fuck you up. So, I don't have confidence that he's not fucking corrupted. And when you look at his art from Hearthstone, I mean, look at him. Motherfucker's got purple skin. What the fuck? I don't know why he has purple skin in all this art, but I know one thing, and that's the void is often associated with the color fucking purple, so I don't know, take that for as you will. I think it'd be cool if it turns out that they're like trying to hint that he had like spent a ton of time studying the void, which I wouldn't be surprised if he was. And if he like went crazy and came to the conclusion that like void is the ultimate form of order. That'd be fucking terrifying, but I can't really prove that, you know, it's just like more of a thought. Norg was given his power by, or Malygos was given his power by Norse through the through lines there, same with Loken. This quest line is so borked, man. Is an arcane light purple though too? Yes, it is. Yeah, and arcane has some like blue hues in it as well. It's possible that arcane and order are different energies. And void has most recently been very much associated with dark blues and blacks. But I'm going to be honest with you guys, I think that we don't understand arcane either. I think that people like to think they do, but I don't think we do. I think we have a very, very shallow grasp of how magic in this universe actually works. I think I would say the same thing about Fel and nature as well. We do not understand how it works. We just fucking think we do. People think they just have such a grasp on exactly what arcane is. I don't fucking agree. I don't agree. I don't think people even realize that there's polarities to magic. Like that, like, I don't think people even realize that you can have light and dark arcane. That's a thing. Like that is a thing. Concept art from Legion, in my opinion, pretty much proves it. Where the energy of the Nightwell is regarded as dark arcane. Magic is something that, like, especially arcane and stuff, like, we don't really know. H.P. Lovecraft's book, The Color Out of Space, is basically purple driving people insane. There you go. World of Warcraft has no H.P. Lovecraft inspiration. So don't even go there. None at all. I can't even think of one thing. Can't think of one thing that would indicate that. The Sunwell, too, is considered light arcane. Some might say. I think a lot of these magics, arcane, light, and void, are probably all connected anyway. I think all magic is connected in some way, but what we consider to be just arcane might have the influence of more things in it. Like the Arkandor, for instance, is not just arcane energy. It's arcane in nature, because the arcane was chaotic. So way back in the Night Elven Empire, some of the first practitioners of the arcane got together with some people familiar with nature and shit, druids or whatever. I can't remember the exact. You know, Taro sent it to me yesterday. I'll just fucking read it to you. This is what it says.
Thousands of years ago, as the Quel'Dorei were just beginning to unravel the mysteries of the arcane, so the Highborn, a small enclave of druids met with the first of the elven magi. In the pale moonlight, they formed an order that would seek to bring the arcane into balance, using nature itself as a vessel. Thus, the Arkandor were created. So, arcane is not balanced. It's not balanced. People think that it's stable because it's associated with the Titans. It isn't. We don't even know what the fuck arcane actually is. Order and arcane might be completely different fucking things. Arcane could be the energy, order could be the language to control it. Hope it's okay to share my happiness. Nearly 4,000 IO score. That's fucking crazy. Managed to hit my second Mythic Plus title this season. Now finally a Frost DK2. Nice, man. Congrats. That's huge. That's huge. I love how Lauren phrased nature arcane, wild arcane. I think that you need orderly techniques to control arcane energy without destroying yourself. Yeah, like focus and strong mind and stuff, because the energy itself is inherently volatile, which is something that I tried to point out from Chronicle Volume 1 years ago, and people fucking lashed out at me as a result of it. Arcane's orderly, it's the Titans. Shut the fuck up, dipshit. It literally says in the first 6 pages of Chronicle that it's unstable. Fucking idiot. Or that it's volatile. Like, get the fuck out of my face. Not you guys, but, you know, just that type of shit. Like, fuck you. Give me an attitude, and you're not gonna fucking read it your damn self. Shit pissed me off. Okay, now I think I just need 2 more items that are from the last. I'm gonna have to wait another week before I can finish this. God damn, that's fucking toxic, dude. I'm so curious why I lost my quest on my paladin. Like, why can't I finish this quest on my paladin? Doesn't make any damn sense. Also, I can't do the orphan quest. Straight up, the best way to do the orphan quest is to make a new character and do the quest through Hollowfall up until the point where I can do it, and then do it in a specific way to finish the... It's so bad, dude. Did you race change or something? No, I don't think so. Shouldn't change anything anyways. Your quest progress all stays the same. The problem is I can't do it on any of these characters either, because when I got these characters to max level, I used the quest line skip, because I had already done it. And so it skips all of the quests, all of the main story quests, which the one in Hollowfall is the one, it's tied to the main story. So I can't do it on any of these characters, because they've all skipped it, technically. Isn't that insane? And this is an achievement. So the only way to do it, outside of doing it on the base quest when you unlock it, can't you still do the quest even if you chose to skip them? No, they're registered as completed. I even used a command line to see if I had done them, and they're all on all my characters. The quest is registered as completed. The Orphan Achieve, I think it's also available as a world quest. Yes. What I'm saying is that the world quest isn't in rotation right now, so I have no way of accessing it. Right now, unless I make a new character, I have no way of accessing this quest, world quest or otherwise, in order to complete this achievement. Is that trading post set? Yeah. Okay. There's nothing I can do. Unless I could boost a character, but I have a feeling that there's a chance that it might skip the quests anyways. That's what I'm worried about. I do have a character boost from Midnight. I don't need a character boost because I have everything at max level, so I don't really give a fuck. I have a solution, but you're not going to like it? Well, let's hear it. You could turn your character from Lemix and do the War Thin quest, but then I can't do Lemix anymore unless I make another character there, which I'm not going to do. That's a fucking waste. And I don't think you can even do that right now. Isn't that disabled right now? It's currently broken. Yeah. It is super fast to level up in Remix. Well, if I'm gonna level up a character, why wouldn't I just use my boost? I have a level 80 character boost that I'm not going to use for anything else anyway. Which mementos are you missing? Save boost for the Haranier? That would be the only thing that I would want to use it for. But I'm going to be honest, I'll probably just race change my Druid from a Tauren into a Haranier. Because I'm not the kind of I mean, maybe I am. Recently, I've been thinking about it more. But I haven't really been the person to be like, oh, I need to have one of each class on Horde and Alliance. You know? But recently, I've been kind of thinking more about that. Like, maybe I should. Maybe I should have a Horde Warlock and an Alliance Warlock. But then, like, they keep removing, like, faction barriers, and it makes me think, like, well, why would I even bother? Why even bother? There's Heritage Armor. Don't you need to level from scratch for that? I don't think you do anymore. Didn't they get rid of that requirement? Not anymore. So what difference does it make? You can get on a boost, I can confirm. There you go. What other War Thin Meta Achieves are you missing? Not much. Not much. Delve Lore Master. The Hollowfall meta. Oh, and getting rank 10 with the fucking... Oh, God. Yeah, I forgot about that. Getting rank 10 with Flame's Radiance. That's not so bad. It isn't. 25 minutes until I can interact with it. Don't you get, like, Sacred Templar or something as a fucking title? Because that's pretty sick, not gonna lie. That's a pretty dope title. Yeah, I fuck with that. I still don't have that mount from Belladar spawn. I mean, something that really probably should have been sought after at the beginning of the expansion, when you had people making groups and stuff for it very consistently. Isn't there supposed to be? Oh, yeah. Trying to do it now is tough. I did? Oof. Aren't there weekly quests in Hollowfall and Ashka Hetsu that give rep for Flame's Radiance? Probably, but I'm rank 1. You can't track it. So I don't think so. I don't think so. Can you do these dailies at any time, or does it have to be during the thing? Anytime? Oh, that's good. That's good at least. I think the first time you do the event a day, you get like 1,000 rep, and then every time after that it's 500. You can do like once per hour or something. Every hour on the hour. Do people still do it? Like, is it easy to get a full bar? Or no? Doing one event all dailies once a week is a full bar. It's pretty cake. Yeah, so I have You Zal Not Pass, which all I have left is Crystal Chronicled, which I have to do Lost and Found and Children's Entertainer for. I have Glory of the Delver, which I just need Lore Master, which I have like 5 more stories left, one for 5 different delves. And I have rank 10 with Radiant, Flames Radiance. And that's it. Do you have the Dark Moon rep buff? That can help. It is 10%, isn't it? Is that up right now? How do you get that again? Don't you just have to ride on the fucking carousel? You get it for like an hour or some shit? Or the roller coaster? Roger. Roger that. Or with the top hat that you get through the quests? I don't do any of that shit, man. I'm gonna be honest. I don't do any of the seasonal or holiday activities at all. It's not my, I don't know. It's not my, it's not, yeah. It's not really my, I don't know. Not really my thing. Probably should do it, but. Look at all that spirit magic. Bro, that's just green stuff, dude. There's nothing spiritual about Mulgore at all, and it has no connection to the Emerald Dream, so. God, dude. Huh. Not at all. None. It doesn't even appear in the Emerald Nightmare raid. Yeah, and the Dark Moon Island and Dark Moon Fair, they have nothing to do with the old gods. I think it's pretty widely accepted that they do. When you walk among the Black Forest, you will see. Yeah, it's funny, there's no moon in this sky ever, bro. Where even are we? Where even is this? Nobody knows. Crows. I went around. Now I'm on the outside. It looks like some sort of pocket dimension. Could be. Could also be on the moon. Could be on like the dark side of the moon, imagine. That'd be crazy. But yeah, I don't know. There's no evidence for that. Big burning sun with an old god eye in it. Do you have to have a ticket to get on this? Sure do. Ride tickets. Ride ticket book. Wow. Wow. The inky black potion you can buy there has an interesting description. You mean the one in my inventory? Mix 2 parts crushed crickets, 1 part dark moon squid ink, and 3 parts whispers from the Shadowlands. I wasted my Dawnbreaker teleport. Tough. I wish those wooden rides could be mounts. That would be pretty sick, not gonna lie. I would like that. Sven, thanks for the subscription on YouTube. I appreciate that. Whoa! That NPC was added in the Hour of Twilight patch? It's all unrelated. It's all retconned anyway, dude. Everything in this game's a retcon. Do you need Kaveza double question mark for this achievement? Fuck no. Could you imagine, bro? No. Fuck that. Oh my god, I'd KMS myself, dude. Sounds horrific. Sounds like a horrific vision. Because Amanthul didn't want to roll a joint made out of an old god in a tree. Bullshit, he didn't. I smoked pot with Amanthul. It was Amanthul, John Hopkins, and Sloan Ketterer. And we were blazing that shit up every day. Sloan Ketterer, excuse me. We were blazing that shit up every day, dude. How manic was Amanthul? Yes. Yes. Insane blunt roto, dude. It was actually crazy. Amanthul used his time powers to actually condense.
Good evening. How was the beta so far?
I don't know. I don't play the beta. Oh. Thanks for the Prime sub. But I don't know. Have you seen Welcome to Derry? I have not. Is that like a TV show or something? What is that? Yeah, no spoilers, please, on the beta. We don't talk about it. Yeah, Amanthul would actually, he'd use his time powers to condense all of the high into like 10 minutes. So we would just be like giga blitzed for like 10 minutes and then come out of it. It was actually pretty cool. Or he could draw it out for a long time. So if you wanted to be stoned for like 10 hours, he could do that. Now that's a good use of time powers. A good use of time powers, bro, is make it so that... I mean, you've seen Eonar, right? So you can't even blame him, but like... He told me one time that he used to have this problem where he would nut in like 2 minutes. So then he's figured that just using time manipulation powers, he could draw that out for a long time, and that's what he did. So that's how Golganath was born. There's I don't know if you guys have seen this, but there's a quest on Legion Remix. It says, I'm feeling inspired by the fashion choices of some of the most prominent personalities on the Broken Isles, but you can only choose one. I was hoping you could help. Here are the finalists. It's obvious. Hell yeah. Why are we even discussing this? That witch is a bad baddie. Grand Magistrix Elisand. Flats for comfort. Crown to establish dominance. And the last one, Eonar. One word. Abs. And rightfully so. Rightfully so. Wow, sick picture. Fucking sick. I fucking hate the internet. How come it can't just give me the full fucking res picture? Thank you. Yeah. Muscle mommy, dude. Oh yeah. Big time. She's got a mean world core workout. Yeah, it's rooted in a great diet and lots of cardio. One could only dream to have a body like hers. Get it? Anyway. Boo! Fuck you, dude. Fuck out of here, boo. Boo. Okay, I didn't see you say anything fucking better. I'm working on my dad muscles, all right? God damn. I'm dreaming of Brand's Dell voice and it's gone? No, you're not. That's a nightmare. Dad muscles, there's a baby pyro? No. Fortunately not. Not yet. Let's go this way. Probably could have gone the other way. Thinking about getting dad joke books? I keep hitting that timeout user, but this pyro guy seems to be immune. Give me an elixir. Go fuck some shit up. No. I think flying through that should do some shit, dude. I dream of Valyra Sanguinar with Brand's voice. That is horrific, dude. I just dream of Valyra Sanguinar. Oh, you guys are gonna love the full edit of the fucking quest playthrough, by the way. The part, dude, the very beginning is me making fun of fucking Varisa. And Zaxxus says some shit in the fucking chat that sends me. It's fucking good, dude. It's pretty funny. Varisa who? Exactly. You know, Varisa, Ronan's wife. That's what Zaxxus said. It like took me a second to click in my brain. I started laughing pretty hard. What zone mentioned in lore that we have yet to visit is a place you want to be added to the game? Harrow Deep. It's apparently the hideout of Iridicron. I'm assuming we'll get it in Last Titan. I'm pretty sure it's in the subterranean depths of Northrend. Erator's on? You mean Sylvanas? Yeah. There's also someone said, they're like, I love the two Windrunner sisters. That's in the VOD. That's in the cut VOD too. Pretty fucking funny. They're gonna be an MSQ edit? Yeah. That's what I'm working on. I'm not working on it. It's done. It's just waiting to be uploaded. Tomorrow, the Illyria portion with Xalatath is coming out, and then on Thursday, the whole thing with additional edits is coming out. I just figured I'd give you guys the edited portions first, and people would be more interested in that, and then I'd give you the whole thing for those that want to watch it. It's pretty funny, though, I gotta be honest. I think it's pretty funny. And then another Cyberpunk episode probably on Friday. Then another Edge Runners episode on Sunday. So, busy week. This is a banger right here, dude. Certified fucking banger. We should also get Viranoth's Seat of Power and TLT, those Frozen Fangs mountains that were mentioned in War of the Scaleborn. Yeah, true. That would be nice. That'd be very cool. And also, she's obviously become more of a main player. We also got to figure out how Odin's going to respond to being put on ice. Which, by the way, that's very much an intended Sargeras fractal. He gets through the power of stasis, ice. He gets sealed to his fucking throne. The flaming guy who's all pissed off at everyone for not listening to him. Yeah, feel like that's a bit of a fractal. Odin is gonna be a problem. Yeah. 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 I think so too. But the question is, though, is like, would the Titans be chill with what Odin has done? I don't know if they would. Maybe, unless it was their design for him to kind of do some of that stuff. They might be pretty pissed off at him. So if the Titans come back, Odin might be faced with the situation of like, my parents are pretty mad at me. Tyr vs. Odin will be a sick brawl. Dude, oh man. It'd be a mirror of Agramar fighting Sargeras. That's why it's one of the reasons I keep saying, bro, Odin is not a keeper of Aman'Thul. And if he is explicitly designed to remind you of Sargeras. Like, he's the warrior, valorous guy on fire with the sword or spear or both, who fucking has his own little private army of angels and demons. Tyr versus Odin, question mark, question mark? Well, I mean, it's not that hard to extrapolate the possibility of, right? Tyr is facing his, what appears to be, having to come to grips with the fact that he has free will and maybe not adhering to the Titans' plans anymore. And Odin might be a little fucking soy boy who just wants to bend the knee to the Titans. And, so it could or the other way around. It could very much be a situation where they end up fighting each other. Could also end up being that they end up allying and working together. Maybe Odin has some time to cool off, but I have a feeling that being locked to that seat is only going to make him more angry. So I'm not really hopeful that Odin will have a turnaround. Odin has a lot of horrible things written about himself, sometimes in a bragging type of way, and most of them appear to be written by Odin himself, which isn't promising. Odin seems very proud. He might be like valorous to some degree, but he's very proud. And yeah, not necessarily a great thing. Odin 0 Storm Witches 2. Been reading a bit of the lore of WoW through the Warcraft wiki. I don't know if it's good to know stuff through there, but I haven't read much. So there's time to fix it. Well, I mean, how I started learning about WoW lore was from the wiki. And then I started contrasting what I learned on the wiki with what I would see in the game. And then from that, I was like, okay, I'd like to know the deeper stuff from official sources, because the wiki is full of interpretations, misinterpretations, paraphrased quotes, assumptions. Like, there are things on the wiki that expose the fact that the Tol'vir were part of the ancient empire of Ajakir, a post-Black Empire remnant, a post-Black Empire remnant empire run by the denizens of the Black Empire after the old gods had been imprisoned. And they write on the wiki, oh, this must just be a mistake. Like, nah, it's not a mistake. It's from a fucking archaeology item, the Scepter of Ajakir back in Cataclysm, and whoever edited it on the wiki is wrong. It's not wrong. Look at this scarab, by the way, be gifted to a young Tol'vir princess. They're part of a ruling structure. They were part of Ajakir. The literal emperor of Ajakir at one point was named Ajakir, and he was a Tol'vir. This ornate jeweled statue was brought to life by one of the Gemseers of Ramkahen. Like, there's also this fucking shield that they came out with recently that's also on the trading post that provides additional evidence, even if circumstantial, that the Tol'vir were part of the Black Empire. Or not Black Empire, excuse me. They were part of the Empire of Ajakir, which is strictly different from the Black Empire. For those that don't know, you had the Black Empire, and then when the old gods were, well, technically that's been obfuscated too. The Black Empire had different civilizations that were spread all over the place. When the old gods had been defeated and imprisoned, they banded together, became the Empire of Ajikir, no longer the Black Empire, unless the Empire of Ajikir is just the actual original name for the Black Empire. But it's basically framed in a way that, like, the Black Empire is when the Naraki, the Nerubians, the Mantid, all these were being lorded over by the old gods, which we see this illustrated in, like, the whole questline of Azj-Kahet, where, like, they come back to try to conscript them, right? But since the old gods fall, the Empire of Ajikir was created, and they basically were existing as strong civilizations without the old gods. So Azj-Kahet and Azjol-Nerub are interesting, and same with Manti-Ves, are interesting because they're the remnants and reformed Black Empire, but without the old gods, which is super interesting. And you obviously have the Mantid, who are still very much worshipping Yasharaj. They say that they'll side with him if he ever comes back, or the old ones ever return, or old one ever returns, whatever it is that they say. And then you have the Kaheti, who are basically like, nah, we want to remain independent. Like, we're strong enough without them. We don't actually need them. So that's part of why the Kaheti did that, because Azj-Kahet was part of the Empire of Ajikir, and they wanted to remain independent. Why did they start withering anyway? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I think their kingdom was just going through hard times. I don't know. The Klaxi might join Yasharaj, but who says Yasharaj won't join us against the Titans? Perhaps. Not to be pedantic, but I am going to be. They're actually called the Mantid. The Klaxi are an order that belong to the Mantid. They're a portion of the Mantid, and the Paragons of the Klaxi are like the highest ranking, officials of that council. But their species is the Mantid. Not to be annoying about it, but then you have the Kuchongs, which are actually basically Akir, and then you have the Akir and stuff like that. So Kuchongs are very, very similar to the original Akir. Then Kaheti, don't know if it's written right. That's right. Wanted to remain independent when the kingdom wanted to reform in a new conjoined empire. Yes, but you have to also understand that not everyone was at least as far as we know, not everyone received conscription attempts from the Black Empire. So Azj-Kahet specifically did receive one. Azjol-Nerub didn't, because this was happening during the Fourth War in BFA. That's when N'Zoth called out to basically like, hey, come fucking help us. And they were like, nah, go fuck yourself. So Azj-Kahet received that and was like, nah, I think we're good. There has not yet been any indication, nor do I think that it makes sense that there necessarily would be, that the denizens of the Mantid and Manti-Ves or any of the other old god, or Ajikir and residual empires had any conscription attempts to them. Correct me if I'm wrong. In fact, the Mantid may have. I think the queen, we end up fighting the new queen or something, or maybe I'm making that up. We end up fighting I think I'm making that up. I think I'm like conflating a quest with something that didn't happen. So, the Mantits, that's right. I had the idea that the Keepers are fractures of each Titan's soul, a way for them to separate the more erratic emotions and feelings, but I got interrupted. I try and recall and write it down. Yeah, I mean, I really do think that the Titan's souls have been fragmented. I don't know if it's the Keepers, or if it was something that happened when they were slain by Sargeras. But I do like the idea that the Titans that we interact with are just the blue parts of the Titans, and that the other halves of their souls actually exist somewhere. I have a myriad number of theories about this. One of which is that maybe Sargeras is the conjoined fragments, or is a vessel for the conjoined fragments of the rest of their souls. So Sargeras is like the Banshee Queen, mad, angry, fearful, despairing part of the Titans, and the Titans are the other halves that are Sylvanas. And so like he's a conglomeration of the six and they are the other halves of the six. So the six were one and the seventh the other, bringing in some Zareth Mortis philosophy here. And together they make the whole picture. But I can't prove that. That's just like a fan fiction that I think would be very cool. And maybe that could explain why Sargeras is like on fire and like, we fought the Empress in Heart of Fear. No. She's been replaced. But what I'm saying is, I don't think we ever fought the replacement. We might have during the, I think we might have during the Black Empire's incursion into the Veil of Eternal Blossoms. I think she might have been a world boss. Sargeras a dragon soul for the Titans as it was for the Aspects? Maybe. And think about it, Council of the Six imbuing the Guardian. It's called the champion defender of the Pantheon, right? Is that so hard to believe? I do think that the Council of the Six is meant to be a mirror to the Titan Pantheon, especially when you consider the possibility that someone like Norganon could be your like Kel'Thuzad type character, or even the Primus or something like that. So maybe that was the whole premise, right? But then you got to think the Guardian, Egwin, was like, nah, fuck that. I'm not going to let you pass the power to someone else. And then so that they can just be your tool, I'm going to have my own child and they're going to be Guardian, right? So maybe there's a fractal there, you know? Dude, I would not be impressed if the lore makers actually picked theories from the theorists like you to make the lore, so you might be 100% right. Do you mean surprised? I think what you mean to say is you wouldn't be surprised. I think her name was Shek Zara. Yeah. Yeah, I know you meant Ningrum. I'm just giving you a hard time. Obviously, English is not your first language, but you speak it very well, so I'm just giving you a hard time. No. Your English is great, dude. Your English is great. I can't speak a lick of any other language. I can understand some Spanish, and I can enunciate the words very well, but I don't speak another language, so hats off to people who are bilingual or multilingual, man. You guys who live in other countries that speak complete different languages, that learn English, and then give yourselves a hard time for your English, like, you guys got no idea. Like, most American citizens do not speak any other language at all. So yeah, it's very impressive. I think it's really cool that you guys do that. I have the utmost respect for people that can speak multiple languages. I think that's so impressive. Trying to learn Japanese as of now? Bro, I heard Japanese is hard, dude. I heard Japanese is so fucking hard. I'm a native English speaker and I can barely form sentences? Exactly, dude. That's exactly. You get all these people in America who can fucking barely speak it. Come on. It is hard as fuck, dude. I can only imagine, man. What do you mean? You just watch anime? I mean, yeah, I can speak Japanese. Uwu. Oh, well. That's about it. That's all the words. That's it. I started Japanese. It's insanely hard. Why the fuck does a language need 3 separate alphabets? Oh, yeah, that's like kanji and I don't even know what the other ones are called, but kanji is one of them, isn't it? Next Cyberpunk YouTube episode when? Friday. Hiragana and katakana and kanji. Right. Man, that's crazy. There's definitely some things about, like, Japanese culture that are strange to me. But I gotta be honest, man, there's some, like, Japanese culture has some pretty dope shit. Not to, like, over-romanticize it or whatever, but, like, especially, like, their drip, dude. Japan's got the drip, dude. Straight up. Dude, they've had the drip. Since, like, fucking feudal Japan, they've had the drip, dude. It's crazy. They got the fucking drip. No question, dude. There's so many cool things dude, Japanese architecture is one of the sickest fucking styles. I love that shit. I love all that stuff. I might not be able to, like, analyze architecture very well, but I can definitely appreciate it. It's the reason why I would like to visit other countries, frankly. Why I'd like to go to Italy and to the UK and to India and you know, even to Russia and places, you know, just because different architectural styles fascinate me, dude. I love that. It's so cool to think about how it's, like, developed over time and, like, how people drew inspiration from existing styles and, like, the different, like, like iterations of the same style. Like if you just look at like column work and pillar work, there's like 6 different styles of how to make a pillar, like, or a column. Like what the fuck? It's crazy. I love stuff like that. Chinese buildings and stuff too, like traditional buildings. Oh my god, dude. I love that stuff. There's just beautiful buildings everywhere, man. Getting to go to like France and like to like see how they built their stuff there too. Oh, dude. Oh, I love that. I love that. I would love to be able to see like ancient like Mesopotamian stuff. It'd be so cool to go to like Machu Picchu or something like that. Would be just so cool. See like some of the cool like South American and Central American architectural styles, man. It's so cool. It's so cool. Human history is sad as fuck. That's a lot of the reason why I don't read into it, but that's why I'm more of a WoW history nerd than a real life history nerd, because real life history makes me sad. But yeah, man. It's crazy. I would love to see the pyramids, what's left of them anyways. You know, I'd love to see Venice before it sinks into the fucking ocean. Even though it smells horrible there from what I've heard, but you know, what do you expect? We're living through a dark time of history. Yeah, but we still have ballin' architecture. We built some crazy shit, dude. We built some crazy shit. I mean, some of the stadiums that we have for sporting events and stuff are fucking nuts. They're crazy. And not just sporting events, like theaters and stuff too. Like, man, they're incredible. I love going to like old theaters too. Seeing like the old like booths and stuff. Oh man, I love that stuff. I've been to Machu Picchu and it's straight up Zandalar. Love the inspiration WoW took from that. Yeah, it's cool, man. Should visit a Colosseum one day. That's what I'm saying. Like going to Rome, get to see the Leaning Tower of Pisa and Colosseum, and I'd love to see the ancient aqueducts, dude. Oh, I would love to see that stuff. I want to so badly, man. It's my greatest. It's like it's my greatest regret of not putting money aside for those kinds of things, because man, I would really love to go to some of these places one day. Ariel has been to these places like Rome, France. I'm so jealous of her, dude. I'm so fucking jealous. But again, there's even places like even in Canada and even in the United States that I would love to see. I've never been to New York. I've never been in metropolitan Chicago. I've never been to Philadelphia. I've never been to like Jacksonville. I've never been to where do they hold Mardi Gras? Why can't I think of the name of that place? You guys know it. What's that place called? It's like just escaping me right now. New Orleans. Yeah. I would love to go. I'd love to go to New Orleans. That'd be sick, dude. Get to see like the French Quarter and everything. Ugh. I would love that. Yeah, that'd be sick. New Orleans. Yeah. I mean, I kind of try to say it like that because it's kind of like people. How do you say like, you know? I had an Aussie friend one time, and he'd always rant about how people would say Melbourne and Canberra instead of Melbourne and Canberra, and it's like, yeah, I get it. People say Oregon. I can't stand that, dude. Oh my god. When people say Oregon, oh my goodness, dude, that makes me just want to KMS myself. It's Oregon. Oregon, not Oregon. There's no N, there's no E on the end of it. It's not gone. It's right there. Why do I have these extra action buttons? What the fuck was that shit? Arkansas? Noregon. Norgonaut. Yeah, I don't know. Oregon. Good. I love when you do the Canadian accent. Canadian Pyro is one of my favorites. Wait till you guys fucking see the full edit of the 1127 storyline, man. There's a part that I cut right before I talk to Sylvanas when she does the ritual of sending. If you guys have seen this meme, you guys know the guy that wears like the Canadian suit, and it's like he does like stunts on this or this fucking snow, this, what are they called? Not a jet ski, not a snow ski. What are they called? A snow, what are they called? The things that you ride on snow on? A ski, what are those called? A skidoo? A toboggan? No, the motorized ones with the track. A snowmobile. Yeah. He's like, It's 4:30 in the morning here. Pretty dark. Real cold out. But still gonna send it. He says something like that. When I saw the ritual of sending, when I was on stream, I was like, we're gonna fucking send it! And then I have it cut to a clip of that, where it's that guy saying that. Shit fucking cracks me up. Still gonna send it. Just gonna send it. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy the full cut too. That'll be out on Thursday. Tomorrow's the, like I said, the Illyria portion, and then after that. Ajtak, the behemoth. Larry the Enticer. That is who, yeah, that's correct. How was Berwick pronounced? I think just Berwick. Is it Burr or Boer? I don't know. Okay, so I got to level 2. Wow. Wow. Wow, real nice. Wow. So I gotta keep doing this like pretty much all day. Otherwise, it's gonna take me a week. It'll take me actually 10 weeks. Lamau. Wait, what is that? Flames Radiant Stipend? Oh. Oh, that was unexciting. Head Armorer. Hallowed Tome of the Arathi, but it's a trinket. Wow. How do you get the tabard? Is that from doing the rep? Is that a rep reward? Like rep track? Do we know why the seat of the triumvirate falls to void with mortals being involved? Well, he's talking about Lura specifically. So I think that what Locust Walker is trying to say is that mortal influence causes Naru to drain more quickly. And I think that's because Naru may effectively serve as like batteries of energy, perhaps specifically for faith and light, obviously. So I think that when mortals get involved, especially due to like environmental frictions, which one might consider mortals to be in the case of Naru, that like their energy gets drained more quickly. Because maybe mortals have such a capacity for wielding faith or something that it drains Naru faster. I don't know. That's kind of how I took it. Corrupted Armor Maduder. I'm gonna be honest, none of these look particularly good to me. That one's... Okay, never mind. That one's pretty good. This is what it's all about. You gotta get these sets. But I don't really care about... I mean, it would look pretty good on a priest. I suppose I should probably unlock this for my priest. I already have a pretty ballin' paladin set. So... I mean, that's pretty cool, dude. That is pretty cool. Let's look at this one again. Man, the helmets of these guys remind me of like the fucking Sea Priest dudes, Nazoth Priest dudes, Shadow or from BFA. The drowned Tide Sage type motherfuckers. This is a pretty nice set for a priest, but I think the Pally set is kind of better. I mean, that's dope. Yeah, I don't feel that way about the priest set, so I'm gonna get the Pally set. Anything new in Lemix? Just some tuning stuff, I think. I just got exalted with the tillers. That took forever. Matt, I never did that back in the day. I never did it either. I think it's one of the... I think it's actually the only rep from that expansion that I didn't do. I even did Order of the Cloud Serpent, which I might redo eventually, just because I want to see if there's anything in there that I missed. Grinding to honor level 10 takes forever. Yeah, this is going to take forever. I feel like it's going to take fucking forever. So I have a timer set. I got to come back in 45 minutes and do it again for half the amount of rep. Will it still be half the amount of rep if I do it on an alt? Surely it will be, right? Shadowlands Renown catch-up was honestly not so bad. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. I think that they ended up doling out way more Renown tokens, and then I think they made it so that they were like 2 each instead. If you just run the raids, you get fucking blasted with it. It's actually sick. In fact, I have to go run Antorus the Burning Throne. Is that true? Do I have to do that? I think that's fake news. I should probably do Sepulchre, though. I'll go do Sepulchre, just to fill my time. I think so, but the alts get dailies as well. Ah, yeah. Yeah, that's enough of a reason to do it. Yeah, so I'll rotate over to my pally. I'm just going to kill the jailer real quick, see if I can get his mount. Or, excuse me, I'm going to kill Zoval. And guys, let me be clear as well. I have sat around and thought about if what we're supposed to be true, what supposed to think is true, excuse me. Wow, that was... What if it was true? So basically what we're told to believe about Zoval is that he got bound with domination, but over time, which does not make sense to me, he slowly loosened the bonds of his domination. I don't really get that, because I would think that over time, the domination becomes stronger and stronger as your will is like withered away. And that he eventually wrested control from the Primus, and then weaponized domination against the rest of the Shadowlands and the Primus. Maybe there's an argument to be made that there's like a Ner'zhul fractal there. And maybe that's kind of similar, but I just have a real hard time believing that. Did the Primus not lose to him on purpose? No, I mean, I think that's what happened. Well, no. No. Well, he lost to him in terms of getting captured, but he wasn't really losing because he wasn't giving up any power. He was just capturing himself. Like, that's kind of what I think happened. He did it on purpose. He basically captured himself. But what we're supposed to believe is that he was captured just because Zoval outsmarted him and outplayed him, and so he lost. And I just don't believe that. I'd love it if you did a lore tour of Sepulchre. I really fucking need to. You know what? Maybe I'll... You know what, dude? Next week. Fuck it. Next week, I'll even go in and record it offline. Next week, we'll do it. Sepulchre, the first one's lore tour, finally. It's been fucking forever. There's no reason not to. Just do it. It needs to fucking happen. Because about fucking 2% of the player base ever even played this goddamn raid. No shit about it. Rygalon alone deserves some love? Dude, I'll sit and talk about Rygalon for fucking 30 minutes. Talking about fucking Rygalon. Bitch ass Rygalon.
You are known to me, champions of Azeroth. You are nothing more than aberrations to be discarded. There is no realm in which you can hide. Realities folding upon realities. Through death will come order.
This is just death-flavored order magic. Like, that's it. Fuck out of my face, bitch.
You suck. So does your mama.
We're gonna be able to solo Dragonflight soon. Hype for that. You're doing that so good, thanks. Don't stop, I'm so close. You're such a freak, dude. Shut up. To be fair, any power winning brings its own order. Oh, it depends on how. Depends on how exactly, because raw power itself may not. But power structures, I think, inherently will. So, like, the power of chaos constructed into an army like the Legion is imposing order. That's kind of what Sargeras's intention is, right? But power by itself, I don't think does that. It's when power gets organized. They scaled up Emerald Dream content to level 80, by the way. What? They want people to experience that. They want people to know that the dream was ordered, bro.
You were forged into a weapon to succeed where all others had failed.
Why does Zoval sound like he has multiple voices in his voice?
Final purpose remains. Annihilate those who oppose me. And
Because he does.
sunder your final tether to
I would agree.
mortality.
The jailer's hold is
Our
strong.
only hope is that Anduin's will proves stronger.
Talk about Sylvanas.
We must help him break free. I cannot fail again.
Damn. That's sad as fuck. You think about Arthas. This has nothing to do with willpower, Sylvanas. You're just making that up with your retcon nonsense.
Your reality ends here. Break!
If you let this fight go long enough, you fight the Lich King. For those who don't know. The Lich King is Arthas actually manifests. You actually fight him.
Darkness consumes.
I'll show you. Fuck it. He's fighting my water elemental.
There is no balance.
There is no balance. Darkness consumes light. Banger song, by the way, too. Great remix.
Kingsborn hungers.
Transform, you baby back, bitch. Oh, I think he has to get to 100 energy, actually.
Break! Darkness consumes light.
It does. It's true.
There is no balance.
Hurry up!
Your end has come.
I'm gonna come. Sorry. Sorry, chat. I think this stuns you if you let it hit you. Or silences you, that's right.
Kingsborn hungers.
I'm hungering. Luther looks sick. Don't forget, guys, this is all retconned.
Darkness consumes light.
None of this is real.
End has come.
I heard it in a video. Trust. I heard it.
Break.
They only kept the good stuff. Which is none of this.
There is no balance.
Hurry up! You twink. Come on. Come on. Summon the Lich King. Here we go. Do it. Do it. Do it. Did I phase him through that? I might have phased him through that, actually. I might have done all this for no reason. I think my cloak... Oh.
Let me go!
The music shifts.
Don't
Jeez.
give up, Anduin. We will not fail you.
He's trying to push Arthas out of the blade.
Your existence was one failure after another, old man. At Anderhall, you failed your kingdom and your prince. Today, you fail not only the boy.
Save yourselves.
All right, if you insist. Oh yeah, you stand in that because he gives you a heal or something.
End this.
God, why is Anduin such a woke soy boy, dude? God, imagine getting dominated. What a bitch.
No balance.
Listen to this fucking cinematic.
Do you not understand? This one is bound to me.
Anduin!
Fulfill your final purpose. Annihilation
You can literally hear the fucking
fate
Primus.
of all who carry my blade.
My blade. Guess who designed the fucking
My
sword?
son.
Guess who designed Frostmourne as well? The
This
Primus.
blade does not belong to darkness. It was forged by valor. And also by honor. Its legacy and ours are with you, even here. Now, let it be finished.
It's a mirror to Sylvanas breaking the helmet. It's a direct mirror to the Shadowlands announcement cinematic.
Arthas. Is this all that remains?
All of the people who were most directly affected by him.
Flicker of his scarred spirit
Uther, Sylvanas, Jaina.
consumed the forges of the jailer.
No crown, no throne, not even a soul left for judgment. I hated you, hunted you, and with each selfish act became you. That is my burden to bear. But your legacy is at an end. Be gone then, Arthas Menethil. May the last whisper of your name fade and be forgotten.
It's pretty good in hindsight, dude. It's pretty good in hindsight, in my opinion, man. I just wish Jaina got to say something there. That's the only thing I don't like about that. I wish she got to say something there. I feel like that would have been fitting. Uther and Sylvanas got all the lines there, which kind of sucks. But yeah, that moment's not about Arthas, you know? It's about the people that he affected. And we're looking at 3 of the people that were most directly scarred by Arthas's actions. So it's really about them and how they can have some closure and move forward, you know? But the question is, if one does exist, when a soul fades away like that, does it just cease to exist? Or does it go to a lower energy plane or state? No? The same thing happens with Zoval. This is a bug. He's not supposed to look like that. I don't think he's supposed to look like that. Yeah. There's people that got all mad. Oh, they should have brought Arthas back. What the fuck are you talking about? No, they shouldn't have. That'd have been fucking terrible. Where does Anima go, I truly wonder? Well, Anima, it appears that flecks of the fragments of souls are like stored in these columns. The Devourers show up and like eat these columns. So they're ordered into these like hexagonal columns, which look like basalt. I think it's basalt, if I'm getting the right word. Formations that you'd have with like volcanoes where like magma rapidly cools. And the most efficient way to spread the energy out is to take the shape of a hexagon. So that's why that happens. So I wonder if this indicates volcanic activity or a hexagonal pattern that is the cosmos is this hexagon type thing. But you can see blue and gold flecks in the rock, and it's obviously got energy in it because, like I said, the Devourers will eat it. So it's got soul energy. But I think this is where a lot of the anima goes. Like, the Shadowlands is strange because the majority of anima is repurposed for things in the Shadowlands, right? So it's like a system that brings energy in, but does not put energy out. And I think that the old Shadowlands, before it was ordered, probably did that. It probably sent energy off to the next plane, which could have been done through the Maw, and it doesn't do that anymore. Instead, the energy that comes in stays in. And that's not how that's supposed to be. I've tended to think those flecks were remnants from using Azeroth to forge the Heart of Eternity in Xerath. It's absolutely possible. I mean, Oribos has some of the same flecks in it too. But I guess my thought is like, if Azeroth's soul can be broken into blue and gold, if Uther's soul can be broken into blue and gold, if Sylvanas' soul can be broken into blue and gold, is there really that much of a difference between them anyways? Like, are all souls able to be broken into those two kinds of fragments like that? So that's why I'm not sure. I wouldn't say that it isn't just Azeroth, but I would question that and think maybe all souls can be broken down in this way. And the majority of the things that you see in the Maw are either blue spectral beings or gold flaming spectral beings. You actually see some of those in Sanctum of Domination, one of the elite packs that you come across. He's like called the Black Flame or something like that. But my argument would be that, like, if Azeroth is the prime soul anyway, then any mortal souls or souls in general that are derivative of that may be comprised of the same fragments or makeup. You know what I mean? Azeroth could be asleep just like Sylvanas was, contending with her own fractured soul. Yes, exactly, Zaxxas. Yeah. Maybe you never heard me say that before, but yes, I do think that Sylvanas was a fractal for Azeroth. She had her soul kind of violently thrust back into herself, like with the sword, but she couldn't awaken. She can't awaken because these two aspects of her soul are conflicting. Yeah, Bane's comment. I didn't even think about that. Maybe she shouldn't wake is very interesting then for the Earth. Yep, for Earth Mother context, that's a really good point. But yeah, I definitely think that it's a fractal where, like, she's fighting this perpetual war within, and until she, like Sylvanas, can find a way to reconcile with those fragments of her soul, she can't wake up. So yeah, that is what I think. I do think Sylvanas Windrunner was one of the biggest fractals for Azeroth that they've shown to date. So yeah. And we're getting our Anshe and Musha lore in The Last Titan. So I'm pretty stoked about that.
We have arrived at the most sacred of places.
And the fact that they're
the very heart of the cosmic pattern.
And so we seem to transcend the sepulcher of the first ones here into another pocket dimension kind of space where all of the forges can be connected together through the Heart of Eternity. And this can be used to rewrite the entire cosmos with whatever power you want to use. Anima's basically broken down power of the soul, and with soul power in a big machine, you can transmute anything. Whatever happened to the Dreadlords after this? Well, Denathrius escapes, and it's supposed that Mal'Ganis and Contessa die and they're gone for good. I kind of have a hard time believing that. I don't ever really trust Dreadlords dying. Especially, least of all, here. So, not truly gone. I don't think so. We'll see, though.
terror shall claim you.
Azeroth is Sylvanas and Arthas is the Primus / Norg? Damn. Actually, I would argue no. Azeroth is Sylvanas, Arthas is Sargeras, and Norg would basically either have the Primus or Norgannon as the Primus in that case. But I think the wielder of the Mournblade may have been involved in how the soul got split in the first place.
After eons,
Just a theory.
victory is within our grasp.
You hate this fight solo? You just kill Contessa. You just focus
Long
Contessa.
last, You cannot escape death. The gloom rises.
How's it going?
What?
Yo, what's up, dude? Big Heron, thank you very much for the it's got more than 7-month resub. Appreciate that.
Oh, not the ending I expected. Oh.
Honestly, making up Contessa when they name drop Deatherrock, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know. The whole female dreadlord thing is not that they can't be, but I don't have any problem with that. But it's like, use Contessa instead? Like, this dreadlord we had no idea existed? I don't know, it's kind of fucking weird. I don't know. LMFAO email? What do you mean? I don't get it. We knew a female dreadlord, did we? Jaina? No, Jaina is not a dreadlord. Jaina's not a fucking dreadlord, chat. Jesus Christ. We didn't know a female dreadlord. That's not fucking, that's bait.
Have a
And I fell for it, dude. See, look, it's literally just ebon steel construct. It's just a metal construct. I misheard you. I thought you said they were sending emails.
To our most resplendent master, I write you today to inform you of some updates on our excursion into the twisting nether. Signed, yours truly, Mal'Ganis.
Just clacking away on a fucking keyboard. Holy shit. Anyway, I think this is just very interesting because this is, for all intents and purposes, this is a Titan Forged. This is like a Titan Forged golem that has just been awakened with energy. That's it. It's a metal suit empowered with magic and energy. It's a fucking Titan Forged. It just has a different skin on it. Is that domination magic? Yes.
To our most wondrous and resplendent master.
Astral particles, by the way. Argus the Unmaker reused things.
Surely just an accident.
This guy.
You are known to me, champions of Azeroth. Your deeds have unbalanced the harmony of the cosmos. For reality to endure, it must be remade. But you are nothing more than aberrations to be discarded.
Sound fucking familiar? Got the map of the cosmos above us, the ordered cosmos. And the fact that a Constellar, which are specifically dispatched by the Titans, proves that the Titans have access to Zereth Mortis. Yeah, he calls us aberrations. It's very Titan language coded. It's the same thing Agrimar says. For millennia, I spent fighting to save your kind from corruption until, at last, my eyes were open to the truth. You are the corruption. You can't win these cosmically calculated battles. Except we do.
All possible outcomes result in your demise.
Sounds a lot like Algalon. Your actions are illogical. All possible outcomes for this encounter have been...
Realities folding
what does he say?
upon
Have been,
realities.
predicted or calculated or whatever.
You fail to see what is coming.
Well, if Blizzard would just
The
show
dealer
us already.
Must be there.
We are coming. What is coming? Probably the fucking all-consuming void. Still someone and something created Alzereth before Titans touched them? I mean, probably. I mean, you gotta think about what Neltharion said in his annotated version of the Old Gods and the Ordering of Azeroth. He says something along the lines of the Titans, the Titans, such hubris, taking credit for that which they did not create but inherited. So almost like there was a first generation of Titans or creator beings like Azeroth, or Argus, and that the Titans are like children of and/or sub-creators of the originals. I mean, think about the naming scheme. Zareth? Give me a fucking break. Is it that hard to connect Azeroth to Zareth? Like, I would also like to point out that there are areas in Azeroth, specifically which pertain to the Old Gods, that have similar architectural styles, at least motifs, like hexagons in their architecture, like on Karaj. The fucking front door is a big hexagon. Something you see quite a lot of in the Sepulchre. So the Old Gods being connected to the first ones too would not be a stretch of the imagination. Where people go wrong with the first ones is they believed all the fucking lies about them instead of following and trying to figure out what the actual truth is. Oh, they were Giga Orderers that came before the Titans. No, you just made that shit up. Like, no. There's 6 of them. No, you have no proof of that. That's just surmised by fucking Farim, who could absolutely be wrong. He doesn't know.
My research.
He doesn't know. We don't know that there isn't, but it's like people just like jump to conclusions about what they're supposed to be, which is why Chronicle directly goes at this topic and premise and basically says like, it's believed that that it's this or that it's that, and it's like, dude, people just see what they just believe. They see what they want to believe rather than finding evidence for it. It seems the Titans are trying to put the whole universe into stasis to keep their inevitable death from happening. It could be to stop their death from happening, or it could be for a completely moral reason. Like, one of my favorite running theories right now is that the Titans may have once had free will, but free will is fickle because it allows us to do not only good things, but it allows us to do bad things. So the Titans, specifically Norganon, may have thought with logically, okay, if we can get rid of the ability to do bad things, then bad things won't happen anymore. There won't be any war. There won't be any conflict. The cosmos will exist in harmony. It'll basically be like perfected. But in order to accomplish this, you have to get rid of free will. So in ordering the cosmos, putting everything into stasis, they basically halt the progression of energy in the cosmos. That's their intention. And by eradicating free will, they get rid of anything that would disrupt it. They basically tried to erase, potentially, this is a theory, they basically tried to erase the ability for people to do bad things. But that in and of itself, like any philosophy taken to the utmost extreme, becomes a bad thing. Because perhaps in their pursuit to do so, they might have, one, expunged their own free will, if they ever had it. And if they didn't, regardless, they have to basically dominate and erase the power for people to choose for themselves. Living things basically become static. So it's a good cause, but the way that they intend to accomplish it is by galactic universal assimilation. They erase anomalies. They erase glitches. They erase the aberrations, discard them, so that they can make the perfect system. Because in the perfect system, there's no more fighting. There's no more war. There's no more bloodshed. There's no more loss. Everything just is. But everything is stagnant. You know what I mean? So that's what makes it, if you want to call it this, that's what makes it evil. In The Matrix, the architect tried to make a perfect world and it utterly failed. I wonder if it also denied free will to its inhabitants. Ultimately, I think that that's one possibility that you could use as a framework for the Titans to like paint them as like they were trying to do good. Because the thing is, a lot of villains, when you really boil it down, a lot of the villains are trying to do a good thing, right? Neltharion's initial actions are him trying to save the dragons, trying to preserve their way of life against, well, even though it's kind of fucked up, you know, against the primal incarnates who did not like what the Titans did to the world, right? So from the perspectives of a lot of these characters, they're not doing the wrong thing. Sylvanas didn't think up until maybe the very end that she was doing the wrong thing. Right? Arthas didn't think he was doing the wrong thing. Sargeras didn't think he was doing the wrong thing. None of them think like that. They all think that they have the right answer. Kill Jaden. The list goes on, right? So the thing is that the Titans are probably the same. Everyone wants to be a hero. Everyone wants to save the world. Just nobody knows how. Nobody has the answer to actually do it. And that's the downside. Everyone except Gul'dan. I mean, even Gul'dan, I can't even necessarily say that I blame him. He's outcast by his clan. Denied by the elements. Oh, they saw darkness in him? Well, that darkness only truly fucking manifested once he was basically abandoned by everyone. By everybody. Is there no one that's cartoon evil, just pure evil? I mean, not really. I think that World of Warcraft's writing is much more nuanced and gray than that. No, there's not really many characters, like, if any, that are just like pure downright evil. Even pieces of shit like fucking, what's his name? The guy that was fucking super racist against orcs and shit. Even for him, there's a perspective and reason why he has that. And none of them are consciously evil. No one is like that. Some villains are purely bad and they know it, but when they know they're bad, they can see what they're doing as necessary evil. I mean, maybe, but the point is none of them are just cartoon villains. Kel'Thuzad? I wouldn't even say Kel'Thuzad. He felt limited by the rules of the Council of the Six. Like, they wanted to stifle the ambition that he had to delve into other sorceries because they didn't approve of it. Xal'atath? No. Xal'atath is not a cartoon fucking mustache-twirling evil villain. Like, no. Guys, this is one of the messages about villains in media, and villains generally. They don't see themselves as villains. That's part of, it's so important to understand that. Because it allows you to grasp the nuance of why they became a villain or what led them down that path. Like, I think that it's frankly, in my opinion, when you have a villain that's just blatantly disregarded as like a cartoon villain, it lacks depth, it lacks nuance, it lacks anything, and it's not interesting. Like, you can have villains that are just downright like evil, but I don't typically find them to be very compelling. So yeah, I think it's deeper than that. At one point, Kel'Thuzad definitely knew better and chose the dark. Anubarak gave him a tour of Nax while he was human. he might be the closest to evil for the sake of it. Power? Sure, but I still don't think that it's... Even if you want to use someone like that as an example, it's not just some rule that you just apply to everyone. Dreadlords? Yes, because following orders makes... Like, dude, you guys, you're just not... You're choosing to not fucking hear what I'm saying. Darkon? Keep listing names, man. I'm gonna have to sit here and argue with you because you don't understand the nuance of the fucking characters? I'm not gonna do this. I'm not sitting... Just so you guys understand, I'm not sitting here trying to justify what they do. I'm trying to get you to acknowledge that they don't consciously view themselves as evil people. That typically evil acts are born of people trying to do what they think is right, not even necessarily in a moral sense, but even if it is through the pursuit of power, because their philosophy is based around the idea that you shouldn't limit yourself in such a way. It doesn't mean I agree with them. It doesn't mean I think their philosophy is good. It's more so that, like, I just think that people have a tendency to kind of be intellectually lazy and not consider why people do things, because it's easier for them to just label them with a label and cast them aside and never think about it again. I don't know, some goblins come pretty close. Gallywix comes to mind. It's formative based on his culture. It's like, again, everyone has the decisions that they can make, but to act like that your past, your culture has nothing to do with it is bullshit. That's bullshit. The Mageocracy of Dalaran absolutely has to do with why Kel'Thuzad behaved the way that he did. Like, and again, it doesn't mean that Kel'Thuzad's right or that he's not a villain. It's just about why people do these things. People focus way too much on what and not enough on why. And that's all I'm trying to say regarding the Titans. It's easy to look at what they have done and be like, wow, that's extremely sketchy. But when you look at it through the perspective of them trying to save the cosmos from conflict, it changes. You can start to see more why they did it. It doesn't mean you agree, but it means that you can at least go, okay, at least that makes sense. Right? They're not just bad because Blizzard wanted to make them bad. That's fucking idiotic. You can empathize without sympathizing. You can analyze without agreeing.
The way is open. Prepare yourselves.
The most compelling villains are always the hero of their own story. Yes, I agree, which is why I don't think that Kel'Thuzad, because he is more along the lines of one of the mustache-twirling villains, I don't think he's that compelling. I don't. I think Kel'Thuzad is boring and extremely tropey. I don't think he's a well-written villain. Sorry, I don't. Because it's not that he doesn't have his perspective or formative experiences that lead him to where he goes. He does. He's just not interesting. I just don't think a villain that's written that way is interesting. Even Garrosh, who I fucking can't stand, I can at least understand why he did what he did. Because of the Orcish culture and his family heritage and feeling abandoned by Thrall and being pushed to the limits of thinking that this was how the Horde was supposed to endure and not taking shit from people anymore. I don't agree with him. But I can see why he's like that. So that's basically it. Again, I guess I should correct myself. There are villains who I guess you could basically say are more like mustache twirling, kind of like, nah, I'm bad because ban. And sure, Kel'Thuzad is probably one of the closest examples or direct examples of such a thing. But again, that's not just because one villain is like that doesn't mean that all the others just lack depth all of a sudden. That's just not the case. And also, everyone who plays through those stories has their own views, which influences how you feel about the characters. Yes, it's very complex, man. It's very complex. Our brains, the way that we behave, nurture versus nature, external influences, perspective is so complicated, dude. And the Titans probably looked at this and went, the only way to stop the conflict between beings of free will is to take it away. It's the only way to solve it. Like, you can't get them all together and be like, you all need to behave. Like, no. You have to, from their perspective, you have to eradicate the source of why they do it. And for the Titans, that is free will. And I don't think that they're wrong. I think that the only way to basically expunge conflict is to get rid of free will. Because as long as free will exists, people will argue. They will have conflict. They will war. Period. The cosmos will perpetually be in conflict as long as people have free will. This is, if you've seen Arcane, it is exactly the same thing. Where the guy in that, who is a good guy, is driven to wild ends based on his philosophy, and his result, his solution to the problem of conflict is getting rid of, erasing conflict and making everyone into a hive mind where no one has true free will anymore and no one's really alive anymore. That's the whole point, is that it's a solution, but not one that's worth pursuing, because life loses its meaning. And that was what this character, who I'm not going to spoil the name of, that's what he comes to basically have to accept, is that the actions, the route he took, did not save the people. It damned them to something far worse. And all he wanted to do was get rid of conflict. And that's how I see the Titans now. Mechanization, removal of free will, complete assimilation, the erasure of free will. I see what you mean about evil villains, but I remember how you first reacted when you were introduced to Fan Daniel, and that's great, but I have a more nuanced take on Fan Daniel now that I'm not looking him in the face for the first time. They make it pretty clear why Fan Daniel behaves the way that he does, and how Amon, as like fragments and reborn versions of Fan Daniel, basically kind of started to go insane. And you think that just because you make yourself immortal or eternal that you're no longer subject to madness? No, it's not the case. That's an anecdotal experience that happened one time in the heat of the moment of a stream. Would Dimensius not be pure evil? Why? Because he's hungry? Because he's inherently an entropic being that's driven by his very nature to devour energy and matter? He's evil for that? No. If anything, Dimensius is one of the least evil things in the entire game. He's just driven by his nature, but based on what he is. Dimensius is almost like a force of nature than a character. I mean, think about it. Dimensius is hardly a fucking character. He's literally an amalgamation of entropy. He like hardly even has a personality. We see lots of animals as food, so are we evil? It's not even, you don't even have to take it to animals, just energy in general. Because we're driven to consume, because we need the energy to survive, that doesn't make us evil. You can argue the morality of eating animals or whatever. I'm not vegan or vegetarian, I'm not gonna get into that. People do, but ultimately you have to consume something, right? So you can't make yourself out to be evil for consuming energy. You have to in order to persist. It's why, yeah, devourers aren't evil either. They've been reduced to their basest of instincts. It's why the void is so primal, because the void at its base level is driven to do what? Consume. Its base directive is hunger, consumption. It's why it behaves the way that it does. That's why void entities do that. So no, I wouldn't say that Dimensius is evil either. I'd say Dimensius is very far from evil. I would argue that nature and nurture are also relevant. I do think that there is a level, especially in fantasy worlds, where nature is inherently impactful, right? It's almost like the genes from your parents. It's a replication that came up with a new fucking being, and whether you like it or not, you are a fucking combination of the genetic code of two fucking individuals, like, and more, right? And combos and combos and combos, right? But at the end of the day, there is a level of nature there. Sure, that's why there are that's why there's such a thing as inheriting traits, right? But there's also nurture, right? So it's both things. It's both things. It's about how you're raised. It's about your formative years, your memories, your experiences, pain that you endure, pain you inflict upon others, pain you inflict upon yourself. So it's yeah, I think that basically what I'm trying to say is that with mortal beings, those with free will and flesh, stuff like that, that it's you're not just like bound to one set of things, but I do think that they're basically both impactful and important. And so if things can get free will, like the Titans or Sargeras or whatever, then they might be able to set themselves free a little bit from their nature. They can use their experiences, their thoughts, the will that is afforded to them to reflect upon their nature and change it. Ultimately, I think the best thing for the Titans would be for them to get free will. But they'll probably war as a result, because that's what happens. Rip Zoval, get shit on. Sorry, I have to rush out of this because, I mean, I could just go on my... I'm gonna just go on my, pally. It says the jailer. Yeah, the prison body that he's fucking stuck in. Literally, domination runes scrawled on his forehead, in his arms, in his chest. Soul bound into a fucking vessel that was already under control. He didn't need a Mournblade to control Zoval because his body was already made into a Mournblade. Anyway. I also have to accept that not every villain, just because I like the media that it's a part of, not every villain is written in a deep, interesting, nuanced way. And again, I would argue that villains like Kel'Thuzad, which are frankly not written in as deep of a manner as those that have, you know, more, you know, make you think about the deeper morality of it, I don't think that those villains are particularly compelling. So, I wouldn't like to see any other Kel'Thuzads, but I also can't deny the existence of characters that are like that. There definitely are some, but I would say the vast majority of WoW characters are not like that.
The Kobus dare to attack our veneration grounds.
And fuck the Kobus.
Make them regret it.
Them bitch-ass Kobus only come out when that goes void and dark. But they definitely command the powers of death.
Taking the field. Get in there, soldier!
Belladar shift in your favor.
Belladar shift in your
Beware
favor.
the shadows. Stay alert. For the Empire.
I support our army with the finest blades.
And then it goes both ways, right?
Mighty adversary is taken.
Even some of the most noble and virtuous heroes of Azeroth, like Uther, have dark sides to them. You know? So it's not as if only the bad guys are afforded the nuance where they can have a good side shown. It goes both ways. Serial killers and psychopaths exist too? Yeah, but because you can throw a label on them like that, you don't have to consider why they behave the way that they do. You just call them that and then it's done, right? So that's just it. You got the whole, you bundled it all up there in one word, didn't you? The truth is that in a lot of ways, people doing that shit is incomprehensible to people who would never commit such an act. So we're reductive about it. But I would like to think that the formative years of people's lives are rather imperative to consider when looking at behavior like that. You don't just start fucking murdering people for no reason. It doesn't mean that it fucking is that it's acceptable, of course, but there's a reason for it. Just getting at their lack of control, I don't understand what that means. Everyone can lack control. Why do I have a bomb? Oh. It's not serial killers and psychopaths that are... you need to like give more context to your words as you say them, right? Because you just kind of say something, but it doesn't extrapolate on what you mean when you say it. Like, so you're saying, I think what you're saying, if I could fill in the blanks here, is that as an example of people that you would perceive as driven essentially wholly by nature, I'm not really sure what you're trying to imply, that they're not in control of their actions, and therefore this is an example of how one's nature affects their behavior as well as nurture. I'm not really sure what you're trying to say. I mean, by arguing that, is there such a thing as good or evil? I guess that I would say, based on widely accepted social interactions, that there are things that people would clearly perceive as good and as evil. There's no way that I'm going to convince you that that's not the case. And it's not that I don't believe that necessarily, but I think that morality, good and evil, is primarily based on perspective. And that it's easy for one side to view the other as evil, and for the other side to feel the exact same way. So I think that good and evil are essentially ascribed to a moral compass, which is not uniform across humanity. And so, is there an objective definition of good and evil for something that is subjective by nature, at least as I perceive it? I don't really think so. But does it mean that you shouldn't strive to do what you think is the right thing? Especially if that right thing means like helping people or trying to like better society, or, you know, in some way. Like, but then again, how do you perceive bettering society? Going around and assassinating healthcare CEOs, or contributing to food drives and volunteering at local homeless shelters? Like, which one is the right thing for you to do? Some people's moral compass thinks that they should do the former, and some thinks that they should do the latter. So again, it's very complicated. Like, there's some people that see corporations donating tens, no, I gotta get figures. Let's say hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars to charity as a good thing, which it does help those charities move forward. That's a great thing, but they're not necessarily doing it out of the goodness of their heart. They're doing it a lot of the times for tax purposes, right? So does that devalue the moral benefit of doing that? I mean, I would argue that it does. I think that if companies wanted to and genuinely cared about things like that, there would be no taxation involved with it. But considering that people stand to gain socially or monetarily from donation, I think that, you know, it's like, it just brings that kind of stuff more into question. If you donate anonymously because you just have the money and you want to help make it better, then that's obviously a positive moral input, right? But like, I don't think that it makes a company good just by doing that. They stand to gain from it. So, our society and culture have commonly agreed upon actions we agree are good and bad. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Thanks so much for that insight. No shit. It's almost like I said that like fucking 60 seconds ago. Jesus Christ. Yes. Like, yeah, it's almost like we shouldn't fucking murder people. Like, we agree that that's something that you shouldn't do. But depending on your moral compass, some people may deserve to die. That's the thing, man. Like, you try to boil it down to something that's just black and white and incomplex, and it's just not that. It's just not like that. It's just not like that. Like, there are people that say that there are women who deserve to be sexually assaulted because they dress provocatively. Even though we should all universally agree that sexually assaulting people is not okay, right? But there's people that justify, based on their moral compasses and their perspectives, certain actions in a more nuanced, or in some cases, blanketed way because of their perspective. It's like if someone like rapes you and beats the fuck out of you and like abuses you for years, let's say an abusive parent who sexually abuses you, and you're finally pushed to the limit one day, and you have concocted in your mind that the only way to escape from this is to kill them, are you evil? Morality is more nuanced than black and white. That's why I'm saying all of this in the first place. Because the Titans, they likely don't see what they're doing as evil, even though we do. That's the whole point that I'm trying to make, is it all comes back to that. Does he read YouTube chat or Twitch? I read both. But there's significantly more, just so you guys know, For every YouTube chat, there's like 7 Twitch chats. So it is much easier for YouTube chats to get lost in you know. This is exactly the question at the heart of the Menendez Bros case. Truly heartbreaking shit, man. And again, I think that because morality is so complex, and because it, frankly, in a lot of cases, I think should be treated on a case-by-case basis with the consideration of the perspective and experiences of the individuals involved, I think that this is why a lot of people try to write it off like it's not complicated. Because it's easier when you don't have to think about it. It's just the case. Path of least resistance. I don't want to have to sit there and consider the alternatives and perspectives and all of that because it's too complicated. Saving any life is a good thing? Okay, so what if someone is diagnosed with terminal cancer and they are suffering and you decide for them that you want to hook them up to a dialysis machine and put them on life support, and they suffer with that pain, but you're still saving a life, is that a good thing? If you don't consider the will of the people involved, is that a good thing? Because the Titans would argue that their design saves lives. But it's not considering the perspective or opinion of the people being saved. I don't think that's always a good thing. I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you. Again, you try to blanket things like that to make it easy to be like, well, that's inherently a good thing. But I don't think it's that simple. I'm not telling you that I don't think you should try to save people. The answer to that would be to cure the cancer in the first place, right? But that's why I'm trying to pose to you a moral dilemma. That's the purpose of the discussion. The straw man would be, for all we know, this man could be cured and live a full, happy life after. But again, it depends on what that person wants. If that person says, no, I'd rather not, and I'd rather just be done with this, there's places in which, if I'm not mistaken, that's illegal. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just, you get into a realm where it's like, when you start choosing for other people, is the morality compass the same? Is it the same anymore? Or are you basically making your own based on what you think is right versus what the involved person thinks is right or wants for themselves? This is very similar to the moral dilemma posed in Expedition 33. Is it worth sustaining a world based on the suffering of another person when you have enough evidence to basically suggest that the lives and memories and experiences of the people that live in the world are real? If I have to live on life support machine for the rest of my life, end me. That's always been my stance. I don't want to spend years waiting to see if the pain will end, if someone can figure out something, etc. And right, that's why you treat this, that's why it has to be treated on a case-by-case basis. We all agree you can't just go out in the street and start harming people, and I think that every single one of us here agree with that, and that's not part of our moral compass, right? I'm not trying to justify senseless acts of violence. That's not the point of what I'm trying to say. People seemingly like to try to take it there because it can easily transition to a gotcha, but that's not. Now, porn, is it moral? Bro's just typing shit. Is porn moral? It depends on who you ask. Like, again. You guys trying to come up with objective answers for something that doesn't have one. Well, in my opinion, it is amoral. It's not moral. Well, that's your opinion. That's your moral compass. There are people who don't agree. I like the question of who's worse. If you want to have to assign someone, the people that make the porn or the people that watch the porn. Can you choose? Does one have to be worse than the other? I don't know. But I've had people in real life tell me that people that do OnlyFans are the scum of the earth. Straight up quote out of their mouth. I support sex workers, dude, who don't. I don't care. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. There is never going to be an objective default answer. It doesn't mean that you can't push for more rights and respect for people who do that stuff. I'm not personally against it. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. I think that there's tremendous sacrifices that you're basically making by doing that. And if you want to do that, then fine. I don't think it's going to land you in hell. I'm not some kind of fucking sycophant, but at the same time, like, you do have to put your body on the internet like that, and anyone can find it, and that is potentially a negative aspect. But if you're willing, if that's fine with you, and that's something you want to do, then fine. I'm not gonna fucking tell you that you're a sinner. Like, it's just not my place. It's not my place. But that's also, you know, not physically harming someone. I think when it comes to physical harm, it becomes much easier to say that something is immoral, excuse me. So, you know, it's like, you can't go out, like, if you're gonna go out and fucking attack people, like, no, you can't do that. But if you're gonna, you know, film yourself having intercourse and put it on, you know, a site, and people are electing to go and interact with that, and it's not physically harming anyone, I don't really see the problem. But then again, you know, if it's porn that's like sexually exploitive of people or harmful, or, you know, some kind of something that's not like completely consensual, obviously that's a problem. So this is why nuance exists, right? But the thing is funny is the person who said that people that make porn are the scum of the earth, I know for a fact watches porn. So I said the same thing back to him. I was like, are you scum of the earth for watching it? I bet you don't see yourself that way, do you? It's kind of funny how that works. The consumer is not immoral, but the producer is? It's interesting. It's very interesting how that double standard exists there. It's cool for you, but not for the people making it? Interesting. Not sure that I understand how you came to that conclusion. Now, if after you fucking watch some prawn and rub one out, if you're feeling ashamed and you regret it, then maybe, you know, maybe you're considering yourself an immoral action to you as well. But to hold yourself to some kind of higher regard because you're not the one making it, but instead consuming it, I think that's a bit hypocritical, frankly. I don't really agree with that. So I'm just one guy, though. This is just my moral compass being placed into words expressed to you. There's people listening that are like, no, porn is completely immoral, and anyone that does it or watches it is a disgusting human being, and that's fine. That's fine. They can think that. And there's nothing I can do about them thinking that, because the only way that I could possibly, like, alter that is by controlling their will, which I have no capacity to do, nor desire. So fuck it. They can think whatever they want. As long as your actions aren't hurting people. That's what it comes down to for most people. The moral compass is fine, but the stopping point is when you're physically harming or forcing other people into doing certain things that they don't consent to. That's when the moral compass typically becomes, you know, what you think and what you do are two different things. You can think about doing something awful, but if you don't do it, then, you know, you haven't done anything wrong. But if you're going to act on those thoughts and you're going to do bad things, then you know. Is watching your Twitch stream ethical? Are we bringing more stress upon your life? Well, I mean, it also pays my bills. So it's just everything is more complicated than some things are not as complicated. Some things are more complicated than others. Another layer of nuance. Everything is not extremely complicated, nor is everything completely simple. But it just, again, lends to the argument that I'm making that we want to try to make things black and white because it makes it easier for us to digest and to make sense of and to reconcile in our brains why people behave certain ways or why we shouldn't have to think about it at all. But ultimately, I just don't think it's that simple. That's why I think second chances, depending on the offense, second chances are worthwhile. Because people can genuinely have a renewed perspective, altered perspective, recognize why what they did was wrong, and make changes, you know? And again, if you're a fucking, you know, there's limits to that. At what point does reform become impossible or, you know, deemed impossible or whatever? So believe it or not, I do think people are able to look at the impact of their actions upon others and decide that maybe they don't want to do that anymore. It's very much a thing. So it's part of the reason why I like redemption stories and stuff, because I think people are capable of redemption outside of a religious sense. I don't think you have to go to fucking church and pray and fucking do all that stuff in order to find redemption. I think redemption is found in reflecting upon your failures and actions that harmed other people, physically, mentally, emotionally, and choosing to not do that anymore. And it's not always easy. Sometimes it's baked into our behavior because of how we grew up, how we were treated, abuse that we went through. It doesn't make it okay. But sometimes there are additional barriers that make it more difficult for people than others. No? So it's not very popular in our current culture. Famous people will get canceled over opinions, not even actions. Well, that's because famous people live lives where they're put in front of a massive audience. And so when you have political opinions that you're gonna put in front of an audience, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of people who don't fucking agree with you. Like, there's nothing wrong with having your own opinions. People might disagree with them, but unfortunately the truth is, and the same goes for being a streamer, is that when you're in a public-facing environment and you put yourself out there like that, you are risking a lot of people not agreeing with you. That's the nature of social front-facing kinds of jobs. Like, and like, I don't know. It's a risk you take. Like, and I do think that like different groups will cancel people for different reasons. There's people that will try to cancel others because they perceive them as woke. There's people that will try to cancel others because they perceive them as anti-woke. Whatever. It's not a one-way street. But when your opinion that is anti-woke is also like, what's the word? I don't know, racist or prejudiced or sexist or transphobic or anything. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's natural that there's, I mean, again, if the general moral compass is geared more towards not harming other people and freedom, then yeah, when you advocate for things that are against that philosophy, you're gonna get people that don't fucking like that. Especially when you're an actor and you work in a field that has a lot of queer people, a lot of people that are quote unquote woke, right? So you're a person in that sphere and you come out supporting things that are perhaps antithetical to the thing that you're a part of. Yeah, you're gonna get people who don't want to work with you anymore. Shocker. Like, what the fuck? And for those, if you don't realize this, a lot of people who work in the entertainment industry would be in a lot of ways more like liberal or progressive in values. You know, a little bit more fluid, a little bit more expressive, perhaps emotional, right? So, you know, if you're gonna be someone in that situation and you come out and all of a sudden you're kind of in opposition to the other people that are part of that kind of culture, like, yeah, you probably shouldn't be that surprised. Would you consider someone who's bullied people for years while being told to stop worthy of a second chance? Not trying to gotcha, just interested where people would draw the line? Yeah, I mean, I think that if you can, if you can show, and it's not your responsibility. Let me make that very clear. It's no one's responsibility to fix these people or steer them in the right direction. But if you want things to improve, you might have to do things that you don't want to do, right? So I had a bully in high school that was a lot bigger than me, and he thought it was funny to just kind of put me in headlocks all the time. And he thought it was funny, he thought it was cool, and he did it for a while. And one time, I went to him in the hallway, and I said, yo, can I talk to you for a second? And we went over into this little side hallway, and I said, look, man, what you do to me is fucked up, man, and it really bothers me, and it makes me not want to fucking come to school. It legitimately makes me feel terrible, and it makes me scared to come to school. And I really wish that you would stop. And I wasn't sure if that was gonna work or not, but it did. And he stopped. Now that's not gonna work with everybody, but sometimes you have to kind of lay it on the table and like let them know how they've really made you feel. Because what a lot of bullies do is they put up walls so that they don't have to really be receptive to how their actions actually affect other people. So when you can kind of catch them in a situation where they're not appealing to the social acceptance of other people around them through their shitty actions, and you can get them to understand what their actions are actually doing and how they affect you, that can have an impact on people. That can get them to stop. So I mean, yeah, sometimes I do think that people deserve second chances. Now, if you're going to put it out there for someone and be vulnerable and tell them genuinely how what they're doing is negatively affecting you, and that doesn't change their mind, then, well, they've been given their fucking second chance. And maybe an ass beating is all that's left for them. I don't know. But it's, again, it depends on the situation, as all of these hypotheticals do. Depends on the person, depends on what they're doing to you, depends on your method of trying to address it. Is that a good thing? Opinions are not actions themselves. I think everybody might have opinions that are not popular, and I agree with you. But everyone also, so there are people who know when they should not say their opinion out loud. That's the thing that you have to understand. Like, I have opinions about things that I'm sure that you guys would disagree with. But I'm also not throwing them out there all the time because I'm not trying to start conflict. I'm not interested in that. Like, it's just social awareness. Like, do you have the social awareness to recognize when your opinion is not welcome? You can have a different opinion. Do you have to say it out loud? Or are there going to be people who are not so keen on that when you do it? And if you're not willing to accept the criticism of those people when you do it, then you probably shouldn't say it. You know what I mean? And yes, actions are different than opinions. But I don't think there's any denying, and maybe there is, but when someone has an opinion like that, I don't think it's as much of a stretch of the imagination for people to think, wow, if they hold those opinions, they might support power structures that are not so friendly to what I do. It might not be in the best interest of people around you. It might not behoove them in any way. It may be prudent of them to distance themselves from you. Because we don't have to agree with everyone. This is the thing. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but you're not entitled to people agreeing with that opinion. You're not entitled to people having to, like, suck up to you or not argue with you. That's just not the case. This is why conflict happens. This might sound odd, but I became a friend with my bully despite him bullying me for years. Sometimes that's what bullies need, is an actual friend. Because a lot of people that are friends with bullies are only doing it so that they don't get bullied. Sometimes what someone needs is an actual friend. And I'm of the opinion that bullies are typically, they were bullied. They saw that behavior and either thought that it was the correct way to act or they themselves endured it. And so in some way, their method of coping with it is by inflicting it on other people. And a lot of that, yes, Aliho, a lot of that comes from home. I was bullied by my own stepdad. A lot. He'd make fun of me for the size of jeans that I wore. He'd call me a fag for trying to give him a fucking high five, dude. You know what I mean? That's what some people are going through. You know? And you don't know that. You don't know that that's what's happening. So, you gotta understand that. A lot of these people that bully and do this stuff, they come from not healthy homes. Not healthy at all. So I'm glad, and look, I had some bullying tendencies when I was in like middle school, but I got punished for them, and I had to face the people that I said and did some of those things to, and it changed me. Yikes with the F-bomb drop? Why? That's what he said. Like, it's the word. I'm not gonna shy away from it. That's what he said. The impact of the word is the point. It hurt me when he said that. Oh my God, I can't believe you say that. Guys, you can't erase the word, so don't try. It's not like I'm calling someone that in a derogatory manner. I'm directly extrapolating on what my experience was. and how that was impactful and not a fucking nice thing to say to somebody. If you can't even say words in an objective, like, analytical manner, then, like, you have to get why he wasn't sanitizing his experience. Yes. The impact of the word matters. I understand that. It's pragmatic. I feel like people get very offended nowadays over opinions, and they want to cancel you, insult you, censor you. Not necessarily evil opinion, but just uninformed. Maybe, but if you're not personally experiencing that, then I don't really know what you're saying. Like, you're trying to use people that put themselves in the spotlight as like the rule. I feel you don't need to explain this. It was a story, not you using it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't give a fuck if that person's offended by the fact that I used the word just now. I don't give a fuck. The point is that, like, bullying can come from the people that are never supposed to do that to you. People that are supposed to protect you, like your parents. Guys, I know that you'd like to have a world where you can cover everything up and not have to face the truth of it, but these bad, nasty words exist. These bad, nasty experiences, they're real, okay? So just like trying to cover it up and sweep it under the rug like it's not is not gonna change it. The sooner you accept that, maybe the sooner you can actually fucking do something about it. Now, if I was like saying in my chat, this guy's a F slur, that's completely fucking different. That's insane. Like, I'm not, like, no. What is this, a kick stream? It's understandable expressing himself by using that word to convey the impact of the situation. However, people have specific lived experiences where certain words can bring up those experiences and are hurtful. Yeah, further illustrating the impact of the word. Guys, let me make this clear. I am not here to sanitize myself just in case you have some kind of trigger. Okay? I cannot do that.
As always.
I literally cannot do that. I cannot perfectly say everything to where it doesn't hurt your feelings. That's just not possible. So I'm sorry. Like the guy who just told us the story being subjected to it, if anything, it should help you relate to how, like, hurtful that can be and understand why it was impactful to hear that from my own parent. Agreed. It would be on me to manage my triggers, not for everyone else. Now, does it mean that you should just never... Again, if you know that something is going to trigger some... This is why Twitch is not a good place for, like, deep social interaction, because I don't know anything about most of you. I don't know anything about you. I don't know if you're men, women, non-binary, gay, straight. I have no idea. Besides Terrell, that guy's gayer than a rainbow. We have a joke, okay? That's not... Pyro's fucking homophobic. Relax. Anyway, I don't know anything about you, right? So if you, again, I would always advocate if I knew that saying a certain thing around someone was going to really bother them, and especially if they had been like, hey, that really bothers me, can you just try not to do that? And especially if they're like a friend, absolutely, no problem. I'm never gonna intentionally do that. But in a situation like this, the only way not to ever offend anybody is to just never say anything of meaning ever. And that's obviously hyperbole, but I don't know what's gonna trigger you. I don't know what's gonna bother you. So I'm sorry that my use of the F word in that story to illustrate the impact of it bothered you. But to be like, yikes at the F slur drop, bro, if you can't be pragmatic and objective about things, Twitch is not you shouldn't be on Twitch. If you can't hear someone like me use it in that manner, you should not be on the internet. Because you might be a little bit too sensitive to that kind of thing. It's not a friendly place. People are going to throw that around in the worst ways. You know what I mean? So again, yeah. Bullying often happens from the home, and to get back to that point, a lot of people who do bullying are bullied before that. And this is where nurture comes into play. I don't think that most people, if any really, are born bullies. I don't think that. I think bullies are made. And this is exactly why navigating public spaces can be difficult. Exactly. You don't know other people's lived experiences, which is why the whole, oh, they try to cancel you, this and that. Bro, is someone trying to cancel you? Did you say some shit where someone's trying to cancel you? Or are you just looking at the broader spectrum of culture through movie stars and singers and thinking that that is just how everyone's experience is? Is that what you think? Because what I'm basically trying to advocate for is the perspective that, like, that's an extreme example typically because they are public-facing entities, which you are not. You can go on your Facebook and type some transphobic ass shit, and you're not gonna get widely canceled on a massive cultural level because of your actions. You're not. You might get people around you and your family or friends who look at that and go, ugh, maybe you shouldn't have said that. But the fact of the matter is, you're not fucking Will Smith or whoever, right? You're not public facing like that. You might have a hard time getting a job though. Well, I don't know what to say. You know, don't say things that are hurtful and harmful literally outside of anything other than a private fucking setting. Like, and people aren't gonna, I just don't know what to say. Like, you know that it is not widely socially acceptable to say hurtful things like that. So if you do it, there is likely going to be a repercussion. Again, no one is policing your opinions. You can have whatever opinion you want. People will police where and when and why you choose to say it. No one knows what is happening in here until it comes out of here. If you can't recognize that what comes out of here is going to potentially be impactful to other people, like I didn't realize that me saying that word was going to trigger someone in chat because I don't have the perspective or thought process that, like, it's offensive when used in that context. You know what I mean? And I'm pretty sure that person hasn't said shit since they said that, so they probably just left. Yeah, they did. They left. Bye. Hate to say it, but I'd rather not have someone who is like that watching the stream. Fine. Kind of like the 14 community being very woke, and then you say some very anti-woke things and act surprised when you start getting hate. Yeah. I gotta be honest, that's an extremely babying mentality. If you can't be an adult and realize the world is cruel and try to navigate it, life can literally not be lived without suffering. I agree with you, but again, it's all about context and nuance, and those of you with a functioning fucking brain, which is pretty much all of you I'd like to imagine, are able to recognize that the way that I just used that word was not with any type of ill will, derogatory type of, it wasn't like that. And you can recognize that. There are some people out there who cannot do that. Clearly, they just hear the word in any context and they can't handle it. And I'm sorry, but like that's rough. That's rough. So anyway, yeah. I feel like I just ranted a lot there over that. It's just like, come on, man. The fuck are we doing? Talking about here. There are so many people who intentionally say, I won't use their pronouns for no reason. And I'm like, how would you feel if I started calling you she or her? Bro, a lot of this comes from fucking anti-intellectual morons who don't realize that they're already being referred to with pronouns already. They think that pronouns are some kind of trans invention. Like, what the fuck? It's like, bro, you go by pronouns already, you dumb fuck. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Huh, fuck pronouns. Okay, so I shouldn't call you he and him anymore? Is that what you're saying? Fucking idiot. It's like, again, it's like, it's like someone, I don't know, dude. There's some people, I don't know. Can't use me or I either. Yeah, you can't, yeah. You can't use words that identify people and beings. You can't use they, them, their. Can't use any of that. Their pronouns are dumb / fuck. Dude, I love that. There was no malice in it. I'm glad that you guys recognize that. I would never call someone, like, I would never call one of you guys that. I would never, like, it's just, come on, man. Words, some words hurt. That is the point. They don't really have a problem with pronouns. They just use it as a convenient excuse to express their fear of people that are different. Well, it's like we've seen from posts from EVA14 streamer. You know, as we've seen before, you know, I'm not transphobic for saying that men shouldn't compete in women's sports. I'm not transphobic for believing in two genders. Like, dude, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. So you don't think that completely dismissing the existence of trans people by calling them men or whatever is transphobic? You don't get that? Like, it's like, dude, you're such a fucking idiot. It's like saying that you're not homophobic because you don't think being gay is a thing. It's just a, you know, it's a disease. Being homosexual is not real. It's just a disease that you have. So it's not, you're not homophobic. I'm not homophobic for saying that. Like, what? People are just fucking stupid. Whatever. Let's not get on the let's not get deep into the trans debate. The thing about going into certain groups and expecting to not be received in a certain way happened to me in the Pyro Discord, leading to my ban a year ago. I don't expect forgiveness, but wanted to apologize and realize my shitty behavior. I continue support for you, Pyro, regardless if you want me as a member of your community or not. Great stream as always. I appreciate that, Cameron, but I have no idea who you are. I don't know who you are, why you got banned. I have no fucking idea. If you want a resolution to that, message one of the mods. I have no idea what you're talking about. Kaizen, I know. It's not, yeah. You make a fair point. I don't think, well, thank you for saying that. I don't subject myself to the same repercussions as you if I voice an unpopular opinion. Let me ask you then, as someone who exists in a more public space, do you need to tiptoe more with your opinions and statements because people get offended easier? No. I don't need to tiptoe with my opinions and statements because people get offended easier. I have to tiptoe with my opinions and statements sometimes because I know that they're offensive. Do you see the difference there? I'm not putting the onus on the people. Excuse me, I just spit food. That was disgusting. The people getting offended. I'm putting the onus on me and recognizing that if I say it, it can definitely be perceived as offensive. It's not just everyone else gets triggered too easily, so, oh, everyone's just a little baby. No. You take responsibility for the words that you say. right? So if I have a feeling that me saying some shit is going to trigger the fuck out of you, unless my intention is to do that, I'm not going to say it. Why would I say that? Why? Why embroil myself in conflict that doesn't need to exist? I already know that you don't agree. I already know that it will bother you. Why do I need to say it? I don't. I'm choosing conflict. And then what? I'm gonna be like, why are you so offended? Bro, you know why they're offended. You know why they're offended. You know it's offensive. You know it's an offensive thing to say. Perhaps, Queen. Same reason the grifters do. Attention. Any and all attention. There's also a massive difference between something being offensive and something being hurtful. I think now we're kind of arguing semantics. Like, I don't give a fuck if someone's offended. I think for me, it depends on what they're offended about. This is where perspective and lived experience gets tricky. Because some of us will find things, we will have preconceptions about how offensive something is before we say it, and more than other people. Right? And I don't know if it's willful ignorance or what it is, but you will always be able to form the argument that, well, I don't think it's offensive. Well, things being offensive are subjective by nature. So that's not really how it works. Your anecdotal perspective of whether or not it's offensive is not necessarily accurate to what other people think. I just think that sometimes, man, we give people in social settings way too much grace in terms of, oh, they just didn't know. Bro, come on. I know that sometimes people are dumb, but they're not that fucking dumb. I believe that most of the time when someone is saying something hurtful or offensive, that they are aware of the case. They know that. But sometimes they do not. And again, I think that if you just say to someone, yo, it's kind of fucked up, you shouldn't say that, and they're like, okay, quit being a soy little cuck, that's obviously I gotta stop talking with food in my mouth. That's obviously different from them being like, oh shit, my bad. I didn't mean anything by it. I didn't mean offense by that. A lot of times, deducing whether or not someone intended to be offensive is done in the response. Because sometimes people do say some shit and they're like, they didn't think it was gonna be offensive. It was not their intention, right? So you tell them like, yo, that kind of, you shouldn't say that, or that kind of hurt, you know, kind of fucked up to say that or whatever. And they go, oh, my bad. That's a lot different. It shows someone who's willing to realize how their statements may have impacted someone, and realize like, oh, okay, maybe at least in the around this, like you're trying to develop a sense of why it's offensive, or at least acknowledge that it's bothering someone. You know what I mean? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Sometimes you get it wrong. Sometimes you read the room wrong. It's when people double down on it and they're like, well, that's not offensive. That's when it's a problem. It's like, well, maybe not to you, but to other people it is. And that's where lived experiences come in, you know? And some people quadruple down. Yeah, and I don't get why. I don't really understand why. I don't know where that comes from. I don't know. Where the fuck am I going, dude? I keep thinking that this building is the core way, bro. It's a fucking problem. Again, I think a lot of it comes down to intent. If someone is intending to be offensive, it's usually not that hard to figure it out. They're usually incendiary, inflammatory in some kind of way after the fact. They double down. They tell you that you shouldn't be offended or whatever. Like, it's that kind of shit. It's like, okay, I can tell you're just being a fucking asshole. But there's genuinely times where people get it wrong. They don't read the room, or, you know, something along those lines. It also is possible that people have things taken out of context. I feel like we saw that happen fucking 10 minutes ago. where their intention is not to be hurtful or derogatory, but more so to illustrate the impact it had on them by using the actual words in hand. Now, let me be clear about this. There are some words that I will not say, even in the context of an objective explanation. There are some words I will not say, but in the case of that, like, I mean, it genuinely affected me. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget when he did that, because it made me kind of see him through a different lens of like, what the fuck is that? Like, you don't believe in camaraderie? Like, you don't believe in high fives? Like, what the fuck is that? You don't believe in like teamwork? Like, we were playing a video game and we like beat this level that we were struggling with playing co-op. It was like Gears of War. So I don't remember what it was. And I was like, fuck yeah. And I turned up, I went like that. And he just says like, high fives are for, and I'm like, dude, and I just put my hand, I'm like fucking 13 years old. Like, what? Give me a high five, bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck? Man-child ass fucking idiot. What the fuck is that? So yeah, ever since then, I haven't thought very highly of him in that sense, or really at all since then. You know, and there's other things too, but it's just an example of like how bullying can start in the home. To come back to the original conversation. I like Dornagal more than DF City, but I ain't gonna miss this place. I like Dorn. I like Dorn a lot. I think it's very flavorful. I enjoy it. Pyro didn't direct the word in any negative way towards anyone. The person trying to police his word usage needs to grow up. Live in your protective bubble. The rest of us will live in the real world. Sure. And again, I think that can easily lead into like, I can just say offensive shit whenever I want. But I think I've made it pretty clear that that's not the intent. I'm not sitting here trying to justify a common, a normalized use of the F slur. That is not the point. At all. And I think that you guys understand that. I was born in 95, baby. I already know what it's like to live in a time where that word is just thrown around by whomever, whenever. I know people that still do. Anyway. Yeah, bro, I say retard way too much. Yeah, I gotta stop saying that. It's a hard one, man. It's a fucking hard one for me. That's a hard one. It shouldn't be. It is a gamer word, bro. It is a fucking gamer word. But I've met people that like genuinely didn't like it, and they told me, and I never said it around them because it would really bother them. I never would say it around them. And that's the thing. It's 2000s gamer language 100%. My brother's a special ed teacher. He asked me to stop saying it. Yeah, you just got to realize the impact it has on people who it is used against as a slur. I think it's easy to like downplay the impact of words when they're not inherently offensive to you. You know what I mean? Like, it's easier to understand how the N-word is more offensive when you're black. I mean, it shouldn't be a mystery. Everyone should be able to figure it out, but you get what I'm saying. Like, when it's literally offensive to the person that you are, I think it's, you know. Or if you're, like, working around, you know, just being involved, right? We live in these little fucking bubbles. Where it's like, oh, well, my friends say it. Well, all your friends are white, so. Also, the F slur is just type of food in England. Ah, well, that's not fair. You have to apply the social context. You can't ignore that. Here in America, it's pretty explicitly used as a homophobic slur. We all know that. You can't be like, oh, well, it's a cigarette. No. That's not why people say it here. That's not why people say it here. But one thing that did get me that was interesting culturally is this. Throwing up the deuces. Deuce. Peace. Apparently that's like flipping people off in the UK. I didn't know that. So in all my old videos, I'd be like, peace. And I'd get comments, people like, you know, in the UK, you're flipping us the bird, right? I was like, no, I did not know that. Does not help that autistic friends call each other that. At least my friends do for kicks when acting dumb. Right, but I think the general rule is that when you exist in the group of individuals that a slur is used against derogatorily, you have full freedom to use the word. It's why black people say the N-word, and why white people are not supposed to. They can say it, we cannot. Like, that's just how it works. That's just how it works. You know, take back the power of the word, or whatever the premise of it is. Like, everyone knows that. I've never seen that here. What do you mean? Who told you? Who told you what? Yeah, that's what I heard from some people, that this is doing that. It's like this. I love the IRL lore on the two-fingered salute too. I'm not familiar with that one. I just watched the South Park Harley episode last night where they used that word. Reminds me of this convo. Isn't it weird that we say N-word, R-word, F-word as if these words didn't exist in a context? He called me instead of saying actual word. Is it wrong to say full word in an explanatory context? Well, I think that's kind of what I'm going for in the moments from 15 minutes ago. Was, I still think that if you, look, guys, okay? In an objective, pragmatic argument in private, would I be willing to say the full N-word in order to make a point of its impact, you know, again, pragmatically, not meant in an offensive way or something along those lines? Yes. Would I do that on my stream? No. No. Because I'm not a fucking idiot. Like, no. Know your audience. You gotta know the audience, right? So again, the other slur I was willing to use, I don't know why, I probably shouldn't treat one over the other, but I think that there is a social perception that one is worse than the other. Maybe because the whole slavery thing, you know? But yeah, context matters. It's like, and I feel like I learned this and maybe I'm, you know, misinterpreting this, but I learned this, I feel like, in elementary school. At one point, I got sent to the office for saying some bad words. I don't remember what, I think it was fuck, probably bitch, which I should not have been saying as a fucking elementary school student. And I got sent to the office, and the principal was like, what did you say that got you in trouble? And I said, well, the F word and the B word. And he goes, no. What did you say? What's the word? And he made me say it out loud. And I remember how uncomfortable that made me, because in the context of that situation, it felt wrong, right? Which is how it should feel most of the time, right? Depending on your moral, I don't know. I'm not against use of words like fuck. I think that there are words that have like misogynistic roots in them for sure. Bitch is probably one of them, yes. But I think, you know, it just kind of like made me think like, there is like an objectivity to it where if you're not even willing to, like, how do I put this? I feel like the lesson I was supposed to take from that was if you're not willing to say it in the context of an inoffensive way, then why would you say it outside of that? Like, if I'm asking you to just say the words in order to objectively define those words, and you're uncomfortable with that, why are you comfortable saying it outside of this context? And so I don't know if that really relates to the discussion at hand, but it's more so, I guess I was trying to use it as like a, I don't know what I was trying to say there. I was trying to tie that back to like using words in an objective manner. I guess as an adult, in some cases, I'm more comfortable using a word in an objective manner, not to insult someone, than I am to use it in an insulting manner, and especially against someone who the word is specifically applied to. Does that make sense? I don't know. I swear a lot. Some people fucking hate it. But I think that there's almost like a, I think that in a situation where you're trying to get across the impact of a word, that it is, and you're not saying it in a derogatory manner with the intent to offend someone directly, I think that there is of value to not sanitizing what happened. You know what I mean? Is it absolutely necessary? Probably not. I think that you can get the point across either way. Could I have gotten the point across by not actually saying the word? I think so. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I just don't think it's... I'm probably overcomplicating the fuck out of this. I just think that... you know, if the intent and context is not to offend someone and it's not being used derogatorily against someone, I don't see it as bad as if you were using it in that way. Tinfoil. Language restrictions are implemented by the elites to create division between the pheasants. I think what you mean to say is peasants. So they fight each other instead of the hyper rich. I think that their socioeconomic inequality already does that. I don't think language has to be used for that, but I get where you're coming from. Anyway, I think I've talked about this enough. I'm probably digging myself a hole with someone who's sitting here like, wow, do you hear this fucking guy? You fucking hear this guy trying to justify having said that word? Like, Jesus Christ. So I just gotta stop. The two-finger salute's basically a result of archers during the wars between England and France. Archers that were caught would have one of their main fingers cut off so they couldn't shoot any longer, giving two fingers up salutes to the opposing armies to show they still had both their fingers. Gotcha. So it's kind of like a fuck you. I've clipped you 10x this convo. You're canceled, buddy. Again, I know you're joking, but I think I've made my point rather clear that I don't advocate for intentionally offensive, derogatory use of language like that, and that using it in a more objective, analytical, pragmatic manner, or to convey the severity of its use in the context of a situation that impacted you as a person is significantly different fucking things. It's just... yeah. You're done, bucko. How justifies his use of the F slur while spitting eggs at us, bro? I have to be honest, like, there is a level of, like, there is a slight level of anxiety that accompanies this type of conversation. I mean, unfortunately, I think that there is also some truth to what, Sternesto said. I don't think that people getting offended is just because people get offended more easily. But are there people who are maybe a little too easily offended? Perhaps. Perhaps, maybe like that person that was in the chat. I would argue that they got a little bit too offended too quickly, but that's also just my opinion. Right, so there is always a level of anxiety as someone who, everything I say when I'm streaming is recorded and clippable, that, yeah, that what I say will be taken out of context. And it has before. It has. So, yeah, there definitely is an anxiety to that, and, you know, if I didn't want to ever have to face that anxiety, then yes, I would have to completely sanitize and basically censor everything that I say. But I also understand that. I understand that risk. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, well, I didn't know. You know, that's just, it's part of the way that it works. If I was gonna say it in a private context of a conversation with friends, would I have that anxiety? No, I wouldn't. But when it gets taken and blown up and put on the internet, that's a different situation. But again, this would also be a situation where if that ever occurred, I would have no problem throwing out there like, hey, no, this is my perspective on this. This is how the intention of my speech is, what the purpose of it is. And like, you know, I don't think it would be hard for me to defend the point that like, I'm not homophobic. Like, I just don't think that there needs to be much convincing. Like, I'm pretty fucking outwardly, like, you know, pro personal freedoms in pretty much all aspects. Like, that's not something I need to convince you guys of, you know? That's pretty much always been the stance. It's my first time on the stream. I wanted to have it on background, but now I'm watching it because I need full attention to process what you say. Thanks. I think that's a compliment to my intelligence. I think. But either way, I'm glad that you find it interesting. There's some solid evidence on YouTube. You can look up that Pyro is an ally. Yeah. Yeah. I don't have to. And you know what? Again, it wasn't always like that. Remember? There was a time where I did not understand trans people's perspective at all. I didn't get it. I didn't get it. And the way that I spoke about it illustrated that. Was I transphobic? No. My intent was not to be offensive or phobic about it or anything like that. I just didn't understand it. And so I made some remarks on Twitter and people were like, wow, that's pretty transphobic. You clearly don't know what you're talking about. And I was like, yo, instead of being like, hey, fuck you, fucking fucker, and like doubling down, I was like, okay, yo, hold up. My bad. I don't understand it. Can you help me with this? Because I did not mean it the way that you're taking it. And I obviously said the wrong thing. So can you help me understand your perspective? And they did. And it was from that moment where I realized like, like sometimes it's okay to get things wrong and to be wrong, as long as you provide yourself the opportunity to learn and give other people the chance to help you. Like, wow, what a concept. You don't have to just continue to be ignorant all the time. What a fucking concept. What a crazy thing. So that's the thing. Too bad I'm never wrong. Yeah, well, I know some streamers who genuinely think that. I'd like to say this has been a rather constructive rant and discussion. Good. I'm glad. Said it before and I'll say it again. Soymancer. Shut up, dude. I'm going to take you out back and... maybe I keep those jokes for private, dude. Maybe I keep those... Kiss you right in the mouth. That's what I'm going to do. Take you in the alleyway and kiss you right in the fucking mouth. Shut the fuck up, Taro. Sometimes I feel that people become the best allies, started off being the other side of the fence, and then did their research and changed opinions. Sure. As a 34-year-old adult, it still bothers me that people can't just be okay with complete strangers living their lives the way they want to. Like, genuinely, how does it affect you? Because propagandized fucking arguments pop up like, oh, it's endangering the women, or it's ruining sports, and like you will always see that. You will always see it because that's what they do. Oh, Mexicans took our gerbs. It happens every single time. It's not just Mexicans, it's not just trans people, it's not just black people. Well, statistically, you hear that a lot when you hear people argue against like black people, or when you hear anti-Semitic remarks and stuff. It's like, oh god, dude, don't get me started on this shit. People will always propagandize things in order to make it out to be that it's logical or understandable. Like, dude, no, just shut the fuck up. Don't get me started. It's ruining college sports. Except it isn't, dude. Shut the fuck up. I saw a post the other day of Twitter of some trans woman who competed in fucking weightlifting or whatever, and she won the fucking thing, and people are like, whoa, wonder why? Meanwhile, everyone on the podium around her standing there fucking smiling. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. God damn. Stop fucking fighting. Stop trying to, like, make battles for people where they don't give a fuck. Shut up. I don't know, dude. I don't want to get into it. That's one of those things that, like, yeah, to it. It's like, all these records being broken by trans. You know, I read the other day that there was a community college in rural New York where a trans person beat a record. Like, dude, what? Like, oh, this poor woman who was beat by a trans person in sports, even though the trans person didn't get first place, they got fourth. And so this person got fifth. Oh god, like, dude, what? Like, you try to make it out to be like they're dominating the sport and like they're not even coming in first place. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Sorry, I gotta stop, dude. The trans sports argument gets me riled up, dude. Because frankly, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say about it, I think a lot of the arguments formulated against it, although I do think some are reasonable, I think that a lot of them that are formulated against it are inherently misogynistic and built in some kind of way where like women are lesser and have to be protected by the strong men. And I think that's inherently one of the problems with the argument. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up. Seal of Cosmic Embrace. That's an interesting piece of loot. The rich always try and blame minorities for all the issues wrong with society. There's only one war, the class war. Bro, the class war is the most prominent thing. Wealth inequality is a fucking huge problem. We have people who went and served for our country, who have fucking PTSD and have an extremely hard time fucking reincorporating themselves, reintegrating back into normal life. They have this terribly underfunded VA program that takes horrible fucking care of them. It's underfunded, it's understaffed. These people have literally gone to war and fucking, in some cases, sacrificed things that we can't even fucking comprehend, and we just treat them like fucking dirt, dude. And people want to blame fucking immigrants for that. Like, what? I'm sorry, I gotta stop this conversation. I'm gonna rant, dude. I'm gonna rant. I'm already ranting, I'm gonna rant hard, man. We don't want this. Maybe you want it, but I don't want it. Holy fuck, dude. I've done 3 more sets of dailies and I haven't even got to level 3 yet. This is fucking painful. If I knew I had to max rep with these guys, I'd have sorted out months ago. Well, there you go, bro. A lot. A lot. Wasn't it proven she was a man and faked it? I think they took his prize and banned him from competing. But that's not the norm, though. I don't know, Tag. Maybe if you're gonna make that type of accusation, then maybe you should source that. Don't you think? Don't you think? An Instagram reel. This looks promising. I mean, do you see the comments on what you just linked me, dog? Do you see what this actually says? Update 11/25/25. The governing body claimed they did not know that the crowned winner was a biological man. So the context that you formed this argument is already not the context that I'm reading it in. They stripped him of his title and gave it to the rightful winner. Congratulations, Andrea. This is happening in every women's sport. Swimming, track, boxing, cycling, weightlifting, female records broken, podiums stolen, dreams crushed. No more silence. Women's categories exist for women. Say it, post it, share it. Like, you have to read this shit, dude. You have to read this. Because what you just linked me is literally a propaganda post that has nothing to do with whether or not this person identifies as a trans individual or identifies as a woman. All the post is saying is that they're a biological man. That's it. This is what people don't understand. That, like, in doing this, you're completely, I'm not saying you, but the post and the message behind it is completely disregarding the existence of trans people. That's what this shit does. They try to make it out to be like they just don't exist and that it's a mental illness. The same way that they did with gay people. The same reason they shocked women's brains because of PMS. Like, the same reason why they do with autistic people or why they lobotomized people. It's the same thing. Disregard it, make it out like it doesn't exist. It's some kind of aberration that is harmful to everyone somehow. And solve it with fucking insane measures. So everything they're doing to trans people is right out of the same playbook they used against gay people. And I'm sorry, but it's not that divergent from the same playbook they used against black people, and they used against women, and Nazi Germany used against Jews, and the same thing that people often do with immigrants, even if they are of the illegal variety. God damn. But the problem is that the system as it currently exists can't even guarantee that the fucking immigrants that it is deporting are here illegally. let's get rid of birthright citizenship next. Like, what? Sorry, dude. Man, you guys, I always get on political rants when I play World of Warcraft. I can play Cyberpunk for 6 hours and not politically rant, but when I play World of Warcraft, I fucking political rant. Fuck. Cyberpunk does the ranting for you? True. Are there political messages in WoW? No, not one. WoW is strictly apolitical, and there's no underlying political messages whatsoever, unless you have a shred of media literacy. Then yes, they're everywhere, but you knew that. Because the WoW grind makes a lot of free time for debating. Yo, true. True. Like, at the risk of spoiling The Last Titan, how the elite exploit us and destroy anyone who stands up to them? Yes, the Titans are supposed to be the representation of the quote-unquote system. The Titans are literally the system. Literally. People don't seem to get that. And the more that I get involved with and study different, like, political leanings, the more I realize that even some of them, like socialism and shit, still just prop up the same power structures that keep people enslaved anyways. So, Jesus Christ, dude, what do we do? Anarchy, bro. Tried and true anarchy. No, I don't know. I don't know, man. But, yeah, it's... I don't know, dude. But people get this mindset, and I've seen this discussed heavily in my Discord recently, that anarchy is just complete lack of structure and total chaos. That is not what anarchy is. As has been illustrated to me. Democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others. Anarchy is strongest rule? Oh, here we go, dude. Here we go. Yo, let's get Mere Mortal in here. Is he here? Is he here? Our foremost residential expert on anarchy. Mere Mortal. No, he actually knows a lot, though. He's very politically intelligent. He's not, dude, he's not gonna, don't start an argument about anarchy in the chat. I'm just memeing. Oh, wait, there he is? Oh, he is. Shift's eyes. Couldn't have been me in the Discord talking about anarchism. Nope. Turning the Venom Tide. Oh, nice. I didn't know that was a thing. We should just go back to living in villages without the internet. Some people say that like sarcastically, but part of me feels like it's actually true, dude. We turned around from Plato's cave, dude. We opened Pandora's box and we can never go back. We're so fucked. Not to be a nihilist. As a society, we just need to touch grass. I also think that some of these problems are exacerbated by the internet, in that, like, the average normal person, if that's what you want to call them, normies or whatever, that, like, they are, in some cases, not as subject to all of this shit, dude. Like, they're propagandized in a different way. But, like, the internet is just like, the internet is almost like the cosmic forces of WoW. All of the most extreme versions of every ideology coming to fruition. Whereas in real life, people just want to, like, have a beer and listen to some music. You know what I mean? To be fair, we sped up advancements as a society faster than people can keep up. That's bound to backfire. I don't disagree, but what are you supposed to do with technology, man? Oh, God, we're so complicated, dude. This is where my brain always goes with these conversations inevitably. Through this discussion, the series of discussions, can you guys appreciate how complicated we are? How on the surface we seem so simple, but we're not? It's so complicated, dude. It is so complex. Life and existence is so complex. That's, I think, one of our greatest faults with our human brains is a lack of appreciation for that fact. We want to make it simple so that it can be easier to exist in, but it's not simple. No wonder the Titans wanted to order us. In Farsight, it's so funny because this was a key thing in the Silmarillion. Morgoth, the devil, spread to the Noldor the lie, an outward lie, that the Vanir, that the gods wanted, what were they called? The earthly gods in Tolkien and Silmarillion, what are they called? It's not Vanir. That's Norse mythology. Help me out here. Valar, thank you. The Valar, Morgoth, formerly a Valar, convinced the Noldor and crafter of the Silmarils, these incredible, pristine gems infused with the light of the now dead trees of Valinor, the Undying Lands. He convinced the creator, Feowen, I think was his name, Feanor, that the Valar wanted to steal the Silmarils from him and allow man to come into Middle-earth to usurp the station of the elves, and that they would basically be usurped and forgotten, okay? The problem was that Manwë, the leader of the Valar, saw that this lie had poisoned the mind of Feanor, such so that even in his attempts, had he attempted to convince Feanor that it was a lie, it would have further cemented Feanor's belief that it was a lie, because Feanor had been convinced by Morgoth that they would deceive them and try to get them to give up the Silmarils. It's fucked up because eventually the only answer to their problems actually does end up being them requesting the use of the Silmarils, not even permanently. But what you're talking about what Tolkien does here in the Silmarillion illustrates this concept perfectly. The Titans nor Sargeras are going to be able to convince us of the other's lie. There's no point, because in their attempt to convince us, it will push us further away. So Manwë communed with Eru Iluvatar and thought, he cried and wept because he realized that he doesn't know what to do about it. There's no solution, because the only proposed solution also cements the belief in the problem. And so I don't know that even if Sargeras was the good guy, or if the Titans were the good guys or whatever, that they would be able to convince us of anything else. And that is an interesting thing about perspective and deception that kind of blinds us. Sometimes when the deception is so good, it's set up in a way that stops they whom the lie was told about from convincing you of the actual truth. And that is why Morgoth was such a master of deception, such a master of just deceit and pitting servants of Eru in some capacity, not really servants, creations of Eru Iluvatar against one another. He was very good at it. And that's why Morgoth became such a threat, because he poisoned the minds of everybody. I mean, that's what he did with the Rings of Power. That's the entire premise. A promise of power that will actually corrupt them. It's pure deception to build a war machine that he could retake Middle-earth with. So, yeah. Convince us, the players, the same players that helped Sketchy Dude and Duskwood to create stitches and attack a village for some loot? We don't want to see ourselves as the bad guy, even when we do bad things. It's complex, dude. It's complicated. That's why I appreciate fantasy so much, though, because I had never really thought about that to that level until I read it in the Silmarillion. I was like, wow, man, that's why Morgoth was so good, man. Not good as a good guy, but why he was so effective. Like, he had told a lie that no one could disprove, because the act of attempting to disprove it would further cement the belief in the lie. That's crazy. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Deception is a bitch, dude. You know, Sun Tzu says, all war is deception. I haven't read Sun Tzu. I've just read some of the rules in the Art of War, but that's it. It's not like I'm like a big Sun Tzu guy. Indiscriminate justice. They had the exclamation. We answered the call. The same players that got tricked by Moira to kill Ragnaros for some epic loot. Well, I mean, we tricked by Moira to kill Ragnaros. You mean Ragnaros, who was a servant of N'Zoth, the old gods, who was intent on using the Dark Irons as a war machine? Like, who had dominated the Dark Irons and led to their doom? Like, alongside their former leader? Like, what? You think that we shouldn't have defeated Ragnaros? That's a take.
Too soon.
Anyway, sorry if anyone absolutely hates any political discussion, but yeah, sometimes you get that with me. Wasn't he minding mostly his business prior to that? Not saying we shouldn't have, but we didn't go there for all of that. We went there because Myra told us there's some loot down there. Did Myra just tell us that there was some loot, or was Myra seeking the liberation of her people because she realized the corruption that had spread among them? I think that's a question that we need to ask. If it really was just loot, then yeah, that's one thing, but I don't know about Rag just minding his biz and all that stuff. I'm not sure that that's entirely accurate. But then again, I could familiarize with myself with that lore more. It is certainly not my specialty. Rag's just down there gathering power in the shadows, bro. I mean, that was Moira's motivation. I don't think we much cared for the Dark Iron, considering that we just killed their Emperor. I know, I'm not saying that you're wrong, Imarin, because I don't genuinely remember, but is there some evidence of this? Is there like a quest where Moira says that and like it portrays what you're saying? Is that true? The burden of proof lies on the person making the claim, right? So it would be good if you could source that for me. Ragnaros was bringing jobs back to Black Rock Mountain. Shut the fuck up, dude. Oh my god, you guys crack me up. You guys crack me up. Y'all can call me a clown and treat this as a circus as I sit back in the shadows and gather power. You trying to get the actual? I can give you the quote. Only nerds source things. Yeah, only people that care about the truth source things. It's the actual fucking, that's what you mean to say. I know you're joking, but. It's really funny that lore like that never changes. Gods and bosses die. Why? Because we love to turn them into weapons. Let's afford ourselves a little more nuance here. I mean, there are times where we are being besieged by threats beyond our understanding and they need to be vanquished. Like, we can't... It's not like we can't blame ourselves for fighting back against things like the Scourge or the Legion or the Old Gods. Like, survival is in our nature. Resistance is our nature, right? So it's like, sometimes are we thoughtless about our actions and the impact they have upon potentially innocent people? Yes, but let's not reduce everything that the player character does down to some, like, ignorantly malevolent thing. That's certainly not the case either. Yeah, you're right. The weapons were just a bonus. You're right. The weapons were only like 40% of the reason. I think it's also kind of like, I think it can be frustrating for players when a game is so dense with stories and events and themes and quests that, like, I think people kind of, I think a struggle is people having to face the idea that they are part of a power structure that is not very fair or just or equitable to other human beings and other living things. So I think a lot of people's resistance to the Titans being revealed for what they are is a guilt that they don't really know how to reconcile in their mind of like, fuck, have I actually been helping the bad guys? I think that's something that's really hard for people because you often are not going to see it that way when you're going through, you know, participation in such things. But when you're forced to reflect upon it in a way that makes you realize some of the bad things you've done, that's really hard. That can be really hard for people because it's hard to accept when you've done things that hurt people sometimes, especially if it wasn't your intention. So to feel, it's really hard to feel like you've been deceived, you know? Realistically, I don't think all Titans will be bad. I agree. We've had this discussion a bunch of times, but I think that most of the blame will actually fall on the Aesir Titans. It will fall on, and I don't even think it'll fall on Golganeth. I think that he's a victim of his own father's arrogance. I think it's going to fall on mostly Aman'Thul and Norgannon. I really do. I think Norgannon, again, is the prime suspect. But again, even Norgannon's cold logic has a reason. If anything, there is reason behind what Norgannon does. It's not for no reason. So at the end of the day, I'm sure that those with nuanced understanding of storytelling and who pay close attention, I hope that that we have a storyline where we come to realize that they pretty much all had a good reason. Some of them had good reasons and good methods. Some of them had good reasons and bad methods. And that's what separates heroes from villains. Is Eonar technically even Vanir? I don't believe so. I think Norgannon, Aman'Thul, and Golganeth are Aesir, and I think Agramar, Sargeras, and Khazgaroth are Vanir. I think Eonar is in a class of her own, and I don't know what to call that. But I do believe she is golden, and she is not platinum nor bronze. That's what I believe. I think the art illustrates this. I think her color compared to the others on the seat of the Pantheon pretty overtly illustrates that. And you even have quotes like the Golden One claims a vacant throne. All right, so that could apply to Eonar. Stuff like that. I don't know. What's your prediction for the opening of TLT based on what we know so far? Well, man, there's so many ways they could take it. It depends entirely on when they plan to drop Avaloran. Because Avaloran could be part of TLT, could be patch content, it could be following up TLT. I really don't know. I really don't know. I would like to think that we're going to begin to notice a mobilization of Titan-forged forces. I like to think that we're going to begin to notice different keepers, different Titan-forged groups, doing things that they have not been for a while. Kind of maybe falling back into the sway of the Titans or something along those lines. We're going to have to start looking at that and probably thinking like, what the fuck is going on? I'm out of loop with Avaloran, but I'm always hearing about it. What's it supposed to contain? So Avaloran is presumably another continent because Chronicle Volume 1 told us as far back as in 2015 that Kalimdor, Primordial Kalimdor, which split into the Sundered Continents, which we have now, is not the only continent on Azeroth. It was, in fact, only the largest, right? It is also pretty directly insinuated by both the trials of hunting down, what are they called? Like traitors by Odin, and the remarks of Neltharion that Avaloran may be a landmass that had not been ordered by the Titans. Very possible. Avaloran derives most of its inspiration primarily from a couple different things. Avalon, right, which is the Arthurian kind of land of legend that King Arthur ruled over, where you have like the quest for the Holy Grail, all that stuff. Numenor, which is an island between Middle-earth and the Undying Lands, which was granted as a gift, effectively, along with substantially longer lives, to the early men who actually helped unite alongside some of the elven forces and whatnot, I think the Valar, to fight back against Morgoth. So you have this line of rulers where they are living like longer and longer lives. Actually, their lives get shorter and shorter. So they start with very expanded lifetimes, and then they get shorter and shorter and shorter. We know that based approximately on the time that the Arathi dissolved on the Eastern Kingdoms, we know, based on that roughly, that the average emperor, if the speculation is correct about how many emperors there have been, that their lifespan is on average, I think it's like, maths out to like 200 to 300 years. Something along those lines. However, I think Avaloran's Numenorian inspiration is inverted in the aspect of the kings of Numenor got shorter and shorter and shorter lives. I think the kings and queens, empresses and emperors of Avaloran are getting longer and longer lives because they're extending it through the power of light. And I personally see the Hollowfall expedition as a very much a potential fractal for the quest for the Holy Grail, and that the Emperor's vision was meant to be retrieved and brought back as a means to basically grant the Emperor and his most trusted, advisors perhaps immortality. So I think that the current Emperor of the Arathi has perhaps lived longer than any of the oldest Emperors of the Arathi. In this way, you can make another compared likeness to the Emperor of Man from Warhammer 40k, who basically sits on a throne of light and sups his power and immortality on the souls of other people. If I'm not misinterpreting that, please feel free to correct me if my understanding of that character is wrong in this way. So I think that the Arathi are primarily very much Arthurian legend coded. I think that there's a lot of hinting at this throughout the War Within, considering the kobolds have a Knights of the Brown Table. They have a King Arthur and all sorts of shit, whatever the fuck his name is. And they have a Knights of the Round that you unite to fight back against, like, the Candle King, who has fallen to darkness and become corrupted. I very much believe that the storylines surrounding the kobolds in the War Within are direct fractals for what is happening in the Arathi Empire. You want to know what's going on in Avaloran? Pay attention to the kobolds. That's what I believe. I believe they've done that very intentionally. So Avaloran presumably has a King Arthur. Avaloran, I think, considering the descent of the kings of Numenor and how Aragorn was kind of like a lost bloodline of Numenor after Isildur, his grandfather or great-grandfather, fell to the corruption of the One Ring and was corrupted by Morgoth. I think that Anduin Wrynn may have, to some degree, some kind of inheritance, perhaps, in this empire. And that Faerun Lothar will also, of course, be connected to this because she is in one of the noble houses, House Lothar. So I could very much see that those two being love interests for one another as well, and I do think that they're framing it that way on purpose. Especially because Aragorn ends up falling in love with an elven woman, and the fact is that Faerun's half elf. So I do think that we will have a Knights of the Round Table. I think that they will probably once have been loyally in service to the Emperor. I think that there will have been some kind of falling out. And I like to think that our quests in Avaloran will eventually take us to confronting the Emperor, the Candle King, who has fallen to darkness. Similar to King Theoden is it Rohan? And that we will probably work alongside the Knights of the Round Table to basically dethrone him. I do think that there will be dragons there. I think that the green dragon that's mentioned in the notebooks from 10.2 Mirdrasil, the Dream Patch, I think that they are there. I do think that there's a chance that if it is a land bathed in light, that exposure to magics could have changed their physiology. They may no longer be green dragons, although they may be. Faerun talks about dragons as though there's some kind of fabled creature from Avaloran that scours lands and grants wishes. So I find that very interesting as a possibility. Let's see, is there anything else I could say about it? I think that's most of my thoughts, which I really should have just put in a video, so I'm kind of spoiling that. Zaxxus warned me about doing this. He said, sometimes, man, you spill the beans on your stream instead of cooking it up in a video. And then when you put the video out, it's not as hype because people already know your thoughts on it. And he's right. He's absolutely right about that. But yeah, I can't help myself. I just love talking about this stuff. But yeah, that's mostly what I think about Avaloran. I do think that they're going to have a corrupt emperor, a fucked up power dynamic where the peasants and serfs and stuff of the kingdom are being treated even harsher than they were before. I think he's probably going to end up being extremely zealous, with an extremely loyal guards that also fall into the kind of trappings of zeal. and pride and all that stuff. So I would like to think, you know, I'm also willing to completely shift tone on that and say that the Arathi are the exact opposite of this. The Arathi that showed up in Hollowfall originally, that's what the Arathi really are. These noble, virtuous people with this flame in their hearts and a desire to stand against the forces of darkness. That is traditionally what the Arathi are. I do actually believe that. You know what I think really fucked the Arathi up here in Hollowfall? That fucking thing. That fucking thing right there. That's what fucked them up. That's what turned them into zealots. That's what made the people in the Priory go fucking nuts. It's not the way that the Arathi are. It's fucking Belladar. That's what I think. I very much think that it's Belladar. It's all the Light's fault? No, it's orderly, unstable Light's fault. It's not supposed to be like this. This thing should not be shifting from light to void. That's not right. This thing is unstable. It's like the Titans took light and tried to put it in stasis and were like, this will stop it from shifting to void. Guess what? It doesn't. It's unfucking stable. And guess what? It causes instability in their culture as well. The Arathi are much better than this. That's what I believe. You know who's a paragon of Arathi virtues? Faerun. If anything, I would say that it's her most inherent flaw as a character. The fact that she doesn't have any flaws. And honestly, I don't even think that Faerun doesn't have flaws. She's definitely made mistakes that have literally gotten people killed. So if you read her short stories and stuff, she's not perfect. And she's looked down upon by certain members of the fucking group of the Arathi. Will they revisit Belladar? Absolutely. I'm sure that they will. We're not even done with the core way, guys. The last Titan will inevitably end up taking us down the core way in Khaz-Elgar. You guys know that Hollowfall and Ashkahet's not the bottom of the core way, right? You can keep going deeper. They're excavating it so that we can go deeper. Deeper and deeper. We're supposed to be able to get down to the core of the world. So, we're not done here. Blizzard has set this up to kind of be a trilogy. You know how in Lord of the Rings, they don't just go to Rohan one time, and then the scene in Rohan is the scene in Rohan, and then it's done? The same, much similar to the forest where the Ents live, or Isengard, the same area. They revisit these places because they're still relevant, right? So I think that that's basically what Blizzard is doing. They're setting up locations that we're going to revisit because they're relevant. Minas Tirith is in Fellowship of the Ring, exactly, and then you come back to it in Return of the King. So, do you think Kalia Menethil Child gonna show up at all down the road? Oh, I think so. I think so. Yeah. They're in possession of the Scarlets, and yeah. I really hope that the political storylines of the Human Kingdoms isn't just reduced to all of these disparate factions are united under light racism. I really hope that's not the fucking case, because that's very much kind of what it's looking like right now, with the Syndicate and the remnants of the Defias Brotherhood and the Scarlet Dawn, or whatever the fuck they're calling themselves, the Red Dawn, or whatever the fuck they are. And so it's I really hope it's not going to be oversimplified like this, and that it's going to have nuance and it's going to be interesting. But I do think that Kalia's child is going to be relevant. I don't see how you can have a Menethil and technically heir to the throne of Lordaeron around and have her child be propagandized in such a manner by the Arathi, and then not the Arathi, excuse me, the Scarlets, and then not have that be relevant. I think it's going to be relevant. Adrian Rodriguez, thanks for the sub over on YouTube, bro. The membership, I appreciate ya. Thank you. Didn't Chiron or Faerun said Arathi people are usually xenophobic? I don't remember. I do believe that they said, Faerun said something along the lines of they're typically not very kind to outsiders. Now again, the same can be said about Night Elves, right? But we typically don't reduce the Night Elves to just xenophobes, right? Because it's more nuanced than that. There are people that can have fucked up views a la Bane, who has to kind of be exposed to the flaw in that thinking in order to overcome it, right? So I think one of the greatest mistakes that you can make is when someone does have a xenophobic or racist or prejudiced kind of view, it's not your job to interface with that kind of person by any means, but maybe you could change their mind. Maybe a little bit of perspective can help them see why that's very dangerous or hurtful or maybe even harmful to themselves, right? So I think, and obviously again, it's a situation of if they resist it, they double down, they're like, nah, fuck you, then that's one thing. But I don't know. I think that if someone is willing to lend an ear and to be receptive to feedback and consider where they went wrong, I think that's really important. Because again, as soon as we can label someone with something, we reduce them to just whatever the label represents, and then the nuance goes out the window. It doesn't mean that you should tolerate people who are fucking Nazis or racist. That's not the point. But what I'm saying is some people absolutely can be kind of converted away from that. It is possible. And so people that are optimistic and hopeful will often pursue that type of stuff, you know? And maybe an empire built with xenophobic kinds of views will change their mind when outsiders have to come in and save them from their tyrannical emperor, or at least help them mobilize against their emperor, right? I think there's more value, and this is Stormblood. Oh man, Stormblood. This is why Stormblood was so good to me. It's very hard to get the downtrodden people of an oppressed empire to rise up against and liberate themselves, right? But there's so much value in instilling within the people the hope to do such a thing than just coming in and solving the problem for them, right? And oftentimes you end up having an external power structure move in and replace the existing one, and sometimes that's just as bad, if not worse, than the one that was already there, right? So teaching and helping these people liberate themselves and see how they can accomplish this and see that the life that they live does not have to be the only way that they exist. I think there's a lot of power in that. Raise the people up to save themselves. Instead, rather than leading with a vanguard above them. Yes, because again, often you just trade one power structure for another. So I think there's a lot more value in it. This is why I love Stormblood, Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood, because it's an inherent challenge. You go into Doma and you go into Alamigo and you have this peppy young woman who is motivated and pissed off and ready to fucking liberate her nation and help them rise above, but she's faced with the daunting reality that these people are they're broken. They're broken down. They hear that and they're like, yeah, okay, this girl has delusions of grandeur. There's no chance. Like, get out of here. You naive child. And that's why I think Lise is a much better character than Wu Clement, because Lise exists as a character who is inherently flawed and who has to face these challenges. And although she can be annoying and naive, she recognizes it. She sees it. And by the end, she recognizes that you can't just come in with your can-do attitude and tell people to liberate themselves. That's not how it works. You have to show them progress. You have to inspire them from within. You have to show them that it's possible. And that's why Stormblood is so good, because the whole story is about that. It's about an oppressive empire that moves in, dismantles the existing power structure, and dominates and oppresses everyone in the kingdom. And it's about you going in against the insurmountable odds of defeating this empire and helping convince and learning that it's very hard to do so, the people that live there to help liberate themselves. And it's fucking beautiful, dude. Stormblood is the most underrated fucking MMO expansion maybe that I've ever fucking played, alongside maybe like Battle for Azeroth. Two incredibly underrated expansion experiences. Very good. Very good. It's really a shame because if you're a fan of this type of nuanced political storytelling, when you play Final Fantasy XIV, at least as a streamer, you get a lot of people that are like, oh, you know, A Realm Reborn is a slog. I quite like the world building. You play through Heavensward and they go, oh, now you got to play through Stormblood, like snooze, like good luck, you know, you got to play through this to get to the good part. But I really liked Stormblood. I really did. Initially, I thought Lise was annoying, but I grew to love her as a character because I was like, damn. In a lot of ways, Lise is just fucking like me, dude. You can't just walk in, and I experienced this in sports too. I was always that guy that would try to get people hyped up in the locker room. But there was one time where we were getting our ass beat bad, and I tried it, and someone shut me down. Basically told me to shut up and sit down, one of the other players. And that very much upset me, and that was really hard for me to cope with, because I wanted to be the person to help lift the team up, right? But it taught me a lesson that sometimes it's not that easy. Sometimes the can-do attitude and the rallying cry is not enough. And so I very much grew to appreciate Lise for that, because she was just as naive as I was. She grew into that position of respecting what people have gone through and realizing that not everyone has that same switch that they just turn on to, like, I'll go against the grain. Let's surmount the fucking challenge. People get beat the fuck down. They get beat down. So when the savior complex is spurned for a grand awakening to reality. Yep. And I mean, who can blame you? Who can blame you for wanting to save others? To try to do what your heart tells you is the right thing. If I can make a difference. But sometimes you gotta realize when the people aren't looking for that difference, or when the way that you try to achieve it is not adequate. Gotta be able to realize it. Because sometimes our pursuit to save people with our own perspective and ideals forming our actions, sometimes that harms them more than it helps them. Right? You can actually see this in Stormblood too. There's some times where there's some acts of rebellion, and guess what? Motherfuckers get murdered over it. They get straight cut the fuck down in the street. It's rough. And you're watching this and you're like, holy fucking shit. You know? Sometimes the resistance is met with just as much resistance from the other side, and that breaks people. Because they see it and they're like, okay, I don't want that to happen to me. I can't stand against this. And sometimes, yeah, again, it's not just that, but what I was trying to say really is that our efforts to make it better sometimes make it worse. So, that's my TED Talk. Thanks for coming out. Hard lessons, man. Hard lessons. Wait, what the fuck? I can't really? I can't transmog an axe to why? They're both one-handed. Why can I transmog one-handed axe to Thromcar? What the fuck is going on? Oh, it's because you mog the primary weapon? Or I'm confused. Oh, well, this says I don't have the gold. Shouldn't mogging the primary weapon... They're changing this at midnight, right? With the T-Mog changes? Well, I'm just confused. You guys see why this is so confusing? I put on a sword, a one-handed sword, and it will let me I have two one-handed axes, and it will let me transmog that to Thromcar, which is a Legion artifact. But when I replace one of my one-handed axes with a one-handed sword, it won't let me do it. Now my weapons are completely fucked up. That is so weird. I mean, it's an agility sword anyway, so I actually shouldn't be wearing it. How's it going, Pirates? Going well, Banana. I sometimes run into the same issue with my shaman. I hit the reload and it fixes it sometimes. I don't think I have the gold to do it anyway, so that's fucking lame. I know that this standing around waiting for this fucking thing to pop up is not the most exciting thing to watch. So, you know, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me while I do this. Gives me an opportunity to discuss with you, though. Something about the Legion shield artifacts make the game go wonky. Well, it's not a shield, though. It's two one-handed swords. I don't know. Again, the sword I'm trying to equip is an agility sword anyway, so. Are you looking forward to Avatar Fire and Ash? I am, dude, but the problem is that the fucking theater here that I live near is only playing it in standard, and then everything else is 3D. 3D real, 3D IMAX, 3D ScreenX. I wear fucking glasses. So like, I gotta try to put 3D glasses over my glasses. It's so uncomfortable. It just sucks ass. Just put it in IMAX, man. And let me just watch it in fucking regular IMAX. Sucks. That's a hassle. But besides that, I am interested in seeing it. The main villain looks really interesting to me. I like her color scheme and everything. It's a whole fire and ash thing. Nature and order and harmony versus, you know, I'm assuming a disparate clan that felt spurned by the other clans, having to survive on their own. They became very, like very vengeful of the other clan. You know, they end up siding with the humans to take back what they feel like is rightfully theirs, all that kind of shit. They don't believe in Awa, you know. They don't respect that. They're kind of pushed away from the traditional values for whatever reason. I hope that they end up being like, you know, it'll end up being like that. I think that's what it'll end up being. They felt betrayed by their god, something like that. Do you watch Mighty 9? I haven't, but I should, because I love Critical Role. I love Dispatch. Actually, guys, I just finished episode 6 of Campaign 4 last night. Oh, man. The shit happening with Candor is fucking crazy. No spoilers for 7 or 8, because I haven't watched either one yet, but man, I fell behind a little bit, but got caught up on 6, and holy shit. There's some crazy stuff going on there, dude. Ooh. Did you hear about the glamour changes for FF, Pyro? I have not. Feel free to fill me in. Yo, Talus, what the fuck, dude? That book that you found? Oh, bro. What do I gotta do to get that from you, dude? Oh, holy shit. Wow. That is awesome. It's got the original fucking Pantheon art in it. Oh my god. That's so sick. Wow. All jobs can use any glamour except weapons, and all glamour chest individual slots will be turned into whole sets that you can pick pieces from for your glam, saving a lot of glamour space. Jesus Christ, Pyro. Yeah, you saw our response in there. So whole sets into pieces that you can do individually, that's a great idea. I'm gonna be honest with you, I think that any job using any glamour is stupid. So does that mean that a warrior can be glammed like a black mage? Is that what you're saying to me? I don't like that at all. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like that at all. I love mages dressed as tanks, fuck what Pyro says. So give mages some plate looking cloth sets, battle mage gear that they can wear. Don't just let them wear all the warrior sets. That is fucking idiotic. The reason I don't like it is because I feel like that's really distorting the class fantasy. Like, black mages are recognizable because of the armor that they wear. If you want to integrate heavier and medium armor sets that still have the black mage aesthetic, fine. But just making it so a mage can dress like a tank or a tank can just dress like a mage is stupid. I'm not sure that means the artifact gear. So? I was more so happy because all the glamour chests having all 800 slots be armor sets. Well, the sets is a much bigger thing. That's a great addition. That sounds great. I just don't like the idea of them unlocking every armor for every class. That doesn't sound good. Flames Radiance is praying. Oh, I was going to say, it better fucking pop soon. XIV is just not the game it used to be. I mean, in some ways it is. I just think transitioning away from the Ascians and Ancients and the whole Wuklamot thing and the writing for Dawntrail I just really don't think was very good. But I am gonna go back and play the patch content at some point. At least I plan to, you know? I think fending gear is fine on any class, for example, but paladin set on black mage, not good. Sure, if you want to open up the armor classification for glamour purposes, then fine. But yeah, crossing that threshold, I don't understand why you would do that. I don't understand. I just don't. I don't know. Having some identifying qualities in armor would be good, you know? And like I said, you can make battle mage sets or more cleric-esque paladin sets, which there already are a lot of, without, or like battle cleric sets even, without like just making it completely open like that. That just doesn't, read to me like a change that is centered around like fulfilling a fantasy of your job. And that's one of the things that I thought was very good about Final Fantasy XIV, was job fantasy was very good. Yoshi P pretty much claimed, alright, we've had a nice vacation, time to get back to school, as a future mentality. Don't know what that means for the future, but yeah, it means we're losing money and need to find a way to get people to play our game again. That's what that means. Not to be cynical, but that's what that means. Is job the same as class? Yes. It means like they fucked up with Dawntrail and they realize they have to pivot again if they want to get people interested in the game again. That's what that means. It means that player retention is probably at an all-time low. It means that, I mean, look, just go and look at the FF category on Twitch. It's like always really low. And that's not just a coincidence. Like, it's not entirely representative of the entire player base. There's no question about that. It's not. But it does give you an idea of how much people are engaging with it at different levels. So it's not the only thing that's relevant, but it's also not irrelevant. If I want to go Black Mage with the standard BLM hat and then dye some Fending Armor jet black, yes, please. I mean, Fending Armor is typically like, is Fending is tank gear, isn't it? Is Dawntrail the current expansion? Yes. defending his tank. I think we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on this, because I think that we both want the same thing, but our solution to the problem is different. I think that you just need to add more plate-esque sets that give the ability to have a more battle mage vibe without breaking down the barrier between the armor classifications. We want the same outcome, I just don't think that that is the better solution. Tank in general is fine. I'm saying, but specific sets for the jobs are off limits. Again, I wouldn't even do that. I really don't. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. I wouldn't bridge that divide at all. That's just me. I know, but you're wrong and I'm right. Ain't that a bitch, huh? Ain't that a bitch? What's up, Karior? Can't they do it like WoW and have cosmetic items? Yes, they already exist. Final Fantasy XIV already has that. They're usually store sets and stuff. Anyone can wear them. So they already have the technology. That's part of why I don't understand why they just broke the barrier down entirely. Because you already have the capacity to accomplish that. What's the main reason you don't play FF MMO at the moment? For next X Pack or Subdue Storyline? I mean, I have a couple reasons, but the main one is that I didn't like Dawn Trail. I didn't think Dawn Trail was very good. I thought it was beautiful. I thought the zones were great. The music was great. Raid fights were good. Trials were good. Didn't have any problems with any of that stuff. I just thought the writing was weak as fuck. And that's honestly what was the most interesting thing about Final Fantasy XIV to me, was the main story. And I don't know, just went in a direction that I didn't like very much. They introduced this shonen anime protagonist character that's very annoying. And like, I just didn't like the character. I just didn't like the story. So, yeah. Yeah. Plus, I don't like the philosophy that they have about some things in their game. For instance, housing in that game, if you don't go in your house for 45 days, they'll automatically demolish your house. Getting a house in that game is not fucking easy. And it's a huge pain in the ass to try to unfuck your inventory after they do that, because it dumps all the items that are in your house in your inventory. That's a pretty big problem. Or in a vendor that you're supposed to then sort out. It also means that if your sub lapses and you don't play the game for 45 days, then you're guaranteed getting auto-demolished. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with the philosophy of that at all. It's such a barrier to entry, not only because it's immensely difficult to get an open plot, let alone one that you want, but then it's prohibitive. Like, you basically have to pay rent. Like, think about that. In order to keep your house in FFXIV, you have to pay rent. Literally. Even if you want to take a break from the game. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, like, what if you have like a medical emergency, or like, I don't know, anything that prohibits you from playing the game that is out of your control? You just lose your house? That's fucking insane. And there's no like pack up your house and just put it on a new plot like there is in WoW. It just deletes it and puts the items that you placed on the plot in a vendor that you then have to get back. And it's tremendously overwhelming. It's just not player friendly at all. So that's one of the reasons. Another reason is just the drama that I fucking experienced in that community. And it's not everyone. The community, in a lot of ways, is great. Super friendly to new players and sprouts, and they're really good about, you know, not spoiling things, and the community is like colorful in terms of interactions, and there's people interacting in home cities and stuff, and it's great for all that. But man, some of the fucking content creators, some of which you guys have seen, have taken extreme turns downhill, And some of the people in like the Twitch community that I interacted with really fucking made me not want to fucking stream or play that game as much. I'm not gonna like lie and pretend like that's not the case. There's some wonderful people in that community. Unfortunately, a bad apple spoils the fucking bunch. And there's also some people that just did not fucking like me at all. So I've never been brigaded in a gaming community like that before. I'd never been targeted by other content creators like that before, some of which was my fault because I took the first shot at times. I never had people make drama slop content about me like I did in that community. It's just not, I don't know. I just think that there's some things about it as like a streamer that are just not inviting, and it doesn't make me want to interact. So that's a fucking shame, but it's the reality of how I feel about it. So they foreclose your house? Yeah, my house got auto demoed. Yeah, and after that, I was like, okay, I guess I'm just done. I'm not gonna play this anymore. There's just like predatory practices that I don't like. Like you can buy your bank in that game. You don't have a bank. You have retainers, which are NPCs that store your items in them. And when you don't pay any money, you have a limit on how many retainers you can have. Well, I paid for an additional 2 retainers and I stored items in them. And then I let my retainer subscription, because you have to pay a subscription to Square Enix to have that, to have more bank space. I let that lapse, and now the items that I had in it are stuck in my retainer. I can't get them out. The only way to retrieve them is by paying the additional subscription on top of the existing sub to open up the retainer to get my items back. I don't agree with that. That is fundamentally predatory, bad game design. Period. Period. Like, I don't care how much you like Final Fantasy, you cannot excuse that. If the items in your house can be transferred to a vendor for you to retrieve them, why can't the items in your retainers be? If that's a system limitation, that's a big fucking problem. So it's stuff like that. It's stuff like that. And then again, I didn't have like a big crash out with Final Fantasy, like, oh, fucking Woke Lamont, you know, fucking woke, and then I quit the game or whatever, like some people have. I'll just go play woke World of Warcraft instead. Fucking idiots. But anyway, I instead just was like, yeah, that was not very good. And just like when World of Warcraft sucked and I stopped playing it, guess what? I stopped playing Final Fantasy. So it's the exact same thing. I was mad at World of Warcraft for different reasons, but ultimately the game wasn't fun to play and I was very mad at what was happening there culturally. So frankly, I guess it's not that different from how I feel about some of the things that Square Enix did with their game. So yeah, when game not good, you don't have to force yourself to play it. I know that's so crazy, but like you're not beholden to some fucking company, no matter how much they try to pressure you into playing it. You're just not. So I said that I'll put the game down for a while, just like I did with WoW. I said when I quit WoW, I said currently WoW is for me not worth playing. It's not worth investing in. And maybe when Blizzard wants to make a game that's worth playing and change their culture, maybe I'll come back and play. And guess what? That's exactly what happened. So I feel kind of the same way about Square Enix. When they want to tell me a story that's compelling again, like what I felt about the saga that existed before Dawn Trail, I'll come back and play. And when this expansion's done and all the patch content is said and done, I'll come back and give it a try. And if I think that it's dog shit, I won't play it. Pretty straightforward. Oh, I got the tabard, nice. And then Tally lost his mind? Well, Tally was mad at me for other stuff already anyways. Like taking what I said as a joke way too seriously and making it out to be like I just overtly in a deeply insulting way called his wife a bitch, which was certainly not my intention. I thought that for all the shit that he flicked me, that they both frankly had flicked me, that I could get away with an offhand remark like that. That was blown up into some big drama scheme about like how I called his wife a bitch. And it's not like I like got angry on stream, was like, Evitel is a fucking bitch, and like was real serious. It was like an offhand joke of like this bitch, something like that. And it's just, yeah, I just like, I don't fuck with anyone anymore as a result. You can't say shit to or about anyone. Like, it was a fucking joke. Like, Tally and I had argued extensively on Twitter over and over about how canon Chronicle was, because he used to be like, Chronicle is just so canon. You know, what you're saying goes against Chronicle. I'm like, Taliesin, I know. I've played Chronicle, right? Or not played, I've read it multiple times. I know that that's not what it says. I'm saying that it's lying to you. And he didn't like that. So again, when they went on stage at BlizzCon, in the privileged position that they had, to ask if Chronicle was canon, which he already had believed that it was, you're not going to convince me that he didn't do that slightly as a shot at me. If you want to call me, you know, self-important or paranoid for thinking that, then fine. But I remember my fucking interactions with Taliesin, and I think he did that to take a little stab at me. And then when it turned out that they extrapolated on the fact that Chronicle is perspective, as I had been arguing, and when he got the opportunity to make me out as some kind of fucking villain for jokingly saying bitch, he took it. Because that's how I think Taliesin operates. Personally, if someone would have called my wife a bitch in any context, I'd have to have a talk about it, but I wouldn't lose my shit over it. So talk to me. But he doesn't want to talk. I don't even know why I'm even discussing this. Taliesin had no interest in mending any divide between us. We reached out in DMs to try to have a conversation. He respectfully declined. He's not interested in that. I just think that he was able to put me in the light that he wanted to, and that's it. He's not, why would he interface anymore? He was able to pin me as the villain. So why even bother? He got what he wanted out of it. I don't even think he was actually that offended. I think that he just knew that if he could make it look like I was just being a fucking asshole to his wife, that it would make me look really bad. And so that's what he did. It's not that complicated. It's also not that conspiratorial. He was wrong about Chronicle, so he attacked from a different angle. Exactly. That's it. So whatever, dude. Whatever. Apologies for bringing it up. It's all good. It's whatever. I just think it's just some dishonest shit. It's the same way that, like, when I was getting brigaded in Final Fantasy and absolutely fucking trolled by organized groups on Reddit, that people took my frustrated comments in those moments and made video titles claiming that I just hated the Final Fantasy community. It's the same way that Taliesin tried to say that I said that people that played WoW and made content about WoW are bad people. I did not fucking say that. That's such an overt, gross fucking twisting of the truth that I had to make a video about it saying, no, that's not what I said. I did not say that if you play WoW, you're a bad person, which is overtly what he tried to claim that I had said. That to me just illustrates the dishonesty that he's willing to say in order to paint me as a fucking villain. Because if I had to be honest with you, I would wager that Taliesin would prefer that I'm not relevant at all. And I don't think I'm some paranoid fucking freak for thinking that. I think he's made that pretty clear. So, like several other people, he would prefer if I disappeared from the community. He doesn't care. It's always this like exaggerated fucking stretch of the truth to make it seem like it's something way worse than it was. I think Evatel's a nice person. She's very nice. She's been nothing but nice when she spoke to me. I just thought that considering that they both work on that channel together, there's no fucking way that they thought about asking that question without having discussed with one another the implications of doing such a thing. She's the one that asked the question. So I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. And he has never done anything to try to make me think otherwise. So why would I ever think anything differently? It is what it is. And he's not beholden to talking to me. He can do whatever he wants, you know? I think they make good content. I think they're great creators. They're always nice to me in person, but it's not that fucking hard to put a face on. So. And again, I'm only even talking about this because none of this is new. This isn't like some kind of new drama or like I'm not trying to start shit up again. This is just a recalling of what happened. It's just a retelling of the events that have occurred. So, whatever. This is why I don't fuck with anybody. I don't fuck with anyone at all. Even the only person that I thought was an actual friend of mine in the FF community turned out to be an insane fucking anti-woke grifter who talked giga shit about me in DMs behind my back and then put on face to me at fucking FanFest. So this is why I don't fuck with anyone. Because one thing I've learned in this creator space is that most people are just out for themselves. That's it. That's it. They don't give a fuck. They'll throw you under the bus the fucking first opportunity they get if it fucking helps boost their channel. It's why I made the same comment about people in XIV. If they put my name and fucking face in their thumbnail, they get twice as many views as they normally do. And guess what? Look at the fucking numbers. And they laugh and, oh, Pyro said this. Well, statistically, it's also fucking true. So. Stupid as fuck. And again, I'm not just gonna try to make myself out to be the victim. There were times where I got mad and said some out-of-pocket shit that I never should have fucking said. And I regret some of that shit. I do. Sometimes where I got mad about things that were not worth getting mad about. Fucking stupid. It was fucking stupid. And I deserve to be made fun of for them. I said some dumbass out-of-pocket shit on Twitter before. But again, people can't ever just like criticize the fact that it's kind of out of pocket. They have to do that while also removing the context from the situation. Because they know that that affords you some level of like grace when it's understood why you're saying the things that you're saying. But again, content farming on the internet is all about what people say, not why they said it. Which is the same reason why in the Asmongold video, when they clipped me raging at that guy in my chat, they completely removed the context of him dead naming a trans person and just saying that trans people are just men in my chat. That's not in the video. Because by removing context and removing reason for why someone would act in a certain way, you make them look like a fucking crazy person. It's just disingenuous horse shit. So, yeah, that's why I'm just jaded about interactions with other creators and why I'm not really that fucking bent out of shape about collabing, because I don't trust anyone. Like, I had the person who literally talked shit about me in DMs snidely saying to me, bro, who hurt you? And all I wanted to say back was, you fucking idiot. It was you. It's literally you. What I'm reading about what you said to me, it's you. I mean, it's not a secret, greetings, mortal. I've said it before, yeah. And I thought we were friends. I guess not. Because then all I got was gaslighting, like, oh, I didn't say that shit. I definitely didn't say that shit. It's kind of inconvenient for this to come out at this time for me, don't you think? It's like, bro, you did say that shit. You did fucking say that shit. And it fucking hurts, man. It hurts. I thought we were friends, you know? I fucking said that to him. I tried to make this appeal to him. I was like, dude, I thought we were fucking friends. And then I find out you were saying this shit about me. I would never say this shit about your channel. That's fucking insane. That I deserved my failing channel. I was lucky to have the amount of viewers that I had. It's just jealousy, dude. Don't try to fucking cover it up. Be a fucking man. Just tell me the truth. So, it's fucking bullshit. But then he betrayed the trust of some of his mods, and that's why they were willing to fucking tell me. Because they were like, yeah, just so you know, because this person is basically going after me and people that, you know, are in my community now, a la queer and trans and stuff, you should probably know this. So yeah. I mean, you've seen what that's devolved into. It's a fucking shame, dude. That's one of the biggest things that I see from people as feedback is just what a fucking shame. What a shame. Looked at in such a positive light in that community. And you just fucking, you shit all over it. And some would say the same thing about me, and that's a shame too. It is a shame. It's a shame that egos get in the way of, you know, of things. It's a fucking actual shame. Hope you can have fun people to collab with, like Necrit or someone akin to that in the future. Yeah, I mean, they say collaboration is the key to success on Twitch, man. At the end of the day, as long as I can pay my fucking bills and do what I like to do, I don't give a fuck. That's one of the reasons why I like to talk with Zaxxas, because he's one of the few people who demonstrate an understanding for deeper narrative concepts and ideas. He has phenomenal ideas. He's so creative. Zaxxas is so good, he inspires me to be better as a creator. Like that, and it's like, I can't say that about pretty much anyone else. So, yeah. It sucks. You think you know someone, but you don't really know someone. Not really. Especially on the internet. Hope he makes some more videos soon. Me too. He makes bangers. Some of the things that I say now, like consistently, like Xalatath being a Naru, that's from Zaxxas. Like, I had believed that the Titans hadn't been involved with the Shadowlands, but when I watched Zaxxas' video about the Titan Matrix and all that, even more so was I convinced. I was like, bro, this guy fucking gets it. This guy gets it, dude. Like, more of that, dude. So, shit, there's things that I heard from him that I've been saying for so long, I fucking probably sometimes confuse them like they're my idea when they're not. Is Zaxxas a Naru? Now that motherfucker's a Dreadlord. 100%. 100% Dreadlord. I didn't know that. Unfollowed him from Twitch. I only knew about him because of you in the first place back when you were on good terms. Yeah, I mean... yeah. I'm not going to talk about... in private I have, so I'm not going to pretend like I haven't. But here on Twitch, I'm not going to talk about metrics and shit. There's people that did that shit to me and it fucking pissed me off. So I'm not going to do it. I appreciate that, Zaxxas. I'm always worried that I'm gonna come across as some like fucking extreme rage lord and it's gonna be like embarrassing for you to be associated with me. I'm always carrying that fucking weight and guilt when it comes to people that I interact with, because I don't want people to feel like they're guilty by association because Pyro gets angry and rants about video games. I'm always like stressed about the fucking social impact that I have on other people who didn't even do anything wrong. So I appreciate you saying that, because I never want anyone to be looked down upon because they're friends with me. That's shameful. At the end of the day, man, I'm just a guy that loves video games and stories of video games and making videos about them, and I just love these games. That's it. That's it. I yell about them and scream about them because I love them. And I know that that sounds fucked up. And in certain contexts, that's not a good thing, right? You don't just want to scream at someone because you love them. That's not the justification to treat someone poorly. But when it comes to a non-sentient video game, that's a little different, you know? Oh, I got Flames Radiant. I didn't realize you could get rep from killing rares during these events. Cool. or welcome in it. Hell yeah. Appreciate that. I could have just sworn you were passionate. Didn't know you were angry. I'm angry all the time, man. I'm just an irritable person. I'm not angry all the time, but in the past, I definitely say I've been quick to anger. And I think that's gotten a lot better. The other day, I got very mad at my chat when I was playing Cyberpunk, and that's the first time in a very long time that I've gotten, I was upset with my chat, and then afterwards, in a turn of events that is maybe not as typical in the old days, but I was upset with myself. I was genuinely very disappointed in myself. I was like, damn, dude. I wasn't like screaming at my chat or anything, but I was very visibly frustrated. And I just felt like, fuck, like that doesn't really happen like that anymore. And I felt some kind of way about that. I felt ashamed, really. And I apologized to my chat several times because of it. I was like, damn, like that's not, you know, I'm sorry for getting like that. That's not where I want to be. That's not That's not cool. Like my bad for that, because it didn't need to be. I was maybe I think I was overreacting a little bit, and that wouldn't be the first time. So but you know, you got to hold yourself accountable especially when it counts, you know, when it fucking counts in all scenarios. But you know, I don't just want to be that person who said that he was going to get better and who was going to work on his anger problems and try to be a better person and a better entertainer and just a better vibe to be around, you know? I want to prove it. I really want to be that, because unlike some people who say that they want to change, I genuinely do, because it's miserable, dude. It's miserable. It's miserable. Being angry all the time sucks ass. Nothing is fun, you know? It's hard to have relationships when you're just angry at everything all the fucking time. Why does my game look like it's not anti-alias, by the way? What is happening? Why does it look like I have no anti-aliasing? So weird. Just came off your video on YouTube about the Sylvana stuff, and it was awesome. Made my day a bit better. Not to rant, but dealing with family health issues lately. I'm so sorry to hear that, Just Sweet. I can't tune to the streams as often. Well, your presence has been missed, but I hope that things get better. Whatever it is. Family health issues fucking suck, man. I'd rather have personal health issues than a family member get all fucked up, you know? I just noticed that problem in my game too. Something about the patch. Yeah, things just like not looking right. The bullying obviously got to me, so I was real angry at the world, but at one point it got too far, and I took anger courses before I turned bad myself. I haven't taken any anger courses, but I talk about it every single time in my therapy set, every single time. We reflect on blow-ups or moments of frustration, and I can honestly say that over the last like 6 to 9 months, it's been getting better. It has. Like, I am not getting as angry at my chat. I'm able to just kind of overlook things and move on. I mean, my partner and I are not getting in arguments as much, like, and when we do, it's not nearly as like extreme, you know? It's been good. Like, I genuinely feel like I've made some progress. Ariel has told me that I have. You guys have told me that I have. My therapist has told me that I have, and I'm really proud of that. But it has not been easy. It's fucking hard. Especially when you live in a world where there's so many things that just make you, some are worth being angry about. But you gotta pick your battles sometimes, I guess. Everything's about building new habits. You slowly recognize it before it happens. That's good work to do. Yeah. Because a thing about anger too is you can get from here to here really quickly. Sometimes, you know, the scale and how long it takes you to get there is not how it's supposed to be. You know, it's impulsive. Anger's like a very impulsive kind of emotion. Where, yeah, anger can be like a release, you know, and it can feel good to get angry and like let it out. But then, like, what I'd like to think that Sargeras has had to come to terms with is the fact that the repercussions for your actions are very real. The impact of your words, the impact of your tone, the impact of your actions are very real, right? And so anger is this blinding, horrible thing that is often followed up by sorrow, because you have to face the facts of what you've done. You know, even if that's just yelling and getting angry, that has an effect. And oftentimes it's destructive. Anger is a very destructive emotion. And, you know, you get angry and you say things, you do things, and you can't take them back. And that's the hardest part about it. You start to live with the guilt of that and the shame of that. The sorrow creeps in there, and you realize the true weight of anger. Often emotional reactions are compounding, you know? It's not just, oh, I got angry and that was it. It's there's usually more that follows it. And when you realize that, it becomes not worth it. It's like, damn, no amount of release that I get from this angry reaction is gonna make me feel better. In most cases, it's gonna make me feel worse. And especially as a creator, people are just waiting. They're waiting to clip it. They're waiting to react to it. They're waiting to make content out of it. It's fucking toxic as fuck. So you just gotta learn to fucking rein it in. And some people make that out to be like it's a very easy thing, but it isn't. It's very hard. At least it was for me. It is for me. Still, it's hard, but it's worth it. The most worthwhile shit in life is often the hardest. It takes the most work. But that's what happens when you know, your brain is wired through your nature and through the nurturing or lack thereof that you receive growing up, and then all of a sudden you're 27 years old and you look at yourself and go, wow, sometimes I'm a fucking asshole. And that doesn't sit well with you. And you look back on some of your blow-ups and moments of rage and you're like, man, I wish I could take that back. But you have to accept that you can't. So that's a hard pill to fucking swallow, but it is a necessary one. And it's not a pill that you just swallow once. It's again and again and again. So when you're self-aware, it's so easy to be angry at a lot of stuff too. Sure, working on the OR and in the OR, and it can be hard to bite my tongue. Anger in essence is based on explosiveness, and with that comes an aftermath we can't always live with. Yep. And if you guys, how many of you guys have watched my Expedition 33 playthrough? Don't know if the sharpen command is off after the patch. Here's the command. I don't want more sharpen. It can snowball, absolutely. When I played mainly League, I was angry all the time. I kind of use it as a tool in the gym. That's what Zeems told me. He's like, when you get angry, when these people say this shit to you, you got to go and work out. I'm like, but I'm in the fucking, I'm in the stream. Like, I'm too reactive, man. It's too quick. I get there too quick. I'm not gonna go downstairs and go pump iron. And maybe I should, but that's what he said. He's like, I just used it for motivation. And Zeems is fit. I tell you, I put my arm around that guy to take a picture. That guy's built like a boulder. So, yeah. That motherfucker works out. But, yeah. So the reason why I ask about E33 is if you watch that, you know, there's a part where you go through the maker of masks or whatever it's called. And there's that one section, anger. And that area fucked me up. That area fucked me up. Because it really puts in perspective that it's not just anger, it's ruin. Keeper of masks, yeah, it's destructive. And that area really hurt. That hurt a lot because it was, I mean, it's a manifestation of your emotions just put on a canvas for you. And you sit there and and you look at it and you're like, damn. It's tough to look at. It's tough to look at, but it's ultimately very impactful. That hit me in the soul, dude. Part of the reason why it's Game of the Year for me. It just hit me right in the soul. It carried so much meaning. Yeah. There's very few parts of games, aspects of games that I could say have touched me on that level. And that's one of them. That's one of them. You'd absolutely love Avatar, man. Fire and anger are a big thing there. Oh, I know all about Zuko. I know all about Zuko and his sister and their father. I watched Avatar. I'm pretty familiar with it. Like, I know most of the main characters. And, Uncle Iroh and Aang and Appa and fucking, some of them I have a harder time remembering. Fucking, yeah, no, I used to watch it a lot when it showed on TV. Do you have any plans for your birthday? Okay, so yeah, actually I do. So on my birthday, I have some stuff that I have to do earlier in the afternoon with Ariel. But then later, towards the evening time, I will be streaming the Game Awards. Okay? I will be streaming the Game Awards. I want to watch Expedition 33 sweep all the categories it was nominated for. That is on the 11th. So obviously the Game Awards, that's in 2 days. I will be streaming. And then I'm going to go and do some stuff with my friends on Sunday. So I'm not going to be streaming on Sunday. I'm going to go have a nice dinner and have some drinks and hang out and have a good time. So that's my plans. But on my actual birthday, the 11th, I will be streaming the Game Awards and hanging out with you guys. I'll probably start my stream like an hour and a half before the Game Awards starts. So that way we can kind of get all settled in. And it is my 30th birthday. Big 3-0. You'd absolutely, yeah. All the destruction outward and inward, yep. I always found it interesting that Tolkien described the wizards as quick to anger, considering they were supposed to be essentially higher beings in mortal form. I wonder why he would say they were quick to anger, and I wonder if he was just saying that wise people often struggle with anger. I don't know. Maybe it's because they see the injustice, or the futility in certain actions, or the cruelty of things, and it angers them. Maybe they're supposed to be wise and righteous to some degree, or I don't know. They were supposed to be servants of Eru, the Astari. I mean, I think. So, I think that it's easier, and this isn't justification. I think it's easier to be angry when your eyes see more things to be angry about. And sometimes we perceive things as injustices that aren't. But I feel like, I think anyway, that I have a pretty deep sense of a desire to do the right thing. And to honor and uphold justice if I can. And like equality for people. And like, I don't know. When I see things where that's blatantly disregarded, it enrages me. That's part of why I've always associated myself with the archetype of fire. Pyromancer, big Sargeras fan, like, and that's if you look at the elemental alignments in WoW, fire's positive trait is passion, the negative trait is fury. I'm a Sagittarius in real life. That's a fire sign. It's like, how much does it have to be before you're like, okay, it's not a fucking coincidence anymore? Like, I don't fucking know. So yeah, I am definitely the archetypal, but that can be a bad thing. Sometimes your desire to right perceived injustices can get you in hot water. Sometimes you fight battles that aren't worth fighting, and I think that's been a big problem for me in my life. Sometimes fighting battles that I was better off not. Isn't there also something about us men in expressing dissatisfaction through anger rather than other emotions due to how society works when things get rough? Sure, but there's tons of people out there, men, who don't struggle with anger. So it's not like it's a default of just being a man. I think it's mostly my father and how I was raised. I was raised around angry men. I was raised on, I played video games a lot of the time where I was listening to other angry men. They were just... So I do think that how I grew up and the things that I was exposed to, and that does have an impact on why I am the way that I am. I think that for me, it does feel like sometimes there's some anxiety or ADHD that kind of feeds into it too. It's not the reason for my anger, but I think sometimes it makes it worse. And that's really frustrating, because then I get other people that are like, well, I have ADHD and I don't have anger problems. And I'm like, well, fucking good for you, bitch. Like, great fucking job. I'm so happy for you. But like, that doesn't mean that like, there is no connection. That shit pisses me off. The question is if you can hear his outro song after 30. I never will be able to. Knowing too much can make you lose your mind? Maybe, but I don't... To me, it starts to sound like, oh, he's so aware and smart that he went crazy. Like, come on, dude. I don't know. I don't really think that. We talking about elements? Sort of. I know a lot of my personal anger and despondence about the world is because I'm so aware of it, but it's also a motivator to keep going, that something can be done. I feel a similar way, mere mortal, where it's like, it's almost a burden to be, and it's not like I'm always the most educated on it, but it's almost a burden to be aware, but sometimes it almost makes you feel like a sense of almost obligation to not give up, because what if it's true that sometimes you see something that other people don't? Like, I'm not so egotistical to have convinced myself that I'm some kind of savant that is the only one capable of noticing certain things about WoW's lore. I don't believe that. But I do believe that there are people who don't see it, and they can't see it. And so I almost feel a sense of, I don't know, duty or obligation to take advantage of the fact that I do see it, or at least think that I do, and try to bring that perspective to other people. I feel like that's important. Otherwise, like, what am I using it for? Nothing. Nothing. What a fucking waste. I don't have that many skills, but if I do have a skill, I might as well use it. I don't know. Zoval energy right there. Yeah.
What is to come?
You're also a great communicator, orator. Thanks. Gift of gab. Sometimes it's a curse, though. Sometimes you just keep blabbing and say some shit that you shouldn't have said. Thought it was ignorance as a blessing. That might be the same thing. I don't know what bliss means. Bliss is just joy. Contentment. Together. Pyro the politician. No. Nothing comes out of giving something up. Nothing about creation, revolution, or evolution. Or transmutation is based on letting something go entirely. I don't like to give up on anything. I hate quitting. I hate quitting. Even my friends who I think irrationally decided to not be friends with me anymore over something that I think is idiotic, I even hate that. I hate that I didn't do more. I fucking hate quitting. I fucking hate quitting. Taking a break from something is one thing, you know? It's good to have breaks, but... And it's good to know when to quit. Man, I fucking hate quitting. One of the only things I hate more than quitting is losing. I'm just competitive. I think it's because having to constantly explain stuff to people that make the wizards angry, like scientists are usually easily irritated too. I mean, I guess I can sort of feel a similar way about WoW lore, but I don't know everything either. Quitting's only good when it's detrimental to yourself, sure. Or, I mean, maybe other people. I don't quit so much. I quit so much it's laughable, but sometimes I don't quit because it'd be a shame on me. I'm very prideful, but at the same time, very insecure. Bro, same. Same. Yeah, I have no problem saying that I'm insecure. I definitely am. Some people hear that, they're like, what the fuck? This guy's a fucking soy boy. Yeah, well, grow up. You better let your ego tone itself down at some point, because it ain't gonna serve you that very well all the way to your deathbed, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I mean, I'm not insecure about everything, but I'm insecure about some things for sure. Insecure about what? I'm insecure about the fact that I preach to people about how they need to read more, and I have this bookshelf full of books behind me, but a ton of them I haven't read. I'm insecure about that. I'm insecure about it. It makes me feel like a fraud. But the information that I have read, I've retained extraordinarily well and repeated over and over and over to the point where I can pretty much easily talk about almost any subject in WoW's lore. But it's just so much reading, man. It's so much reading. It's so much. And I kind of have a hard time with reading. I read pretty fast, but I don't know that I always retain that information because, and I think this is part of ADHD, sometimes I'll read lines 3 or 4 times before I move on. If I have any external distraction while I read, it's so hard for me. So I have to read it over and over again. So reading ends up taking me a decent amount of time. I understand the words. The words aren't a problem. It's just I start to read and then I start to think about what I'm reading. You know, if I'm sitting there reading about Sargeras, I start thinking about his perspective and like the things he went through and like, what does this mean? And like, I kind of am tying it together. So I'm trying to like consume the media in a meaningful way where I'm not just reading the words and being like, oh, well, I read the book. I'm trying to really read the book, like really understand it, like on multiple levels. Like, let's take the knowledge that I already have and apply it to what's being said here. And if there's knowledge that I don't have, like, let's incorporate that into something like. And so I end up thinking about, if I'm reading about Sargeras, he'd cleave this world. I start thinking about the implications of using a weapon like his to cleave a world. Why were the Dreadlords there? Why were the old gods there? Why was the world still technically having nightmares? Why didn't Azeroth have nightmares? Like, and it just like kind of goes and goes. And as I'm reading, I kind of realize like I'm not actually reading the words anymore. And so I have to go back and I have to read them again. And so it's hard. What else am I insecure about? I'm insecure about my voice work. That's why I get so defensive about it. When I do a voice and it's meant to be Irish or something else and someone goes, that's a good this voice, and they get it completely wrong. Because I'm insecure about my performance, I comment on it like, well, no, it's actually not that accent, it's this one. When I know full well it is, and just because this person can't comprehend the accent that they're hearing, I don't need to comment on that, but I feel compelled to do so. Because I don't have as much confidence in my vocal performance as I should, even though I'm pretty fucking good at it. And it's a detriment, and it sucks because sometimes I think these insecurities kind of hold me back. Like, I made a video doing a goblin voice, and there's people that think I only did it because Zaxxas did it. And I'm copying Zaxxas. Little do they know, I've been doing a goblin voice for a long time. Right? But they don't know. They don't know that I do voices all the time. And I've never showcased it. So, like, they don't know. And so that makes me insecure because it's like, I have this talent that I don't fucking use. And because I don't use it, it leads people to believe that I don't have it. And that makes me angry. Sometimes when I'm playing on stream, I get insecure about how well I do at a game. I'm insecure sometimes about how I absorb information. When I miss something in a game and someone has to tell me, that frustrates me. And I feel bad because they're just trying to make sure I didn't miss it, but I feel embarrassed for missing it. That's gotta be one of my biggest insecurities. I fucking hate that about myself. I hate that. Just let them tell you the information, absorb it, remember it, and move on. But instead I get like pissy about it. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. I hate that. And I do that a lot. I fucking hate that. And I think that comes from a fear of being wrong. Or a fear of people thinking that I don't know what I'm talking about because I didn't have this portion of information. Because to me, it almost seems like cursory. Like I should know that. So when I don't, it's like embarrassing. How fucking stupid is that? You see how like self-destructive that can be? What the fuck is that? One thing I'll tell you this that I'm not insecure about is my insecurities. Not anymore. Back in the day, I wouldn't have sat in front of you and told you this. But I'm not insecure about admitting that I have insecurities anymore. And I feel like that's a pretty big step for me. I'm not afraid to admit it. It's true. If you pay enough attention to me while you watch the stream, you might notice it anyways. There's no reason to try to hide it. So, might as well just say it. Be aware of it. Try to do something about it. Right? You guys are all people too. I don't want to subject you to my insecurities all the fucking time because I didn't have the wherewithal to figure out a way to deal with it. It's fucking dumb. I'm insecure about difficulties in games. I grew up with an older brother, my stepdad, my little brother, all gamers. Friends that were gamers. I'm very competitive. I was a dual sport varsity athlete in high school. I'm a competitive person. Not only with other people, I'm competitive with myself. It's part of the reason why I feel like a happier player when I turn the DPS meters off. Because I'm always comparing. When I play shooters and I'm playing CSGO, I'm always looking at the scoreboard all the time. Why? Because I want to be on the top of it. I want to be on the top of it. I get insecure about difficulties. What difficulties Pyro playing on? I'm on hard. I didn't think very hard was necessary. Well, that might be true, but I also am a little bit intimidated by very hard. And I'm trying to play it up like hard is enough because I'm a bit insecure about the fact that I'm not playing it on the hardest difficulty. The greatest irony and gross thing about that to me is that the person asking probably doesn't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't care if I'm playing on very hard. They just wanted to know what difficulty I was on. My interpretation is that it matters for some reason, when it doesn't. It's a fucking video game. Play it on fucking story mode if you want to. As long as you enjoy the game, that's all that matters. But I'm so stuck in this Call of Duty brain from back when I was 17 years old where I had to be at the top of the leaderboard every fucking game that, like, that's how I treat things now. It doesn't help that throughout life, there's been some times where I've been pretty good at things pretty quickly. So when I do fail, it's problematic. Gotta learn to fail. And I don't think that I, growing up, was taught very good coping mechanisms and strategies for dealing with failure. I think that's one of my biggest personality flaws. I don't handle failure very well. And it's almost to the point where I look for points of failure in everything that I do. But as I've gotten older and realized I'm just not as good as I used to be, it's definitely humbled me a little bit to be like, why did that even matter to you? Why did that even matter? That fucking matters. When the game ends, no one remembers anyways. If you're not going to be at a professional level, why do you treat yourself like you are? All it does is damage your own perception of yourself. It's fucking toxic. I'm not the type to waste time on frivolous things in games like T-Mog or whatever. I chase the DPS meters, you know. Shut the fuck up. Injecting levity. It also doesn't help that so much of our gaming culture is based around difficulty equals virtue, so we get conditioned to be insecure about that. Yeah, that's something I've had to let go of, where, like, that's why I'm so anti-add-on now, because I genuinely think add-ons not only make us worse players in some ways, but they give Blizzard the excuse to not design the game well. And it's why it's like, dude, we don't need any of that shit. Most of us, for the difficulty that we're playing the game on, we don't need those things. We just don't. Like, we can figure it out. Like, just use our problem-solving skills and work as a team, and we can get through most of the content in this game. Emotional regulation can be very difficult for us with ADHD. I know. And it seems like perhaps even some people out there that have ADHD aren't aware of that. I would also like to say, not to be dismissive of people, but there are people that think they have ADHD that probably fucking don't. Because unfortunately, I do think that in some ways ADHD is a bit overdiagnosed, but that's also, you know, who am I to gatekeep some kind of diagnosis? It's not my fucking place. And I think some people just, it's kind of like, people do the same shit with OCD. Oh, it's my OCD acting up. Shut the fuck up, dude. Like, OCD exists on a scale of varying severity, but like, if that's what you think it is, then just shut the fuck up. Like, your OCD didn't kick in. Like, that's not how that works. Your ADHD doesn't kick in. It's always a thing. It's always there. Like, that was just my ADHD acting up. No, no, not how that works. I feel like that's kind of happening with autism. You better have a diagnosis if you're going to say you have autism. If you're going to say that you have anything, you need to be diagnosed. There are way too many people that are like, oh yeah, I'm autistic. It's like, bro, have you been told that? Like, you really should try to get a diagnosis if you're going to go around and say that. My partner got misdiagnosed with anxiety for years until he recently got an ADHD assessment and suddenly his whole life made so much more sense. Yeah, it's a shame. Misdiagnosis is a fucking problem. It's disrespectful to those who actually have it. Well, not only that, you're not helping yourself. By convincing yourself that you have a problem, if that's how you want to look at it, that is inaccurate. You're not helping yourself either. Your perceived issue could be something entirely different that the treatment could be completely different for. You should probably do yourself a favor and try to figure out what that is. No one's as hard on us as we are on ourselves. True. Yep. I get that. It's a bit counterproductive because the greatest competitors who do it for the longest are, of course, happy about having reached the top and see their achievement, but even more so because of the path they took to reach it. It wasn't purely the obsession to see themselves at number 1, but the journey itself being half the fun. We forget that that fun when all we want to feel is relief. When all we want to feel relief is seeing ourselves on top. I don't know. I've always kind of liked the nature of identifying my weaknesses and trying to make them better. Like when I would play shooters, when I'd play Call of Duty, when I play Counter-Strike, I am constantly analyzing my play. Constantly. I shouldn't have jiggle peeked that. I should have stood further back from the angle. I shouldn't have re-peeked that so quick. Should have taken advantage of my Molotov. Like, I am constantly processing for improvement. Always. Always. In literally almost everything that I do. I don't know if that's a healthy thing, but I'm constantly doing it. Every single pull of a boss in WoW, I am reflecting on my play and trying to figure out how I can do better. Everything. Everything. And I don't know. I like that. I enjoy that. I enjoy that. I enjoy that aspect of becoming better at something. Now, there are some things where the difficulty is just so egregious that it makes me not want to play it. But I think I've gotten better about that. Being a little bit less quick to anger, I think I've begun to appreciate the difficulty of certain things more. Being challenged a bit more, where before it would set me off. Struggling sucks, so you don't want to struggle, right? You look for ways to not. But I do enjoy the process of improving. Yeah. That's how I feel about it. Anyway, sorry, talking about myself a lot here. But I don't know. I hope that at the very least it's helpful for those maybe struggling with similar issues to, I don't know, be a little bit more forgiving to yourself, be a little bit more kind to yourself. Improving yourself, I think, ultimately really, really relies upon self-driven kindness. A lot of us really got to learn to be nicer to ourselves and to be more forgiving to ourselves. And because sometimes that lack of forgiveness, that kind of starts to project outward. And sometimes we kind of do that with other people too. And we start to, we even hurt other people we didn't intend to. So I don't know. If anything of this can be useful to anyone, then that's good enough for me. I think sometimes we need to accept that we're flawed. Well, sure, I think accepting flaws is one thing, but when your flaws are impacting your relationships, your job, your whatever it is, things that are important to you that make you happy, I think that it's important that you try to, at the very least, understand those flaws. Even if you don't have a way to remedy it, I think it's important that you work on it. That's how I feel about it anyway. If it's something that's relatively inconsequential, oh, I'm just not good at puzzle games or whatever this, and it's not, like, there's no reason to be so hard on yourself. But if your flaws, are negatively impacting other people or yourself at a mental level, you should probably look at doing something about that. And everyone has flaws, everybody. Nobody, it's easy to say, but, obviously cliche or whatever, but like nobody is perfect. It's not an exaggeration. Nobody is perfect. So this is what I think WoW has been so important for helping me to understand, is that as much as I'd like for there to be, idyllically, no darkness within me, the unfortunate truth is that there is. And what Dragonflight and especially the War Within have taught me, and Anduin's story has really taught me, is that rather than running from and hiding from our darknesses, we should learn to confront them, embrace them when it is healthy, and overcome them when it is not. So that's ultimately kind of my philosophy of why I handle things the way that I do, is that too often do we run from the darkness instead of facing it head on. But the truth is, there's a little bit of void in all of us. There's a little bit of void in everybody. The War Within taught you to handle your inner battles? Well, I think it started before the War Within, but yes. Yeah, I think that for me, pretty much ever since... it's so weird because ever since Legion, ever since really starting to get into WoW's lore and appreciate characters like Sargeras, even if it started in a way of misguided idolization of characters that were clearly flawed, it almost has like awakened within me this desire to not only this love for the medium, but also this desire to learn something from it and to like progress forward as a human being. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. But BFA and like, I don't know. I think that there's just been a ton of change in my life since getting into WoW, since making YouTube videos and streaming and exposing myself to more different opinions on the internet and stuff. I don't know. I feel like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV is not to be disregarded here either. Have really helped me like develop as a person. Like, but then I've realized that it might not be specific to those games. It's this beautiful art that exists in fantasy and fiction that as I've extrapolated on before, allows you to take your inner turmoil, emotions, complexities, flaws, and witness them on a canvas. And I think that that's what art is so incredible for, is it takes this emotion, this expression of the soul, and puts it on a canvas for your eyes to see, or for your ears to hear, you know, or even in food. It's like taking something that exists within you. This is creation. This is like creation and sub-creation. Taking something that exists within you or something that inspired you and putting it to canvas, any type of canvas, in a way that makes it easier to see it for what it is. And I think that's why I love World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy and fantasy universes in general, is they have this incredibly creative way that really speaks to me of taking those inner things and putting them outside. Because so much of what we experience as human beings is outside. I don't know why I did that, but so when everything is internalized, things that you can't see, things that you can't hear, things that you can't, in the aspect of culinary arts, taste or feel or whatever, I think that it makes it harder not only to express but appreciate those things. Simply put, without all the extra bullshit tacked on, art gives us the ability to take our emotions and thoughts and experiences and put them on a canvas that allows us to better reconcile our experiences and emotions and things in a healthy way. Art is very important. And that's why human art is so beautiful and important, and it's why I'm so against AI-generated art, because there is none of that. It isn't emotion. It's not truly experiences. Like, it's not organic like what we have. It's just copying styles in an algorithmic way. I don't consider that art. And so I'm very against AI art outside of anything outside of just strictly personal use. Companies shifting to AI art, I despise that. I do not like that at all. Spotify pushing AI artists, not a big fan of that at all. You know, I don't like that at all. And I think that's because I see in art humanity and the emotion that makes it real, that makes it meaningful. And so I think that when you take that away, the art becomes meaningless. It doesn't mean anything anymore. My favorite character in Bleach taught me that perfection is despair. People strive to reach it for ways to perfect ourselves or what we do, but never to achieve it. Because if we could in the first place, what would come next? Nothing beats perfect. Nothing else to strive for. You would love Arcane. You've seen Arcane, haven't you? Story and art, an inherent part of humanity's evolution. Yep, a mirror. Darkness is needed to see the light for what it is. The contrast is important. Yeah, I mean, that's Victor in a nutshell right there. And he had to look at that and be like, yep, I fucked up. Telling these types of stories is inherent to who we are as people. Look at things like the Epic of Gilgamesh and how old that is. We've been passing stories down for as long as we've existed to try and help us understand both the world and our place in it. To talk about what's important to us, to be remembered in all of our complexity. Getting back in touch with that's always good for your mental health, I think. Some might call it clair obscure. I fucking love that game. I love that game. Yeah, anyway, nothing that I've said is particularly profound or original, so, you know, if I sound like I'm coming off like these are some kind of, you know, profound thoughts from the ill mind of Pyromancer, that's not my intention. I understand that, frankly, from a philosophical level, I'm just reiterating what tons of people over the, you know, centuries have said. But I appreciate it effectively, so acknowledging it, I guess. It's good to say it out loud? Yeah, for sure. I hate how AI companies just hijack the word AI. Generative AI is only one small sub-branch of the AI field. Other AI branches don't share the same moral problem with Gen AI. I know. Making jobs safer, making medical procedures more reliable, helping with data analysis and the creation of medication to help cure illnesses. There are a lot of beautiful things that AI can help with. Helping to solve logistical issues. Great use of AI, right? Making art? No. That's just lazy. That's taking away from the human element that makes art meaningful in the first place. And without that human element to make that art for your AI to learn from, it ain't shit. Because your AI has to fucking train itself on all this other information. The people use it for fucking Sokka reasons. That's right, fucking Sokka. Fucking Sokka scum. Solving cancer would be neat. Yeah, don't even get me started on that. I can be cynical, but I don't believe that we do have the cure for cancer. I don't. I understand the whole premise of the how profitable it is and all that stuff. I totally get it. It is one of those almost like nihilistic, cynical, despairing type things that I just can't allow myself to believe because it's too soul crushing. But yeah, it sure would be good to find a cure for cancer. Like, inordinate cell replication is a bitch. Like, what do you fucking do about that? Especially cancers caused by exposure to certain, like, materials. That's the biggest shame. It's just like, it's one thing when your body's natural replication distorts and causes a problem. It's another when it's due to exposure to a chemical. Like, that is just so sad. That is so sad. I mean, it's sad either way. Please don't misunderstand what I mean by that, but man, when it's preventable is what I'm saying. Preventable causes of cancer are... Ugh. But let's just keep dumping our waste in foreign countries and, you know, poisoning water sources and shit. Surely that has nothing to do with cancer. I mean, come on. That's woke nonsense. They even try to replace voice actors or contract voice actors for their voices to be able to be reused without them performing. It's very sad to me because as humans, we evolve through aging and experience, something that the AI won't replicate. The emotions that comes with time. Sure. And I think, I mean, there was a time where in my videos, when Jay was doing the editing, we had used an AI-generated Emmett Selk voice. And I kind of got to the point about how I viewed AI where I just hit Jay up one day and I was like, yeah, you know what, man? We should probably stop using that because that kind of That kind of goes against our moral stance on this, my moral stance on it, and I don't think we should do this anymore. The guy's really talented, and here we are kind of ripping his voice off through this generated fucking bullshit. Like, I don't think we should do that anymore. And since then, we haven't. We cut that out completely. And I'm proud that we made that decision, because if it were my voice, I'd have been pissed off. I'd have been like, get my fucking shit off your stream, bitch. That doesn't belong to you. You know, get my fucking voice out of your videos. Okay, but my use for AI was the best use possible, chat, and you all know it. AI to replace CEOs, CFOs, HR, etc., and gave it quotas of like, the company must provide jobs for X amount of employees. Then we wouldn't need all these asshole CEOs. What would you think about an AI voiceover for characters that don't have a voice actor, like Quest NPCs? I wouldn't really like that either, because that's, I mean, just pay someone. Blizzard makes so much fucking money off this. Just pay someone. Bro, there's some games where I would do it for free. And am I as good of a voice as Travis Willingham or Matt Mercer or Laura Bailey or one of these people? No. But can I do a pretty good slew of voices? Yeah, let me do it. I'll fucking do it for nothing. There's people that are passionate enough about this stuff that they wouldn't even ask you to pay them. Would I like to be paid? Sure. Sure, me like money. But would I do it probably for free too, depending on the workload? Yeah, probably. Just pay someone. Confession time, guys. I created Gen AI to prank the WoW community, but now it's totally out of hand. Yeah, but don't feel bad about that. There's no confession there to be had. Like, you were forthcoming about it. You don't lie about it. It's obviously a joke. Like, your intention is so much different. There's like, and you know this, there's full-blown AI channels out there, man. Like, full-blown AI WoW lore videos that get information horribly wrong. And people just putting them out. How many fucking videos have I had recommended to me of AI Warcraft movie trailers? Just absolute dog shit. Like, oh, dude, it makes me sick to my stomach. It makes me so angry. It doesn't make me that angry, really. Actually, I take that back. It makes me more just disappointed. No, he created Gen AI himself. Zaxxas went out of control. Oh, is that what he's saying? Did I not get a joke? I created Gen AI to prank the WoW community. I created Gen AI. What does that mean? This guy never gets our jokes. Dude, I swear to God, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I am fucking real dumb. Demons told me to do it. Okay, dude. Co-Carnage started playing a game called Night Swarm. He's now helping them to replace their AI voice characters to be fully human voice. So good to see. That is great, dude. I'd love to get involved in something like that. I can do so many fucking voices, man. Just like, let me take a stab at it, dude. During the peak of my Final Fantasy streams, I did get offered to do an audiobook reading, some short stories, and I turned it down because at the time it wasn't lucrative enough. Part of me wishes I had done it. Part of me wishes I had done it. I wonder if I could still hit them. I don't even know who it was from. I wonder if I could even like get in contact with them and see if that's something they'd still be interested in offering. I don't know. I saw a Reddit post the other day about an AI artist complaining that someone stole their prompt because the image they generated was too similar to theirs. And I was like, you're so close, my guy. You're almost there. How they're unable to see. That's so crazy. I uninstalled Where Winds Meet after I realized how much of the game was AI slop covered in gacha. Yeah, I installed it because I was like, oh, that looks interesting. And then when I realized the same thing, I uninstalled it. I'm not going to like talk shit on someone if they want to play it, whatever. Play whatever games make you happy. I don't care. But I'm not going to play a game like that. Fuck that. I've seen people sell AI prompt bundles for $50 a month. Dude, anything to make money. I swear to God, that's the only reason this whole generative AI push even exists. Because people realize, I did mean like a joke. I don't feel bad about those shenanigans. Good, okay. Like people, just anytime that you can monetize something, there's just, it's a big push. It's a big old push. And there's people that get in on the fad. Okay, no one fucking crash out and leave the chat. And, sorry, couldn't help myself. And then they kind of teeter off and they, you know, they fall off because it's not new anymore, so it's not as sustainable, right? People are always just looking for the next thing, and I swear AI is just another one of those things. The bubble will burst. Isn't there a gene for this? Like the selfish gene or something? People can't comprehend the problem until it affects them? I don't know, dude. Is there a gene for it? That sounds like weird territory, but hey. Profits from AI should be paid back to all of humanity since it was trained on our work. Oh, true. AI should be paying us. I could have sworn I heard of a genetic expression or something. I don't know. Did you see that Crucial won't sell RAM to consumers and only to data centers? Do you suppose that's a result? I mean, of course it's a result of the data shortage, but because they're building massive data centers and are willing to pay a premium for it, do you think that's why? Because they can just make more money off of the corporations than the individuals? Pretty much entirely why. What a piece of shit company. Imagine. And people go, why would they be a piece of shit, dude? They're just trying to make more money. Yeah, is there ever such a thing as enough is enough? Like, come on, man. This constant growth capitalist mentality of always need to grow, consume, 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 waste, 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 throw, throw, throw away, throw away. Like, when is that gonna end? Are you ever able to just get a company to a fucking, like, a healthy rate where the people that work there aren't overworked and get paid a decent fucking salary and just call it, like, good? And be like, this is a good company. Like, why does it always have to be a constant push from, like, it's like not even a push to sustain sales. It's constantly to grow. Fuck off. Is that why RAM is so expensive right now? Yes, because it's getting eaten by data centers right now. Absolutely fucking eaten by data centers. And a lot of them are like machine learning AI data center shit. It really does feel like long-term business has gone extinct. Short-term, instant money, money, money. Human reparations. Well, it's just, I think part of it is because with how technology has changed, in some ways, it's, if you hit the right thing, you can make so much money so fast that you don't need to worry about longevity. Products can become so available and so easy to sell so quickly that you don't even have to concern yourself with developing something that is a good product or will serve the business in the long term. People are just trying to make a quick buck. The whole reason, it's why I'm not like, look, I'm just thinking, it's like, I'm content with the size that I am as a streamer, because if I had the mentality to constantly grow, 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 I just don't know what kind of person I would be. The whole reason companies keep laying off people is not because the companies can't afford it. It's because laying off people pushes record profits even higher. And we're also paying more for water and electricity to pay for them to build out these data centers. Yeah, our fucking domestic bills will increase as a result. In some cases, yeah. It's pretty fucked up. Like, I don't know, dude. I had this fucking based balding guy on fucking Twitch tell me I shouldn't even be worried about that, dude. I mean, he's like a millionaire and shit, dude. I should definitely listen to what he has to say, right, dude? I feel like it's late stage capitalism. The incentives are all out of whack. Yeah, yeah. We're gonna be in cyberpunk pretty soon. To them, a lot of money just isn't enough. It has to be more money. It's because humans want and they desire and they consume and they waste and they destroy. That's what we do. Sorry, I always end up going to the cynical, pessimistic mindset at the end of the night. Always. After these like long introspective discussions and stuff, I always end up here. Where I'm like teetering on the brink of losing faith in humanity. Because it's like, you just exhaust your like hopefulness and like optimism, and you're just like, we're just fucked. We're just cooked. Reality sets in again, and you realize that you don't live in a fantasy world where things can be remedied in the, I don't know. It's just so fucked. I have 2x crucial RAMs and I kind of feel bad. I mean, look, yeah, I have a couple crucial 1 terabyte hard drives, but I also bought them 6 years ago. In fact, I didn't even buy them. They were given to me for free. So I don't think you should feel bad because you have it. But it's like, if their choices do bother you, and then you're like, I'm gonna go buy some crucial RAM, then, you know, maybe you have a reason to kind of be a little bit more judgmental of yourself. But it's not like you knew that when you got that. Yeah, exactly. You bought them a year ago. Then don't burden yourself with like guilt. It has nothing to do with that. What was wrong, Jay Wild? I'd love to know. Which is really confusing because, like, what the hell are your descendants gonna do when they don't have the same think, thunk, and run out? Because the entire world is racing to screw itself over. I mean, you don't have to worry about that, though, because you're gonna die eventually. You're not gonna be around for that. We're way ahead of the plan. It should be 2077, not 2033. I don't know. I don't want to get... I don't know. I got 4 16x Crucial, bought them a year ago as well. Nice. I mean, they make a good product. I don't know. I think that I have a Corsair DDR5. It's like 5200 megahertz, only clocks to 5000 though. I don't know why. It's fucking bullshit advertising. It's not stable at all. Fucking Corsair. Anyway. I've used HyperX. I think no. Ripjaws? Or is Ripjaw X? Is that HyperX memory? HyperX makes memory sticks, don't they? They do. For sure they do. For sure. They've used Corsair. Yeah, Kingston HyperX is good stuff. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That pink quest we didn't think was important was in fact important. I'm not gonna say I told you so because I didn't, but I had a feeling that that might have been something that you should do. You should always do pink quests. Always, as you now know. They unlock fundamentally important aspects of the game. Like, you should always do them. I've got one. Yeah, I used to have some, I think. Thanks for the follows, by the way, guys. Greetings, Mortal Deviant, Kaiben. Appreciate it. Name one important pink quest. The one that Jaywild didn't do. What does pink color even mean? It means that it unlocks something. It means it unlocks like a system. Or like explains a system that you should be interacting with. Yeah, gameplay features is a better way to put that. You mean gameplay features? Because pink, am I right? I can say it. It's true. The only way they could make this lumber farming worse is by making less nodes spawn? Yeah. Thanks, Clyze. I'm about ready to cut it. At least trim it. I won't shave it all the way off, but I'll trim it. I start to get errant hairs and it starts to tickle my nose and shit. I hate that. Can't fucking stand that shit. Oh, wow, that thing melted. You know, it's really funny. I watch your streams and videos from time to time, VODs, and always when I join your streams, there's just some banger discussions and conversations that are perfect for passing time and vibing. Thanks. Bro, the only way they could make this lumber... Yeah. Feels literally impossible. What do you mean, melted? You use frost? Shattered? Thing shattered? If I was playing my Frost Mage, that'd be perfectly thematic. Part of the reason why I like Pyro's stream is he's forefront with the stuff he talks about, even if you disagree. I mean, it wasn't always like that. Well, maybe it was kind of. I've always kind of spoken my mind, but I think I've been tempered by the flames of war. I don't know. To the point where I just kind of... I don't know. It's not like the things that I say are like fucking hateful or bigoted or anything like that anyway, so it's like, why should I be afraid to say most of them, you know? I don't really have anything to be afraid of. I think that you should treat humans with decency and respect. Wow, what an asshole. Like, what the fuck? Liquids, thanks for becoming a member on YouTube, bro. Appreciate that. More chill nowadays, though. I do miss the unhinged lore rants, though. Oh, I still have those sometimes. Sometimes I do have unhinged lore rants still. Chatters like you are the best to mod for, unlike that shithead Zaxxas. Okay, coming from you, dude. This fucking guy. You know this fucking guy had like 16,000 chats in my channel this year? What a fucking sicko. Now, I forget if you saw the sets for them yet, but that was one of the few beta exceptions. I just got you, very welcome. Being super anxious a couple hours ago, that's why I'm up so late, but being here vibing and being a part of the actual meaningful discussions rather than small talk has actually been so incredibly calming, so thank you. And thank you, chat. Hell yeah. I'm sick of fake mask streamers. Yeah, well, I'm afraid the amount of those that you witness is not going to be less anytime soon. It seems like more and more people are just going like full mask off. He meant 12.0 sets, Pyro? Oh, he was asking if you'd seen them? Did it get modded? Oh, have you seen the Death Knight tier set armor for 12.0? I think I looked at them briefly, but I can't remember. I actually don't remember. Sorry. Oh, come on. Death Knight specifically was sick. Rygalon looked to it. Oh fuck. Can you link a picture of it? I think you didn't want to see that. I don't care about set bonuses and shit. And I'm not gonna look at every tier set, but I think I feel like I already have. I don't really care so much about tier sets. As long as it doesn't link to a page with other spoilers on it, that's all I care about. I think set might have spoilery look, you know? Yeah, it's always hard because you guys know what they look like and I don't. I just don't remember if I looked. When's the next WoW release? We actually just got 11.2.7, what, last week? On the 2nd? Yeah, 7 days ago, I think exactly. Not a bad time to pick the game up. Housing just came out. If you have Midnight, if you pre-order Midnight. And what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else. You still playing Mage? You gonna try something new? I mean, I'm so torn, dude. I did recruit us another Mage, so if I don't have to play Mage, I might go back to playing Warlock. Paladin would be very fitting, but there's gonna be a fuckload of Paladins. There's gonna be even more Paladins in Midnight than there was in the War Within. So I might play Warlock. Warlock is getting a talent called, it's like Embers of Nihilum or something, which is crazy. My partner used to be a full-time streamer, and the main reason he quit was he just got so disillusioned with friendships with other streamers. So yeah, lots of fake people around. Yeah, unfortunately true. Yeah, I mean, this does look kind of familiar, but that's fucking sick. The axe and glaives that they just released on the trading post look like they go with this set. That's fucking sick. That's badass. Cruel frozen north. I'm ditching my monk and going back to being a lock main. Demo's built-in spell lock and imp to spell. It's gonna be peak if they keep it that way. Looks very Lich King, duh. I mean, there's already basically a Lich King set in the game from Legion. It's from Nighthold. Oh, hey, I'm on my Death Knight. Man, it's so far back. This makes me so sad. Oh my goodness, it's so far back. This. That's pretty much about as Lich King as you can get. The helmet specifically. Sir Bob of Duck. Thanks for the follow. After your latest Sylvanas video, I'd love to see a video series from you of the WoW timeline as you understand it. Love the lore through your videos. Thanks, man. Thank you. Wasn't the anniversary set very Lich King-y? Yeah, it's up here. Actually clicked on it. This one. I also got the other version of it because it's fucking badass, dude. Fuck yeah. It's one of the coolest sets. I'd say the sets aren't spoilery, just your usual on-theme sets. Yeah, sometimes the theme doesn't even match the raid, so. I kind of want to come back, but I think I might wait till the next X pack. There's just so much shit now. I mean, it's just going to be more and more. I'm going DK or Lock, and for heals, I'm going to try Pally. Oh, dude, Pally is fucking sick. I love Holy Paladin. I love Holy Paladin. It's so much fun. I think you're going to enjoy it. Holy Pally is a nasty dungeon healer, too. It's fucking sick. You should come back. There's a tank mount you can get now. All it takes is playing the game. That's a bit of a stretch. The tank mount isn't just playing the game. The tank mount is playing everything in the current expansion. Like, all of it. I wouldn't say that it's just, you know, come back and just play the game. You'll get this tank mount. Come on. It's a lot of game, and you have to deliberately go out of your way to do it. The meta achievement is not a small feat. There's a lot that you have to do. Only Draenei characters can use this item. Well, fuck you, huh? I'll fucking teleport where I want to, bitch. Teleports you to the Broken Tusk. Isn't that right fucking there? It is. What the fuck? Why is my hearth set here? What a delusional fucking option. Why'd I do that? So why is your orc lock named Krokul? Well, Krokul is a Drenic word that means broken. And because my warlock is an orc corrupted with Fel and a clear practitioner of the demonic arts, Krokul is the name I chose because the Orcish name that I wanted wasn't available. But because the Drenic language could very well have kind of made its way, influencing some of the Orcish dialect, and, you know, perhaps my guy's named Krokul for this reason. And yeah, orcs and, you know, Draenei came and landed on Draenor, and there was pretty minimal interaction between them for a time. But I kind of look at it as like my character is considered by some to be kind of like broken or corrupted. Can you say you race swapped? I think it auto sets your Earth. I'm pretty sure I did that. I'm pretty sure I did that the other night. I came here. I was gonna set my character's hearths all to places that made sense for them for RP purposes, but then I was like, that's inconvenient. So then I stopped. Pretty sure that's why that happened. Back to fucking Hollowfall. It's looking like I should have enough to clear the upcoming Savage raid tier and then have time to raid the first Midnight tier. Nice. Hell yeah. That and times Warlocks are really broken damage-wise. Oh my goodness. You're not wrong. This Meta Achievement's much smaller than the other ones. Yeah. I was looking at the ones for Shadowlands and BFA and shit, and it's painful. Dude, I'm gonna say it. If we had the option to have literal spines in the back like Gul'dan, I would swallow the biggest load known to mankind. More power to you, brother. You know? You guys want to see the thumbnail for my video that's coming out tomorrow for Xalatath? This isn't the color balanced version. The other version's color balanced, but did Pyro talk about the Bellular video? You don't want me to talk about the Bellular video. She looks so much like a Naru there. It's not even funny anymore. No, it's the way she floats around, and I don't know. The new Bellular video is actually decent research. Yeah, until you read the comments. And then you start reading corrections from people. And they're like, yeah, you got this wrong and you got that wrong. And I'm pretty sure your interpretation of that was incorrect. It's not exactly true what you said here. Like saying that the Lich King is original? Come on, man. It's, I don't know. That's just the title or the thumbnail, but it seemed like rage bait. So you have seen it? I'm not getting baited into this. No. Predicting the title, Xalatath has a big secret that we just found out. Sort of. It's kind of like that. YouTube just I don't know if you saw this, Axis. YouTube just finally implemented A/B testing for titles. So I actually have 3 different titles running for the current video, and it's testing to see which one is the most effective, and then it will set it to that one. I don't know how they didn't have this feature before. They had it for thumbnails, but they just recently added this, so I have a couple different titles that I've selected that are quite different from one another. It's very nice. It's very nice. It's gonna make my life easier for sure. I think, anyway. It's nice, yeah. It's a good thing. You can come up with 3 different titles and it'll test them for you and see. Based on click-through rate. I always regretted my title choices. It's hard, and then like if you publish it and then you have second thoughts, you change it, and then you get paranoid that changing it will fuck up its discoverability, and it's stressful. So I'm glad that they implemented it. I knew I was noticing titles with different videos with different titles. Yeah, they're rotating. It's an A/B testing thing. It's being done on purpose, but ultimately it's all optimization. But I'll say from a creator standpoint, it's gonna make my life a little easier. Sometimes you have 2 different titles that you're not really sure which one to pick, and just being able to pick between 2 is a godsend. It's very nice. And it also can help you understand, like, I hate to say this, but this might also kind of be a moment where it's revealed or disproven that making a more clickbaity title is more effective. You might throw in one in there that's a little bit more mischievous and clickbaity or whatever, and if it turns out that that's algorithmically the one that gets chosen, it's an unfortunate truth, but at least you have the answer. You know? You would hope to see more, titles with greater integrity, get clicks, but unfortunately, that's probably not how it's going to be. It's probably going to turn out that the more clickbaity title is the one that gets the views. You won't believe what nobody knew. Yeah, that's how I felt with my Siren Isle title. I was like, what the fuck do I call this? So many people did not fucking interact with Siren Isle. Do I say, like, the secrets of Siren Isle and why nobody saw it? Or do I go hyperbolic like that or not? Is Xalatath bussin'? We count piggies to test that theory. That is so degenerate. I love it. Ugh. Flames Radiance. I need about 1,000 more rep. 925. 825. 825? 825. Okay. A terrible day to be able to read. The toes knows. Jesus. Clickbait will get me to start a video but not finish one that isn't really on the bait topic. You gotta make clickbait that's pertinent to the topic of the video. Like, what I mean is you can put a generic title. Pyromancer reacts to 11.2.7 Sylvanas questline or cutscene. It's straight to, it's to the point. It's not exaggerated. That's exactly what it is. Or you can put the title, Sylvanas just dropped a lore bomb. You know what I mean? Like, those are 2 very different things. And so being able to test, and I think I know which one is going to be more successful, getting to test those against each other. I threw in one there as well, like, why even have PTR? And that's one of the titles that's getting rotated, and that is pertinent to the video, because it's like, dude, we do all this PTR testing, and then it comes out with a broken fucking cinematic anyways. Like, what the fuck? Why even have PTR? Like, dog shit. So, I try not to make it too clickbaity and irrelevant. I don't like dishonest titles and stuff. I saw someone made a bed with a Zal body pillow. Pillows in what would be her body shape, and her painting as her head, and Xalatath foot of rock. I've seen that one. I've seen that, dude. You know what, man? Even if they have to fetishize her, at least, they like the female character, right? At least they're not losing their minds. Very hot. Okay. Oh, it's hot in here. You fucking A, it is. You goddamn right. What's up? Sure. It was talking about renaming old videos from the clickbait to make old videos more searchable. LTT, yeah. Yep, it's a good idea. I should probably go back in my catalog and add several titles to each of them. Yeah, that's Ariel. Yeah. That got posted in the Discord. Very cursed. Yeah, of course it got posted in the fucking Discord. That's where I saw it. I posted it? Yeah. You guys are always posted the degen shit. I googled Xalatath feet, wow, housing. Big mistake. I don't know why you'd be surprised, brother. Don't even know why you'd be surprised. You ought to know what you're getting yourself into with that shit. Nah, he got visited by Zalatos. I have no idea what this is, but it tastes good. Probably a lot of Zalatath shrines. Oh, it is funny tag. Absolutely is. I just found out in all this time I've been watching you, I hadn't joined your Discord yet. Never a better time than right now. I ping the Discord when my streams go live and when new videos come out. And sometimes for polls to get feedback from you guys, but other than that, it's pretty chill. Mostly. That was an accident. I accidentally just clicked on a Discord channel. That could have been awkward. The Discord channel there was people in. First order of business, time to flex my Arathi fan T-Mog in the T-Mog section. Do it. Do it. It said I was still connected. What the fuck was that? Have a good night, Just Sweet. Yeah, I'll be live again on like I said, Thursday, but later in the evening, closer to the time that TGA starts. I'm gonna do one more run of this. Probably be done. A stone foot with a Zal frame picture is marked as NSFW on Reddit. I mean, it's a foot fetish. I mean, let's not, you know, let's not beat around the bush. The reveal when she has hooves is gonna hit hard, you see. The reveal when she doesn't have feet at all. Who is our healing Mistweaver? Bevy. We had another trial for a little bit, but it wasn't very good. Yeah, if that person's asked, yeah, I would just direct them to Bevy. All right. All right. Wrathy Warrior. See you. All right. Not bad. Pretty good color palette. Fucks with that. This is what it's like to go for the War Within Meta Achievement. This gameplay right here. When you boiled it down to daily and weekly rotation quests and farming 1 reputation. I swear to God, they only made us do this because they knew that no one played Nightfall content because it was a fucking flop. And they wanted to force us to do it. I swear. This content did so well. Look at everyone who did it. Yeah. I did it twice and it was bugged as hell. Now I gotta go back and hope it works for meta. It will. It works fine now. Three minutes till the next one. We don't play games anymore. We just argue about them. What is this? How long is this? 12 minutes. I haven't played it. It sucks. This seems like it could be a banger.
And the award for the most correct opinions on the internet goes to Ted Brooks.
Thank you. Wow. You know, the things that I like are good. And the things that I don't like, well, they bad. And most importantly, the things that I have no experience with whatsoever threaten me deeply. Let's explore that, yeah?
Okay, so the Game Awards are coming up, and if you don't know, they're kind of like the Oscars, but for video games. This year I've been tracking with the discourse online, and it's got me questioning certain things like, why do we care so aggressively about the things that we like, and the things that we've never even touched? Every year, award shows turn the internet into a giant sports bar, where suddenly everyone becomes die-hard fans of like one specific thing. Like for instance, recently the Game Awards opened up their voting for all kinds of categories, and Claire Obscure Expedition 33 was nominated for 12 different categories. And I played that game. I loved that game. I made a whole video about it being, to me, a masterpiece of artwork. I also voted for it over other games because I didn't play them. In fact, I hadn't played a lot of the other games that were in the same categories.
Same.
But apparently a large chunk of the gaming public interprets this process as step 1, pick the game that you enjoyed playing. Step 2, burn everything else to the ground. I was scrolling on Reddit and TikTok and Instagram, you know, the public forum of our generation.
There is so
and found
much Expedition 33 hate, dude. It's fucking crazy. It's just, I swear to God, this video is obviously interesting to me because the reactionary kind of like resistance to it is fascinating to me.
Vitriolic discourse over people commenting on these nominations, declaring Expedition 33 as overrated, turn-based trash, or too French. Most of these comments were followed up with replies that they actually hadn't even played the game. Now, fans of the game are not clear of this either. When the game is put into contention for Game of the Year, Expedition 33 fans are insulted by the child-focused gameplay of Donkey Kong, calling Death Stranding 2 a walking simulator, Kingdom Come Deliverance as boring, and Silksong as too hard. And more than half of these people have never touched the games that they're passionately declaring as trash. Huh.
To think of a topical example, there's this guy, Shroud. Big esports guy, skilled player, huge following, who has, I guess, decided that his fight is against single-player games. When it came to the game,
so dumb, dude.
Game Awards, he told his followers, do not let that Expedition game win Game of the Year. Do not let it. Absolutely do not. We all have to band together to make this game win. This game being Ark Raiders, a recent Smash multiplayer hit. Cool. It looks like a game that a lot of people are really enjoying. But to use your platform to tell people not to vote for a specific thing, despite never having played it?
And transparently, that's also me. I'm no better. If you grew up
Pretty sure he's just saying that to try to entice more people to vote. No, I think Shroud just has a bad take here. It is possible that Shroud has a bad take. You know what I mean? Doesn't have to be some like Shadow War fucking
90s or the early 2000s, you definitely remember the peak of the console wars. Xbox 360 versus PlayStation 3, or even Xbox One and PS4. Tensions and brand loyalty were at a max during these years. I was an Xbox kid, a Halo kid. I talked about it like I had stock in Microsoft at 12 years old. PlayStation? Trash, obviously. Meanwhile, I didn't play any PlayStation games. Not a one. Not a single one. But I still dogged on them like it was my job.
Yep.
When I started dating my wife, she brought a PlayStation into our relationship. And I finally dipped my toes into some of the things that I missed, and what do you know? Some of those games are
really
in
good.
my top 10.
Yep.
PlayStation games good? Am I the first to say this? And that got me wondering, why did I spend so much time defending the thing that I liked by attacking the thing I didn't even understand?
Why do we do this?
Okay, so I did some digging to actually try to figure this out. I'm not here to just spew some random theory on the internet, although you did see me get the award for most correct opinion, so tough tits. Interestingly, here's what I found. Number one, identity theory. Part of the reason why we get so defensive over our favorite things, movies, video games, music, is because those things aren't only hobbies to us, they're group signals.
Yeah.
Social identity theory shows that people see themselves as members of groups. We attach our personality to the things that we like. My game that I love,
it's like tribalism,
becomes me. If something threatens my game, it threatens me. The scarcity of attention. Psychologists and economists talk about attention as a limited resource, a scarce resource. When people have less time or feel like they do, they tunnel on what they've invested in and treat other options as threats to that limited bandwidth. Mullainathan and Shafir's research on scarcity describes how limited bandwidth makes people focus tightly on what's in front of them and neglect the rest. If you spend 30 to 60 hours in a game, you have become mentally invested in that thing. Voting for that game and criticizing others is just a way of protecting the value of your limited time. 3, status by subtraction. The oldest trick in the book. If I can't raise something up, at least I can pull something down. It's the same energy that fueled some of my middle and high school actions.
Yep.
While I never physically bullied anybody, I look back at some of the jokes that I made and interactions that I had in which I lowered somebody else's socioeconomic status so that I could create fake elevation for myself. My perceived status grew because in relation to them, it was higher. If you can't climb the ladder, push someone else off of it. To make my game seem better, I have to tarnish the games it's competing with. Lastly, number 4, the fear of being wrong. Cognitive dissonance research explains why people resist changing beliefs when confronted with contradictions. Doing so creates psychological discomfort. So people then rationalize or reject the evidence. Contemporary work on belief perseverance and the so-called...
People do this a lot with things like WoW. They'd rather ignore the actual truth of it and paint it in a certain way because they... And we do this with everything, really. But because they don't want to have to face what it actually could be, that they could, in fact, be wrong.
Backfire effect shows that being confronted with contradictory evidence can actually strengthen some people's original beliefs rather than change them. That's why someone who dismissed a game before trying it will oftentimes double down on their opinion when you challenge them on it. Knowing the argumentative nature, to put it lightly, of Reddit threads and Facebook comment sections, I think you can surmise how some of these opinions might take shape.
Good camera work in this video. I appreciate
So here's
it.
the truth I keep circling back to. I love art. Games, movies, weird indie stuff that nobody's heard of. I love it all. I love seeing what people imagine and bring to life. So why are we bending over backwards to convince other people that their favorite thing is actually bad? Like, if you tell me your favorite movie, my first instinct isn't to dunk on it. It's to figure out why. What part grabbed you? What part...
This happens so much in the Discord, bro. This is what I'm talking about. We're like, it's something I've kind of commented on in my Discord recently because, and I think that it really is more prevalent with a small group of people, but it's like, sometimes it certainly feels like when someone praises something or explains why they like it, people just have this like innate reaction to just be like, well, this is why I didn't like it. And it's like, well, okay, no offense, but like, I didn't really ask kind of situation. Like, why do you have to do that? Like, or even if they've never interacted with it. Well, to me, it seemed like I heard that. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Why do people do? It's so fucking weird. Why do people do that?
Stuck with you. Because that stuff, it's personal. And honestly, I think that's beautiful. I felt a personal connection to the story of Expedition 33. While many found it to be a story of grief, which it absolutely is about that, I found a deeper connection to its conversation with the connection between an artist and their art.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
Soul that they leave behind.
I would say both. Absolutely, because the soul that they leave behind in this case is an expression of that grief. That's why it's so important, because it's them putting themselves into the art in this way, at least how I interpret it, is like, it's because of the grief.
Behind in each piece, and it's vulnerable thread that connects them. For those who felt the joy of smashing things in Donkey Kong, and the memories that were made with their partners or children in the co-op gameplay. For those that felt unspoken encouragement and hopefulness through the invisible network of Death Stranding. To the players.
Sorry, is there going to be Expedition 33 spoilers in this? I mean, probably not. There's only 2 minutes left in the video, and I haven't seen any spoilers so far, so I don't think so.
Raiders who are having a blast, sharing hilarious, devious, or teamwork moments on social media. It's wonderful. that you had something.
I think if this guy's as big of a fan of Expedition 33 as he says, I highly doubt that he's just going to randomly throw spoilers in the video.
A blast, sharing hilarious, devious, or teamwork moments on social media. It's wonderful that you had something that spoke into this time of your life.
We've created this culture where an opinion is treated like a currency. And the loudest ones seem like they have the most value. But maybe we don't need an opinion on everything.
Yep.
Especially with things we've never even experienced. Maybe it's...
There's so much of that, dude. God, there's so much opinionated fucking... So much opinionated remarking about things that people have never even experienced. I just don't get it. It's the same thing with movies. It's why, like what you were saying, Stabber, it's why I don't watch movie reviews, or like I don't ask people if they liked movies anymore, because ultimately I don't really care. Like, I'd rather go and experience it myself and determine for myself if I liked it, not be told by someone else whether I'm supposed to or not before I ever even experience it.
just okay to say, I don't know.
Yeah, it's
I
okay
haven't
to
played that.
not have an answer.
Maybe it's okay to celebrate the things that we love without pulling other things down.
Oh.
Maybe voting for your favorite thing, whether that is a video game, a movie, a music album, or a political figure, doesn't require you hating on the things competing against it. And maybe, just maybe, if we can understand why we behave in this way and stop doing that, the whole conversation around art can get a lot more kinder, get a lot more interesting, and a lot more fun. Because at the end of the day, the world doesn't get better when we tear things down. It gets better when we lift up the things and the people who create something worth loving.
Based. That was a good video, dude. I
Thank
like
you
that.
guys for watching and for
Well
this
said.
award. You will find many of my other opinions on the internet, on this channel.
Small YouTuber. Doesn't even have 1,000
Appreciate
subs,
a
man.
like, a comment, a
Wow.
subscribe, any kind of
Yo, go show some love
interaction.
if you
I
enjoyed
don't
that,
want
please.
This to seem like I am just speaking at
At the
you
very
from
least,
the
leave a like on that
stage.
shit.
Oh. But I have an after party to get to, so I'll leave you here.
That was a really good one. I stopped reading reviews before reading / watching, listening to stuff, and instead started looking at stuff after in terms of like film criticism from critics I respect their work. I mean, I think it's easier to like respect something or like relate to it if you have your own personal experience with it, you know? I think like reading what critics say should come after, because it's like contrast what your experience was and how you felt about it with what someone who's being very critical of it thinks. Starting with someone who's very critical. I mean, I feel like you can just be critical about fucking anything. The top / pinned comment was great. I haven't watched this video, but came here to say that I disagree with it. That is pretty funny. That is pretty funny. Yeah, I just, I think that, I just personally think it's better to, for me anyway, to experience something and then form my opinion on it and then listen to what other people have to say, because then instead of their criticism molding what my expectation is, I can find portions where I could think like, oh, I kind of agree with that actually now that I think about it, or no, I don't agree with that. I think that you're kind of, maybe you misinterpreted this, or it meant more to me in this way than it did for you. Like, but I think in some ways, like, the views of critics and stuff are almost treated, I don't know, like too seriously. It's like, at the end of the day, everything when it comes to art is subjective. So if you're just going to let someone else tell you what to think about art before you experience it, I feel like that's a big mistake. Why even bother? Why even like interact with art at all? No point, right? Just have someone else tell you what to think all the time. So that's what I think, you know, again, that's kind of what I think about
people who just write off WoW's lore and act like, you know, it's just dog shit, dirt, not even worth considering. And it's like, dude, I don't believe in a lot of cases that those people are even interacting with it. And again, this always comes back to the same fucking argument that I always make. If you can't explicitly tell me why you don't like something, I'm not going to believe that it's your opinion. I'm going to believe that someone else told you those things, you read that somewhere, and that's where your opinion came from. I don't believe that it's yours. Because ultimately, if you can't say why you like or dislike something, do you actually even have an opinion? I don't really think so. You just have the ability to repeat what someone else said. It's not really an opinion. Exactly why I like doing it that way, because it gives me a deeper way to think about the work in ways I wouldn't have. But if I read that stuff first, it's going to color my understanding. Yep, it's going to set expectations. It's like if you go to someone and you're like, "Yo, what do you think of, you know, eating like clams?" And they're like, "Oh, I fucking hate the texture. I don't like it. It's kind of weird, and like it kind of tasted weird to me." I feel like that just in and of itself, if it's someone whose feedback you value in any regard, is going to like make you apprehensive potentially to like experience it. And some people are more affected by other people's opinions than others, but it's just like, why don't you just try it and decide if you like it? You know, I'm gonna be honest, I think that there's like a psychology there as well, even with like parenting, where like if a parent doesn't eat vegetables because they think they're gross, their kid is gonna see that. And as a result, even if their kid had tried it and individually liked it, there's a higher chance that they're gonna dislike it because from a trusted source, they're kind of being taught that they're not supposed to like it, or that they're not good or whatever. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, adults that don't eat vegetables, it's kind of like, you probably should still be offering that kind of stuff to your kid because maybe they do like it. And even if you don't like stuff, sometimes you need to eat it because it's good for you. You know? There's like aspects of that too. It's like just basically the bottom line is just like impressionable minds. Like, but because someone doesn't like something and that's their experience and perspective, they kind of think that that's what they need to share with everybody else. Or just people who go to a restaurant one time and decide all the food of that culture is bad based on the single experience. I mean, deciding on an entire culture is fucking idiotic. But if you go to a place and you order something and the food's not very good, I don't necessarily blame you if you don't want to go back. But to be like, oh, Mexican food's not good, like, okay, dude. Like, that's fucking cope. There's so many different dishes, you're just full of shit. I hated veggies growing up. Then I was like, man, this food's boring. And ate veggies and loved it. I mean, yeah, there's things that I grew up absolutely hating that I love now. And I would not want to go without. Like broccoli. I fucking love broccoli. I love that shit. Used to hate that shit. Love that shit. Your taste buds do change. Your tastes change, right? There's also a difference in criticism these days. When I talk about criticism, I'm thinking about it in like the almost academic sense. And that isn't as common as it used to be. That long form style criticism has slowly died out in favor of clickbaity things. Yep. Imagine not liking tacos? Bro, there's people. My friend told me that he doesn't like Indian curry. I asked him what curry he had, and he said, I don't know, yellow? Bro. I mean, I think that that's... I get why someone would form an opinion like that. But, you know, there's a reason why they say, like, try things twice. And maybe don't order the exact same thing. Maybe try something different next time. Because a cuisine is like, you know, it's one of those things where there can be a lot of variation from one dish to the next. You have one French dish and, you know. And it's different. Again, it's different if you try something and then you're like, ooh, I'm not a fan of that. That's one thing. But if you're going to go around and talk about it like you're not a fan of it when you've never even tried it, then just shut the fuck up. You don't actually have an opinion. You're just babbling. You're just babbling shit that you heard from someone else. Like, it's just not true. Form your own opinion. Period. Bottom line. He was thinking of Thai curry. It's not even Indian curry. Completely different dish. I try things a lot at different times in my life. at different ways of it being prepared. Growing up, I couldn't stand onions, but now I love them. I love a lot of stuff I used to hate. I eventually developed a taste for. Sure, I mean, you realize that life and meals aren't just fucking chicken nuggets, dude, and mac and cheese. And that, like, there's a diverse amount of, like, a diverse variety of, like, fucking ingredients and flavors and sensations that exist around different foods. When I see grown, look, dude, I watched this YouTube channel, and one of the members, like, only his saying, and he's changed this a little bit. He's become a little more adventurous. Thank God. The guy's like fucking 40 years old, but his saying is he only eats food that's brown. Anything that's brown. And I'm like, dude, you're such a child. Like, how can you be like a 37-year-old man and have that stance? Like, what, like, so like potatoes, meat, like bread, you know, like that's what he eats. And it's like, dude, for me, I definitely think that when it comes to food, I definitely judge people on food. Like, I'm judgmental about food, and I think that in a lot of ways, especially willingness to try new things is a reflection of, like, maturity. I really think so, dude. People that aren't willing to try new things, try things twice, like, they have, like, very narrow... They're either... Look, and there's other reasons for it. Sometimes, you know, maybe it's fucking autism. I don't know, right? Some people are very particular in that way for another reason. But if it's not like that, and you just... are like kind of childish about it, I don't know, I'm kind of judgmental of that. Like, if I go to a nice fucking restaurant and like we order like a crouton or like a fucking, they bring out like a fucking, so just something exotic, and the person at the table is not even willing to try it, I'm not gonna like not be friends with them, but I'm probably gonna remember that. Like, if someone is unwilling to try new things, it's kind of like boring to me. I don't know. Like, dude, you ever try anything new? God damn it. I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. Yeah, I'm not mad about it, but it's like, come on, man. Like, what are you, fucking 12? I love how people are weirded out by my eating habits. I try not to, but I get lazy and I don't mix. I eat one thing at a time. So I'm kind of weird in that, like, if I'm having a meal that has specific different components and it's not a meal that is mixed, right? Like, if you're having a casserole, like there's things that are inherently mixed, right? Like a jambalaya or whatever. I wouldn't just eat one ingredient out of it at a time, right? But if I have a plate where I like have broccoli and some pasta and like a steak, I don't typically eat them together. Like, I'll take a bite of this, a bite of that, a bite of that. I don't mix them. And I also do this thing where, like, for some reason, and I think it's just to keep track of how much I have left, or because I eat it in this way, I try to have an even amount of everything all the time. So that way, when I finish, I get a bite of this, a bite of that, and a bite of that. And like, everything comes, you know, like full circle. Like, I won't like eat the whole steak and then eat the pasta, you know? Sassy, what's up? Welcome. Thanks for the follow. I don't do that. But like, I will eat in a way where like the things on my plate are kind of separated from each other. Like, as I eat more of it, they start to exist in their own little islands, and I'll like go from one thing to the next and into the other. So I've known people that have to have divided plates so their sides don't mix. I don't understand that. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Kids eat with divider plates, bro. That's all I have to say. Kids and inmates. I don't know. Look, you eat your food how you want. I'm not gonna like say anything to anybody, but it's like, that's kind of weird. So you don't poke some steak, put it on pasta and broccoli at the end of the fork? No. There are some things that I do because I think that some dishes, especially restaurant dishes, are meant to be eaten that way. Like, they're constructed in that way intentionally, where everything on the plate has like a purpose, right? But sometimes if we're talking like home cooked meal, it's not always like that. Sometimes things just go on the plate because it's simple and, you know, easy to do. But if I'm like at a restaurant and I order something, like, and I've also gotten a lot better about not changing orders. If I look at something and it has an ingredient on it that I don't want, I don't order it without the ingredient. I just won't order it. Ariel actually kind of gave me this mindset that like they're made that way for a reason.
Every flavor, every texture, it's there on purpose. So when you start altering that, you're kind of altering the purpose of the meal from the artist that made it, right? So I've developed an appreciation for like trying to consume things as they are meant to be. You know, if it wasn't good with onions, the person who made it wouldn't have put onions on it. And if I don't like onions so much, I just won't order it. Remember when people only cared how you cooked your steak? I'm not really sure what you're saying. Fun fact about me, I'm uncomfortable eating at restaurants because I once saw a chef sweat into some food and he didn't even realize it. That's just more saline flavor, huh? Look, dude, people can have their steak however they want. There's some people that like it rare as fuck, and there's some people that like it cooked until like it's just fucking a brick, and you know, whatever. I order my steaks medium. That's how I order them. Every time I order medium rare, it ends up being more rare than what I actually want. So I started ordering steaks medium. I won't order like a steak like well done or something, or medium well or anything. I'll just order a medium. I want it rare usually, so I order it medium rare to get it where I want, because when I ordered it rare, it's always like too rare. Yeah, that's pretty much how I feel about medium rare. If I order a medium rare, I feel like it ends up coming out more rare than what I like. And maybe that's just because my understanding of rare and medium rare is incorrect, but... So you want med rare? I want med rare? Well... I mean, I don't know. I kind of like it right between medium rare and medium. Oh, okay. So you want med rare? Yeah, not rare. You don't actually want it rare. You want a medium rare. And that's kind of where I came to. I was like, do I actually is medium rare what I think it is? And so I got to the point where I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna order my steaks medium. Just to where it's like pink in there. Maybe when you cut it, there's like a little bit of blood or whatever. But when I cut into that shit, I don't want it to be like mostly red. That's not really how I enjoy my steak personally. Burg, but no patty, no tomato, no cheese, no onion, no pickle. This burger's shit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. They don't like what I like, therefore I gotta judge them. I don't know. It shouldn't be mooing. I don't feel like it should either. People still look at me weird when I eat dried fish jerky. Why? I got crazy about that stuff. Takes so damn long to make though. Yeah, I mean, I've had dehydrated fish or jerky or whatever. It's good. I mean, it's like any other meat. Just tastes like fish. Fun fact, that's not actually blood. That's actually not blood coming out of the steak. It's protein and water mixture. Yeah, so blood. No, I'm just kidding. But that's what it looks like. So whatever. The red juice isn't blood. The blood is drained from the meat long before it reaches us. It's a mix of water and muscle fibers, fat breaking down. Shit, Tippius beat me to it. Nah, it's blood. It's blood. I'm just fucking around. That's good to know, though. Because I didn't know that. I thought it was blood. I did think it was blood. AKA the juice. It's just perceived, but perception is perception. Blood, not blood, blood, but blood. Yeah. Are you enjoying housing? Yeah, I've spent some time on the outside of my house. I haven't done much on the inside. But I could show you real quick. You guys want to see the outside of my house? It's nothing too insane, but I also have more decoration slots now, so maybe I'll do more. Housing is good. It's been fun. They look at me weird because they have the idea that dried fish is rotten fish left out too long. Yeah. People should try more dehydrated stuff. Dehydrated meats, nuts, all sorts of stuff. Myoglobin. It's a component of blood, but doesn't exist exclusively in blood. Gotcha. One mistake I made one time, I ordered this Mexican dish. I don't remember what it was, but it came with bone marrow. And I think that I was supposed to take the bone marrow out and like put it on the dish. And I fucked up and I saved it for last. And then it was just like gelatinous and gross. And it didn't taste very good. And that kind of made me not like that so much. I was like, yeah, that's fucking gross. But then I was talking with Ariel about it yesterday. And she's like, I'm pretty sure that you were supposed to like spread that. Like, you're supposed to like put that on the meal. And I was like, well, I fucked up. And at the end, I just ate it. You use it like butter. Exactly. That's what she was saying. You're supposed to spread it like butter. And I did not do that. I just ate it. And I mean, imagine sitting there just eating butter. That's fucking disgusting. Yeah, they did raise the housing limit. Check that out. $2.50. Butter good? Yeah, but not by itself. You don't just want to sit there and eat a stick of butter. You know? Whoa. 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 I mean, maybe you do. You didn't just eat spoonfuls of I can't believe it's not butter growing up? I cannot. Or neighborhood nice? Yeah. This is my little house. A lot of time into like vegetation, trees, some yard work. I try to make it look natural, you know? Like a place that would actually exist. Not just filled with a bunch of random shit. Got a little bath over here that overlooks the sunset in the valley. They raised the outdoor limit. Is it better now? Don't you think those two things kind of go hand in hand? Is it enough? I don't know. I haven't added anything yet. I like the Ashenvale trees. I don't have any Ashenvale trees. Naked looking canyon, hell yeah. The small purple ones? Are they? They're just part of the... Just part of the... This is just... Yeah. What's that bear from? The store. I think it's actually a hint at the Arathi Empire. If you read the description for it, check this out. It actually reads... So this is Grizzly Hills Packmaster. Traders quickly found them a very capable ally when facing the dangers of Northrend and beyond. They also learned that the bears of the Grizzly Hills were fiercely loyal, especially to those who keep Emperor Salmon at hand. And I think that it's a hint because you carry around a lantern with you, and it has golden eyes. And I was just thinking the Arathi Emperor and the people that would be extremely loyal to him, especially through using the power of light for like oath binding, for instance. Like Tyr or like Neltharion did with the Drakthir. So it also came out right around the time when we were first interacting with the Arathi. So, and it's a Northrend bear, so I thought TLT related shit. Anyway, I'm stretching it probably way further than what it's supposed to be, but you can place those. Yeah. Emperor Salmon's also a Pandaren cooking ingredient. Yeah. It just was interesting that that's what they used to say. You're living on a bluff completely private? Yeah. To be fair, you know. I would argue that this is potentially one of the best plots in the entire housing ward. I have a view of basically everything. And yeah. But I think most people got the plot that they wanted. There's a deck in the front and a deck in the back, and you can see pretty much everything. It's really nice. But yeah, I do live on a little bluff. I saw they made floating houses a default feature. It's pretty sick. It's nice that they didn't go like fun detected and just like delete it. I actually chose the ones right down in that patch of green beside you. On this side over here, like the jungle side. I thought about it. This plot down here is really nice. There's some really good ones over here. That one? Yeah, it's a good one. I thought about that one too. I think that's a great plot. There's some really good ones, man. This one, 49, 24, 20, minus 27. 24 over here is like its own little isolated Pirates Cove. Look at this, dude. Full-blown, like,
dinosaur shipwreck anchor fucking private little area. This is sick as fuck, dude. This one is badass. This is one of the best plots in my opinion. This is 24. Yeah, this is 24. 49 up here. This is Jay Wild. Oh, looking good. I like what you're doing. That's nice. I like the Bellameth aesthetic there, man. Looks good. A lot of trees, a lot of stuff. You make it however you fucking want it. My only recommendation, if I could make one, is I like to try to build vegetation in like clusters. I feel like it looks a little more realistic that way. But you fucking do it however you want to do it. Don't let my opinion fucking change what you do. But yeah, that's how I do. I try to build in like little clusters. Make it feel a little more real. Yeah, I like it. Not enough people use enough vegetation outside their house. What house is that? I don't know. Some Bellameth one? I have no idea. Limitations were lifted today? Sure. No, I mean, I just mean with what you already have, but yeah. Have you looked at 41? I've looked at all of them. Oh, you mean right now? I redid my exterior? I can never remember where plots are. I don't know where that is. Because they're not sorted in any logical way. West, under your house? I think that's the one I just looked at. This one? I like how it's kind of like hidden behind this big wall of grass. I fuck with that. I like that. But like almost like private yard as a result. That's nice. Like the little fence that you put up. Hell yeah, this is nice. Looks good. Interesting choices for the exterior. Yeah, the plot numbering genuinely pissed me off. Like, why bother numbering them at that point? It doesn't make any sense. Like, it should go like plots 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You know, it should like all the way around the zone to get to the end. They don't make any sense at all. It does not make any sense. I'm putting a lot of time into my house, definitely unfinished, but getting there. Yeah, it takes time, but that's the, you know, take your time with it. Most of us will probably end up iterating on our houses like multiple times. You know, this is what I'm happy with at the moment, but I'm sure I'll change it. And now that we have more limits, I'll add more things. More random stones. Like this open area kind of bothers me. Anything where there's just open area like that is just like, I don't think that looks great. So I'm gonna try to fill that stuff with more vegetation, small grass patches, and loose random stones like this one. It serves no purpose other than to look natural. So I've done nothing inside my house, so don't ask to see the inside. There's nothing to look at. All right, well, I got 3 ranks with Flames Radiance done today. I feel pretty good about that. I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me, though. Today was a good stream. I hope you enjoyed chilling, chatting, shooting the shit while I work on this meta achievement. I will have another video out tomorrow, the Zalatath portion of the 1127 questline, and then Thursday I'll have the full-blown questline, then Friday I'll have another Cyberpunk episode, and then Sunday I'll have another Edge Runners episode, so content pretty much all week. I'll be streaming Thursday in the evening. I'll be streaming Friday, Saturday, not Sunday, but that'll be fine because I'm streaming on Thursday instead. Thank you guys for supporting the stream. Whether you just kind of lurk and watch, kind of keep to yourself and just listen, whether you followed or chatted, subbed or gifted a sub, thank you so much for supporting the channel. Thanks for watching. To the people watching on YouTube, I appreciate that. The VODs will be available for subscribers and members after the stream is over. And yeah, that's pretty much all I got. If you guys haven't joined my Discord, you can use !Discord in the chat to get the link to it. And subscribe to my YouTube channel if you're new and haven't seen that. I have Cyberpunk content, League of Legends content, World of Warcraft content, and a pretty big backlog of videos that you can enjoy if you're interested in that kind of stuff. So thanks again, guys, for an awesome stream. Appreciate you very much. Stay awesome until next time. I will see you guys and gals and non-binary pals later. Peace!